Good morning, everyone. Hopefully we got some new info on the Nancy Guthrie chase. We'll see what the police scanner says this morning. It seems a little bit quiet. In the meantime, I'm just working on a few other things. Hopefully the case doesn't go cold. Please feel free if you have any questions, just text me in the chat box. I'm going to be working on stuff because I got to head out to Evansdale for that missing child's case. But hopefully we got something on the scanner. Let me see. This is kind of a hit or miss, but it's good to do in the morning because you never know. Thanks for joining us early. They had the vigil last night. Dad's Gone Live had a lot of cameras out where he was lighting cameras or not cameras, excuse me, candles. It's really early here. And then they were handing him two people to put in front of the big Nancy sign, but we need to just figure out. I mean, I personally think that the sheriff should release some new information, or the FBI, whether a car or some kind of vehicle like they did with the Koberger case. So we need more info that they're keeping from us, because right now I think we're on day 30, and it's comical at this point. Now we're deleting that. Yeah, so I personally think, like I said earlier, that the media should be sharing a little bit more information for us so that the public can get the word out a little bit more, whether it's the kidnapping video of taking Nancy, whether it's a screenshot of the car. I know Tucson's a very dark area compared to Scottsdale. There's not a lot of street lights, but anything from like gas stations, ATMs, grocery stores, street readers, tow trucks that read, um, license plate readers. We need a make and model of the vehicle at this point. It's kind of a sloppy investigation that Cheryl Nanos wanted to really take charge and be in control, and that's kind of like the whole Wild Wild West thing where he thinks he's like Wyatt Earp or something. All right, I have to work on a quick interview. This Evansdale murder has been unsolved since 2015. If you remember, the girls were murdered. Michael Klunder might have been the suspect, but there's a few others, and we need to figure out if Michael Klunder was in that area. His GPS did not ping in the area, but he could have left it back because one of his good friends said he was with him that day in Evansdale, Iowa. So that's what we're working on. Good morning, Firewife. Please ask me any questions in the chat. I have to finish this thing for the Evansdale murder, but I wanted to keep the police scanner on right now. So I just need to do a few things. I mean, I don't even know if it's pretty quiet this morning here in Tucson. If any, if anybody would like to give their thoughts this morning on what they think should be the next step in the Nancy Guthrie case, we're on day 30. Law enforcement has not gave us much to work with outside of a video of a guy walking up to a Ring doorbell, some blood on the steps, but that's really about it. So if anybody has any idea, please type in the text box. I'm a big believer on the viewers getting as many eyes as possible on this case and figuring out working together as a team, unlike Sheriff Nanos by not letting the FBI in. That was mistake number one. That was the mistake they made at the Delphi murders when local law enforcement uh, tried to play big brother on the FBI and wouldn't let them in. And the FBI in week one had the suspect on their radar. Yeah, great point, Lead. I really think it is. I think it's starting to be that way. Um, because when you have something where things are, when the ball is being dropped so many times, unless you get a fresh set of eyes on it, it's still early enough if you can get the right people involved, like the Gilgo Four, right? Remember when Rex Uerman, they got a fresh set of eyes on it and they were able to solve the case. But with that said, it is resembling the Delphi incompetence, inept police work, jealous of the FBI, politics, interfering with solving crimes, and that's what worries me. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for watching. I haven't heard much on the. Hope everyone has a happy Monday. I haven't heard much on the radio stream. Please like and subscribe. I'm live streaming 24/7. We're going to be in Delphi and Evansdale this week. So please subscribe because it's more than just streaming. It's a lot of boots on the ground. That's what I prefer. So there's going to be a lot of action, a lot of good content coming up, a lot of good interviews with potential suspects. So there's going to be a lot of different things going down. Thanks again for hopping on. We're trying to see if there's anything going on this police radio right now. Seems pretty quiet this morning. Again, like I was saying earlier, what we want to do is we want the sheriff's police to release more information to the public so we have something to go by. I think it's time for the public's help. I think it's time to not keep things in your back pocket on day 30. They showed some guy walking up. Obviously, that didn't move the needle at all. Show a suspect vehicle, show a make and model of a vehicle, show a direction the car was going. Maybe he was filling gas somewhere. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone has a good Monday. Yeah, so we're just waiting on some updates. I'm going to call the sheriff's police department today. We need to get some answers, whether we call like City Hall, the mayor's office. We need, it probably won't work, but we got to do something. This is just at a complete standstill. Might even try to get a hold of Annie Guthrie. I have an app where I can get all the cell phone numbers and just kind of hear her thoughts because I feel like no one's making an attempt to talk to anybody. At least at some of the other cases, you know, the Idaho 4, right? The parents were very vocal. A lot of people were out talking about the case. We need to spread the word a little bit more. I think just sitting back and thinking something's going to come to us is just not the way the case is going to be solved. Unless the FBI has this great information that they're holding, that they're ready to release. There's no press conferences. There's nothing. We're getting absolutely nothing, and it's very alarming. It's very troubling on day 30. Again, I'm repeating myself, but 5 minutes earlier I was talking about the Gilgo 4 Beach murders. Once they got a new prosecutor in charge, things changed. So, you really have to use the public's help at this point. Take the best tips, share those best tips with the public, show points of interest where the car may have been. Okay? Do something other than just be quiet and do a visual, which is nice and a big sign. But at the end of the day, that's not helping Nancy. The perpetrator's not going to be at the visual, right? It's not like some kind of serial killer case where you're hoping the guy shows up. He's not that type of profile of a killer. And what's with all these ransom stuff? It seems like TMZ just wants to get publicity at this point with all their ransom letters. It seems like they're just doing it for their own selfish money making scheme. That Harvey guy's all about money. I mean, he's in his 70s. He should retire by now, but he's addicted to making money. And he's addicted to breaking big stories and cashing in on them, but he's not really doing anything. And when he does talk, he's always hiding things and he's not sharing any details with anyone. So he's just teasing us. so he can live in his $30 million mansion in Hollywood Hills. Okay. So that kind of aggravates me. The only thing I just seen, which I was compelled by, was the fact that they were searching a 3 mile radius on who had their phones off between 1 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then instead of just honing in on one IMEI number, they're honing on all of them. But again, if that suspect is not around, if he's not a neighbor, if he's not around that area, that's not going to help. Okay. I'm going to look up other resources here. Let me look up today's Nancy Guthrie updates, see if there's anything we're missing, any Reddit threads. Okay, we're talking about a visual. Neighbor's complaint leads to change. Okay, 8 hours ago, U.S. Weekly. Now, take this for a grain of salt, everybody, but U.S. Weekly. Former FBI agent explained why Nancy Guthrie's home is being returned to family. Oh, wait, this might be outdated. Just a second. About a speeding car. Is this the one where the person was hanging out of the Elantra? Let me just double check. On Thursday, February 26, released a ring cam video home from a resident of Guthrie's Catalina Foothills neighborhood. The home is reportedly 2.5 miles away from the crime scene, which is outside the 2 mile radius. A neighbor who asked for ring camera footage taken between January 1st to January 2nd. According to the outlet, the street-facing footage shows 12 cars passing by on the morning of Guthrie's disappearance between midnight and 6 a.m. on February 1st, and one clip that occurred near the 2:30 a.m. mark shortly after that time is believed to have been abducted from her home. A car could be seen speeding out of the neighborhood. The Pima and FBI Sheriff's Police are aware of the ring footage. It is unclear whether the video is of any use to the investigation or whether the vehicle had been on Guthrie Street. Okay. Savannah said someone knows how to find our mom and bring her home. Okay. That's what we have right there. So I guess they did say a speeding car. They didn't say what type of car in that article. Let me check other articles. One day ago, Phoenix updates. Let's see any other updates. It's been nearly a month since Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of the NBC Today Show host Savannah, went missing. Savannah Guthrie says the $1 million reward, blah, blah, blah. See Sunday night updates. What is this? One second. Let me play. All right, one second. Let me share this to everybody. Hold on a second, everybody. See if this is something new this morning. Not sure if you guys have seen this. Let's just play it because 857 Tucson is nothing going on.
In the search for Nancy Guthrie, the Pima County Sheriff's Department says it's refocusing resources in the investigation. The department says they will continue to search until Nancy is found, but is refocusing resources to the detectives specifically assigned to the case. Authorities believe the 84-year-old was taken from her home February 1st. Detectives are reviewing surveillance video of vehicles in her neighborhood the night she went missing. Last night, a new sign was also added to Nancy Guthrie's property.
There's the car speeding away.
The home security company warning people of the consequences of trespassing.
let me look for that speeding car one more time. Just give me 1 second. Okay, let me just read this to you and then I'll put it on. All right, so the search for Nancy Guthrie has been ongoing for nearly a month, with authorities investigating a speeding car caught on camera near her Tucson home. The footage obtained by Fox News Digital shows a car speeding down the road at approximately 2:36 a.m. on February 1st, just minutes after Nancy was believed to be abducted. The car was recorded by a street-facing camera approximately 2.5 miles from her Catalina Foothills neighborhood. Retired NYPD Detective Pat Brosnan suggested the car could be a Kia Soul based on a vertical brake lights and slanted roof design. The Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI are aware of the footage. Okay. So that's something to go by. Pull all of those cars in the area. I wonder if they could tell by the license plate. They may not be able to read it, but like if it's what state. Okay, let me see if I can find any other things. Okay, 1 second. Let's try this one.
Inside this speeding car, a Ring camera not far from her home captured this video the night of her kidnapping. The video comes as Savannah Guthrie posts a new plea on social media, vowing that her $1 million reward will be paid in cash.
Was Nancy Guthrie in this car, caught on a Ring surveillance camera the night she was kidnapped? Video obtained by Fox Digital shows a dozen cars triggering the camera's motion detectors as they sped by in the hours after her abduction. But this one is getting intense attention. It was taken at 2:36 a.m. That's 48 minutes after the kidnapped suspect was caught on camera at Nancy's front door. It's also 8 minutes after her pacemaker disconnected from her cell phone, which is the moment she is thought to have been taken from her house. The Ring camera is located here, 2.5 miles from Nancy's home. The car is thought to be a Kia Soul based on its slanting roof. The Pima County Sheriff's Office says it is actively reviewing the new lead. And today, Savannah Guthrie reposted a Today Show segment explaining how the $1 million reward can be claimed anonymously and in cash.
No matter who you are, you can call the tip in, you can get the reward without anyone knowing.
Okay, so we have that. Let's hop back on see if there's anything streaming. As I start finding other articles, just give me a second here. Okay, here's another video of it. Just bear with me, people.
Tonight, this new Ring camera footage obtained by Fox News Digital shows the car driving around 2:30 a.m. the night Nancy Guthrie was abducted. The sheriff's office says they're aware of the video, which was taken about 2.5 miles from her home and outside that 2-mile perimeter where investigators had asked for video. An FBI source tells NBC News since Nancy's disappearance, investigators have amassed 5,000 to 10,000 hours of footage that agents are now going through. It comes as the FBI is in the process of handing Nancy's home back over to Savannah and her family. Two law enforcement sources tell NBC News that after weeks of extensively searching the property, investigators no longer feel a need to seal the home off as a crime scene or restrict the family's access. Nancy Street also now closed down to public parking, limiting the media presence outside the home. This will now be the second time the property has been returned to the family. 2 days after Nancy's abduction, the Pima County Sheriff announces investigators had completed their search.
The scene is done. We're done with the residents. We have turned that over to the family.
But a day after the sheriff said that, the property was sealed off, this time by the FBI.
Oh my
The main
God, this is
significance of handing the house
ridiculous.
back is that is going to be the end of the ability to collect evidence. Any evidence that they would collect, any defense attorney would say, this could be contaminated, this could have been planted. This is the end of the line as far as collecting evidence goes.
And with that, Liz joins us tonight live from outside the FBI field office in Phoenix, where many of those thousands of hours of footage and some of that DNA is being reviewed.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Investigators have to watch every single piece of video in real time. That remains a key part of this investigation. And while there are still many boots on the ground in Tucson, a senior law enforcement official says there are now scores of agents centered here in Phoenix where they're analyzing intel and poring over all that evidence. Tom.
All right, Liz Kreutz for us tonight. Liz, thank you. We thank you for watching. And remember, stay.
All right, let's see what else we have. Okay, I'm just going to read this one. I think everyone's heard this. The masked man seen in the doorbell camera video who is suspected of abducting Nancy Guthrie appears to have been at the front door earlier than February 1st. The night police believe she was kidnapped. A law enforcement source confirmed to CBS. The information was first reported by ABC News. An image the FBI released of the suspect at the 84-year-old's front door in which he is seen without a backpack was captured by the Nest doorbell camera sometime prior to the date he was of the suspected abduction. We have this. Share screen here. So you have the one guy with the backpack, the one guy without the backpack. You know how they were saying on the news, the shoes are different. Still like the same type of stuff that like Walmart would have, right? Almost identical clothing. They probably just bought it in bulk. They probably bought it together. Good morning, Blue Rose. So they probably just bought it together. All right, so they're looking for a Kia. They're looking for, they have that footage of that one car speeding away. They have a side view of the car, like a frontal view from like a red light camera or something. Let me see what else I can find here. There's not much. Oh, yeah. Also, Sheriff Nano said he gave, you know what, I'm going to shut my closet door. It's driving me absolutely crazy. So he actually gave the home, he returned the home back to the family. And then the next day, the FBI tapes off the entire house again and doesn't let anybody go in. Okay. So there's got to be red light cameras that are viewing more. You should be able to track that Kia. I know it's Tucson. I know it's really dark and in the middle of nowhere, but you know, you got to give us some more things to work with than a speeding white little streaky vehicle. I mean, that's really not going to help. All that's doing is showing that they're trying to make progress. I think for their own political motives to show, like, hey, look, this is what we have, but like, show us some more substance, more on a granular level. Let's see if there's anything going on with the live stream in Tucson. It's pretty quiet this morning, guys. Every morning I like to jump on and see if there's anything going on the Pima County Sheriff and Tucson scanner. At this time, I don't think anything's going on. That's why I was dropping to the news. Let's see if we can hear anything. Yeah, it's completely a graveyard this morning. And please, if you haven't liked and subscribed to the channel, we have a lot of true crime content, not just resharing streams, but we have interviews coming up. We have major people that we interview on at nighttime. You know, like, for example, I was in Scottsdale, Arizona for the Mercedes Vegas murder case. We were boots on the ground there. We were door knocking. I'm a big believer in door knocking, not just sitting outside of a crime scene waiting for something to unravel. I think you have two people, right? You have one person sitting in front of the crime scene, seeing what the FBI is doing, but then I think you should have another person when you're a podcaster or a sleuth going around canvassing the neighborhood, handing out signs for Nancy Guthrie, trying to find and locate that car, stuff like that. Let's see what else. FBI seizes vehicle. I'm just trying to shift through if there are any other. Okay, right now I'm going to go on to Reddit, which is useful. I'm going to go on to a Reddit page on Nancy Guthrie and see if there's any local neighbors talking about anything. That's another thing that solved a lot of cases in the past. Let's take a deep dive into Reddit. Give me 1 second. Can't type this morning. It's pretty early. Okay. Bear with me. Thank you for your patience. This can't be right. Updated color version of the app. No, this doesn't look. Yeah, there's a lot of fake stuff on Reddit. Hold on. All right, here we go. Here's some substance. That 911 call they've been talking about. Let me share my screen on that, everyone. Give me 1 second. Good morning, Janine. Okay, let's go on the Reddit page. Okay, we're on Reddit now. See if there's anything interesting we could find here. Let's go to the source. Is there a witness in Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping? Let me see if you guys can see this page. Shoot, didn't switch. That's weird. One second. I have to go I got to stop the screen. Then I got to share it again on the major Reddit screen, and we'll be ready to rock and roll here, people. Okay. Let me know if you have any trouble seeing this. I'm going to blow it up. Just bear with me. Okay, and I'm sure a lot of you have heard this, is there a witness in the Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping chilling 911 call details may provide new lead? A witness heard a woman on the evening Nancy Guthrie was abducted. Read to know if it's connected to Savannah Guthrie's mom. Let's see. The search for Nancy Guthrie reached 26 days. Okay, we're already almost at 30. Without any hope. Here, let me skip through this. A 911 call was made on the evening Nancy Guthrie disappeared. A woman contacted emergency services at 3:01 a.m. On the evening, Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, disappeared. According to Radar Online, the 911 dialer reported seeing a woman dressed in all black hanging out of the window. Oh, okay, this was debunked. Sorry about that. 1 second, let me keep looking. It definitely was debunked. Okay, as I continue to search, I'll put us back on Pima. Yep, the lady made a police report, but it turned out to not be Nancy, and it was related to, I believe, another crime. Okay, let me go back to the Reddit page. See if I see anything interesting. Nancy Guthrie case, FBI. Okay, this is from 3 days ago, 2 days ago. Okay, let's go through some posts. 2 days ago, it's confirmed the Nancy Guthrie case. It's confirmed federal prosecutors were at Nancy Guthrie's home. They did the final walkthrough of the scene before they released it back to the family that they need to prepare for the case. And then the FBI took it right back over. Is it just me, or do they have literally zero leads on Nancy Guthrie? Nancy Guthrie case setback as FBI makes realization about footage. Updated color photo. Yeah, that's fake. Nancy Guthrie. What do you sense? I also picked up that her body is in an enclosed space, not buried outside of the desert. Had some speculation. People are using ChatGPT to generate Nancy Guthrie stuff. Here, I'll share my screen so you guys know what I'm looking at. But again, I'm just reading. A lot of this could be speculation. I don't want to get anybody thinking I'm finding the golden goose here. But I might as well read it and show you the screen. Okay, the mystery of what they found inside Nancy's home. What do you think happened to Nancy Guthrie? Nancy Guthrie update his cameras installed and man arrested near home is basically gone cold. What is this? I want to see if you guys can see this. Okay. Okay, what is this? Nancy Guthrie update his cameras installed and man arrested near home. That's coincidental. I mean, it could be nothing, but who the heck gets high or drunk and drives around our neighborhood 50 to 100 times? I doubt they're related to the case, but that's just so weird. Also, the absolute dumbest way to get a DUI. I stole my mom's car at 12 and drove the neighborhood about 50 times until my brother saw me on his way home from work. People do weird crap. Just doing hood rat things. I wonder if someone smokes cigarettes. Okay. I thought that would have been a little bit better of an article. Let's keep going. Sources, again, I know I said this before. Hey, Jessica. Hope all is well. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We do a lot of true crime podcasts and stuff like that. I typically will start out the mornings with the Pima County police scanner, but nothing's going on there. So I'm just reading some Reddit pages and trying to get the latest updates on the case. Thanks so much for subscribing. Suspect in Nancy Guthrie's abduction appeared to visit her house before. Okay, here's from some of the Reddit people. I've watched the footage of the suspect numerous times for my observations. I believe this criminal is wearing a ski mask with a realistic silicone mask underneath. I I don't know if I believe that. Masking his true image. I know a lot of people said there was a mustache planted beforehand, but if you look at the shape of his eyes in the Nest Cam footage, you'll notice an odd depth and general shape of his eyelids. Looked masky. And we might be going in a little bit too much detail with this, but I'll keep reading, as well as his eyebrows. These masks are available online and could probably be a good starting point to find someone in Arizona who purchased one with other items that could accomplish robbery. One last observation I've noticed is I believe the suspect has a bulletproof vest on or a plate carrier. As you can tell by his upper body is thicker. No, that's true. As you can tell by his upper body is thicker and thin out after his rib in a natural dip. Just some thinking out of the box. Okay, next. Yep, that's what they did with the Minnesota lawmaker. They put that mask on, Vance Bolter, that shot one of those Minnesota lawmakers. I've been following the case since day one. I do a lot of boots on the ground cases, though. This is my first one where I'm kind of playing the armchair quarterback and I'm not actually in Tucson. How I handle my true crime channel is we door knock and we talk to potential suspects and we meet with victims' family members and we go to crime scenes. So this is the first one where I'm just kind of sitting back. I'm going to be in Evansdale and Delphi this week. Thank you, Jessica, for subscribing and liking it. Blue Rose Rambling. I noticed a thick neck wearing. Yep. Okay, thick neck wearing the mask. Okay, I'll keep reading here. There's just something so off about this case, or maybe it's just how off it could be. It's so unsettling. I don't think we'll ever be able to believe anything ever again. I can't believe this abductor has outsmarted all these law enforcement officers. Well, it's basically Sheriff Nano's pride in not letting the FBI in and doing their job from day one. Did she have any cameras inside of her house? Yeah, I mean, that's what I think. Now we're on day 30. We need to release more information to the public outside of a little speeding car that you can barely tell that we don't know is unrelated. And then also, the masked perpetrator isn't going anywhere. Show him leaving the house, try to find his walking patterns. Like I said earlier, they're doing like a 30-mile radius of anyone that has turned off their phone between 1 to 4 p.m. Okay, I wonder if when inside he was trying to see if he could delete any video from her phone from the Nest Cam. He was inside 40 plus minutes from what I heard. So horrific thinking about this poor woman went through. So he showed up to her house on 2 different nights wearing the same exact outfit. I don't know if you guys heard under Google Trends that in the middle of January, Nancy Guthrie's address was searched on Google and it pulled it in the beginning of January. So anybody wants to know if anybody's searching for you, go to Google Trends and you can type in your name and address and it'll pop spikes on if somebody's searching. I played the video. It's about 2 miles. I'll replay the video in just a second so you can see the locations. Yes, more info. Like Nancy no longer have a driver's license and uses Uber. Obviously, I'm not a member yet, but do you let your viewers just give their opinions pretty much open? Yes, of course. I'm not about people super chatting or paying memberships. If you want to be a member, once you feel that there's enough value, go ahead. But I mean, the membership fee with what YouTube takes, I mean, it's good to get members, but I'd rather just get subscribers and likes. Okay, let me go on to the next one. And plus I have a full-time job where I make my own living. So I don't do this off of trying to make money off YouTube. I do this because I truly care about murder victims. And I'm not saying people that want to make money off this don't care about murder victims. But again, the money YouTube takes, I mean, you would have to be like Logan Paul in order to make money on YouTube. Or you'd have to be one of these gigantic channels. And right now I'm not. So we just want subscribers. Okay, let's keep going. I saw this photo earlier on the news. I'm not sure why it just became a headline. The FBI and sheriff don't have any obligation to give us dates or timestamps. Well, by day 30, they do have some kind of obligation if the case is going cold to get the public's help. I disagree with that person's comment. Let me see if there's anything else, or I'll switch different Reddit pages. What's weird is I'm fairly sure law enforcement previously did say the photos, same backpack, were found on the crime scene. Or no, were from the same night as the footage. It was either the police or the FBI. 5 days ago, yes, the FBI said that the same day the photos were released, that they were from the same night. I think the FBI said the group video and photo combined drop was from February 1st, but maybe February just beginning being general. People are speculating the crop photo of porch guy without the backpack and holster and possibly shoes that are a bit different might be from an earlier night. Interesting. Also, the photo shows a very dark skies and surroundings, and the video shows what some think is a moon shadow of the guy. And the shrubs in the house across the street are a bit more visible in the video, which was taken when it was virtually a full moon. If the photo background is darker, some speculate it could have been a few weeks earlier when the moon was not full. Now, that's a good point. I mean, see, I love Reddit and finding stuff. Please post your theories. I'll definitely put them on here and read them. Okay, from the first, sorry, my eyes. I'm in my 40s now, my eyes. I got to get bifocals. From the first, the sheriff says one thing and the FBI says another. I know it just, I don't want to call law enforcement FBI dumb and dumber, but it just feels that way. But I definitely blame Sheriff Nanos. I think FBI are very skilled. I think Sheriff Nanos really thinks who he is. I think it's a popularity contest for him, in my opinion. I don't know him personally. He could be a great guy, but when I saw him at that basketball game, day 2, he's at a basketball game. And I understand you want to live your life and you should be able to live your life. But when you have a very important case of a missing 84-year-old woman, you think you could buckle down for the first week, in my opinion. Okay, so give me the download on the YouTube rules on what I can and can't say. I'm still learning this thing, never been a YouTube. Well, so basically, with like swearing, YouTube automatically will hide it. The moderators will take it down. I'm not saying you'll swear. YouTube blocks a lot of what people can say automatically. That's out of my control. Like threatening or saying anything against law enforcement, politicians, or anything, it get blocked. Let me see. So I think this either has something to do with the Epstein files, and Annie and Tomato Head all had something to do with it, and they got rid of her, and the sheriff walked on it. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that online too. I've heard it kind of be a psych ops, a distraction. In my opinion, I definitely see your point of view. I definitely, it's tough for me to believe that 100%, but, in today's world, anything can happen. Nothing surprises me, right? I think it goes back in 2009. I'll never forget this, and this has nothing to do with true crime. But in 2009, when Tiger Woods cheated on his wife with 16 different girls in hotel rooms, and how normal and kind of nerdy he seemed at his golf press conferences, and when I found out what kind of bad guy he was, that's when I believe only 50% of what anybody ever tells me or acts like. Okay, also here's another one. Also, when you pull data the way they did, sometimes dates and timestamps are not correct, unless, of course, they have more than they're saying. Like they can make an exact date from something in the background, weather conditions, car parked, something. Earlier on, I thought they could purposely manipulating media. Okay, let me go on to the next. Old news media trying to keep the story in the forefront. I expect to see more recycled tidbits every few days. Let's assume it's true, though. How could this help us find the perpetrator. I think it certainly demonstrates premeditation, and the perp is being somehow she knew rather than a random intruder or the cartel kidnapping. I don't know if it's someone she knew. 84-year-old woman that was doing church online, has her close group of friends. I don't think she just randomly knows dudes in her 30s personally. I just don't think she gets out much to socialize. So I definitely disagree with that thread. Now that was strange. That was very strange. That book that was written. I don't know what to make that. I posted that about 3 weeks ago with one of the sources that told me. I mean, it wasn't me that found that out, but I'm just saying I've heard about that 3 weeks ago, and I was like, what the heck is that? Okay. You're writing a book about a kidnapping. You know, it was almost reminded me of Brian Koberger, and I don't want to throw victims' families under the bus, but Brian Koberger's sister was in a murder movie because she was an actress and she was getting stabbed by someone that stabbed 5 people. I mean, again, I think the book's even more stranger because Nancy or Savannah talks about being abducted. That was strange. The Epstein list is becoming a hit list for those and their families mentioned. Yeah, for sure. Cartel, okay, this person user says a cartel involved kidnapping just isn't a good theory, in my opinion. Plausible, but not good. Cartels make billions via the drug trade and other revenue streams. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it could be a faction of the cartel now. So what a lot of people tend to not realize with cartels, right? So you have the big players of the cartels, right? Like El Mencho was just unalived, which I got to say unalived. El Chapo. But then you have a bunch of other factions, and then you have a lot of other little guys that don't make the type of money, right? From like the drug mule level to the people that are protecting the warehouse. And $4 million is a lot of money to those guys when those guys are making, $5,000 a week. So not all cartels, it's like a corporation, right? CEO. You have the vice president of sales, CFO, CTO. So you have different levels of people within a corporation that are making a ton of money. And then you do have the grunts, right? And then, there is another part of like assassins, paramilitary, ex-special forces trainers that are getting paid to be part of the cartel. But not everybody in the cartel is walking around with Ferraris and the wealthy life. You still have to work your way up the ladder, just like any corporation. But this is just a very violent corporation that kills people and poisons Americans. True. Yeah, true. Very true. Very true. Sorry, 1 second. It's getting a little closer to. Let me check one more source as we're just kind of going back and forth with theories. Okay, nothing new here too from my source. It's not good when my top sources that I've known for years literally go cold in the last 20 hours, and these people are posting every 30 seconds. That worries me. When you have close sources like that are really, in with the case, boots on the ground, and they're just not media sources, right? Because I think Brian Enton's doing a great job, but he's working for News Nation. He has his own podcast. So he's kind of got to follow News Nation sources. These are independent journalists that are like kind of not really breaking the law, but they're going above and beyond what somebody that's working for News Nation can do, even though Brian Enton's one of my favorite guys on TV. And when these guys are going dark for days and there's nothing, that worries me. All right, let's see what else I could find for everybody. Read carefully, people. 2 photos obtained by News Nation showed that show the Nancy Guthrie suspect at her home on different days. Sources confirmed to Brian Enton and Libby Dean, indicating the suspect appears to have visited Guthrie's house before the crime. To me, this simply means the NN is making the same assumption that people have made based on what the videos show. Show and appears are the key words. This is my question also. Who's the source? Who said this? Because now the sheriff is saying it wasn't them or the FBI, and it's speculation. Okay, I think we're getting to the end of the road. Why are they telling us this now? Authorities are tired of the media hoopla, but release this so people get all fired up again. Okay, let's go to a different subreddit thread. Okay, this might be interesting. This is from 20 days ago. Med student analyzes suspect's gait in anatomy. All right, I guess I could read this one because this is about kind of the walk. I wonder if you can see it on the screen. I'm sure you guys know this already. Okay, so we have, now this is older, but I want to read. FBI and citizens should be looking for an individual. Well, that's so vague, but I'll read it. Should be looking for an individual with chronic right knee pain, instability, or potential right hip, upper leg stiffness, generally weak joints. Now, again, this guy could have tripped over something. This guy could have got injured a few days prior and he could have been healed by now. But according to a medical student at a DO school, we're trained in depth on how to spot asymmetries and anomalies of a person's musculoskeletal system. I immediately noticed the suspect favors his left leg and walks with a stiff right leg, generally shows sign of knee instability bilaterally, which could indicate older age, individual 40 plus, or if younger, then indicates potential athletics or career in labor. Suspect favors left leg when standing and walking. Notice he sways to the left side and has an uneven pace favoring his left side. When stepping down from the porch, he leans back more than is expected and gingerly lands on his right leg. Stiff right leg, potentially caused by chronic injury of his knee, hip, or tense upper leg muscles. The smoking gun. Noticed how when he bends down to grab the flowers, he initially flexes his knees bilaterally, but then leans to the left, straightens his right leg, and bends down entirely via his left leg. Some had speculated he was left-handed since he grabs the flowers with his left hand, but to me it's clear he simply was uncomfortable bending with his right leg. Okay. I don't know if that really matters at this point anymore. Everybody make sure you like and subscribe. I really appreciate. We have a lot of great true crime content coming up, so please like and subscribe here. Let me check another source. Thank you for subscribing who did. Really appreciate it. Okay, anything else on Reddit? Okay, I want to show you guys something. Just bear with me here. I got to close a lot of these screens, okay? Just stay with me. Don't leave. I want to show you something very interesting here. Let's go to, this is what I want to show you what I'm talking about. Okay. And I'm sure you've seen this, so I don't want to be the guy that's always like, oh, look, I got the breaking news, you know. Okay. Nancy. Oh, wait, let's see if you can see this first of all. Okay. Now let's make sure. Okay. Nancy Guthrie address. Explore. Okay, so this is the past 24 hours, but let's go back the past month. Okay, so when was the day? Let's see her exact kidnapping date. Sorry, I can't remember offhand. because then we want to go behind that. So February 1st. Okay, February 1st. So we'll go back a little further, past 3 months. I wonder if they removed it online. That's weird. 1 second. Interesting. Hold on a second. Let's try. Where does Nancy Guthrie live? Okay, that's not it. Nancy Guthrie house address. I'm just trying to think what the perpetrator would search so we could see. What day is that? Okay, that's the 3rd. Let's see, web search. Hold on, past 3 months. Here we go. January 31st. Okay, can you guys see that? Okay, that's fine. But can you see on the scanner, okay, what we're looking at here, okay? And you guys can do this with your own personal thing. So we are getting a hit on, let's get more granular. It starts spiking up. January 24th, Nancy Guthrie's house. January 24th. And then we're going to be going to January 31st. Now, let's see if we can put this in sub. Now let's get out of the United States. Let's do worldwide. Say it was in Mexico. Oops. $55 times. Okay, look at that. Starting January 31st. I don't know if everybody can see that. Let me take a screenshot of that. Hold on. So 0 is just the rating. 0 means like 1. So it goes from 0 to 100 on how many times the person searches. So like, for example, on January 30. So that's not, I'm sorry, that's not how many times they search. That's a ranking of like, how active that was. Okay. Let me see if I can take a screenshot of this. Okay. That is very scary. Wow, June 2025, 7 people. Interesting. Okay, I'll do Savannah Guthrie. Well, so the thing about Savannah Guthrie is being so famous, there could be a lot of people mailing her things, agents and stuff like that. Like, so it's tricky, like when you're a celebrity, because there could be agents and like Oscars and daytime programs and people trying to find you. Nancy Guthrie's an 84-year-old woman that no one's going to be looking up whatsoever, right? So when I even look up myself, you know, Ted Investigates, I see people looking for my address. Like, and my YouTube page is only 3 months old. It's not like you have my full address, my full name, where there's like bill collectors or people like trying to give me a hospital bill to pay or my mortgage and someone forgot the address or something. It's like, you Google Ted Investigates, that's so new. Why is there people searching my address? It wouldn't make any sense. You know? So I wanted to show that. Let's see what else we could explore here. So I did that one. Let's see if we can go under fast people search. Nope. Okay. Let's do Nancy Guthrie 411. I'm just going through some of the search things that people might plug in. Yo, this is weird. There we go. So, okay, so like people that are very basic at trying to find somebody are going to use 411. There's a lot of more detailed apps that I'm not going to share, but look at this. So I just typed in, instead of doing like Nancy Guthrie address, Nancy Guthrie, where she lives, a lot of people that don't really know how to find, 411's okay, but it's very basic. And for people like that, they may search that. But this is very telling because look at this. Where is it? So I typed in Nancy Guthrie 411, which that's something you might type. And we have a big spike. We have 100 rating. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. So we have 100 rating at that time. Somebody, and let's see if we can find the city. Hold on. 1 second. Let me get this out of the page. Now, these are just breakout terms, so don't worry. I want to see if I can get the actual city. Where is the city you could find it? Hold on. No, hold on. I wonder if they blocked it. What's this action over here? Okay, so look. So as you can tell, February 14th, obviously searching, but now I'd like to try something else. Hold on 1 second. Is law enforcement closing in on Nancy Guthrie suspect? I'm just curious because, a suspect might search this. Oh, they definitely knew her name when they're searching her. Oh, yeah, where did Nancy Guthrie's ma lives? Oh, smart. Okay, we can try that one, but let's go to this. Well, the thing is, they can put in Savannah Guthrie, and then it'll name all the relatives, and then they can go by relative's age. But yeah, I'll do that next. Hold on. Okay, so we don't got any hits on that. Let me do what you're saying. Hold on a second. Smart. Let's try that one. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Sorry, I hate repeating it. And only if you see value in subscribing it. I never want to tell someone to do something that they don't see value in. Okay, maybe they searched, where does Savannah Guthrie mom live? Okay, let's do that. Okay, we got 100 on January 31st. Let me take a screenshot. Good call. Smart call. I'm going to save that. Very good job from Broken Two better 0220. Very good job. I'm going to heart that. It was a kick butt job. Our little private investigator here. I wonder if they know whether the blood in the porch was venous or arterial is indicate the injury type. Huh. That's a great question. Sound like you could be a doctor or forensic science or something. Good question. Okay, wait. Let me go under this now. Google Trends. You know what's weird is it won't let you see the subregion or the city. I don't know if they've blocked that. Oh wait, let's do yeah, they don't let you usually can hone in on what part of the US. Let's see. Okay, so now let's assume we know Nancy Guthrie's. Oh, you know what? There might be something too on Google Maps that we could put in her address and see who is searching the address and then seeing where that address was searched. Just give me 1 second to get her address. I think it's Escalante. I just can't remember it. I want to make sure no one can see the screen. 1 second. One second, everyone. I'm sorry. I'm just searching. There's one more thing you can do. You can go under like Apple Maps and see who was searching the address for directions at what time. So we could see if they were constantly going through there. 1 second. What a Catalina Foothills, I think, but I don't know. Loading result. And please like, share, and subscribe. Okay, here we go. No. Okay, here we go. You know, I'm just going to write this down. My copying and paste skills. Bear with me. Escalante. Okay. All right, hang with me. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Okay, how do you get to... 1 second, I have to go to MapQuest search. Google Sorry, just bear with me. I'm going to try one more thing. Okay, maps. Here we go. This should be good. Could be a serial killer. Problem is, I don't think this is Apple. They would have to be using Google. No, hold on. I don't think we can do it. No, hold on. This is not. I forgot how to do this. I think they shut this down. Maps. Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. I don't think you can. There used to be a way where you. Hey, good morning. Okay, I can try Annie Guthrie's map. So right now, I was taking screenshots as we found stuff in March in April of last year of Nancy Guthrie's address, Savannah Guthrie's mom's address, which a viewer told me to say. We can do Annie, but again, it's hitting pretty high months before the kidnapping. Let's see. Let's see, Annie Guthrie. Annie. Nope, there's no hits for that. That's what is Savannah Guthrie's net worth? Let's see, 3 months ago. I don't think this really matters much, but let's see. 3 months ago, someone was searching. I mean, that could be anybody, just out of curiosity. December 12th, 2025, somebody was searching, what is Savannah Guthrie's net worth? And then February 9th, they were doing it again. Okay, could this be the perpetrator? Could this be somebody saying, hey, why aren't they paying us? Why aren't they paying us? What the heck? I thought she said she had money. You know, so like on this one, I don't know if everybody heard, but you know, the perpetrator could be searching what is hold on, let me take down some of these tabs. Here. Oh, what is okay, so what is Nancy Guthrie's net worth? So on December 12th, okay, let's just take another screenshot. I mean, this could be anything. I mean, I know when I'm just interested in like Leonardo DiCaprio's net worth, or I'm just bored going, hey, how rich are some of these actresses? But what I find is pretty compelling is it's close to the abduction. And then you have someone on the 5th also doing it. And then you have somebody again on the 15th. Are these the same people going, well, why aren't these people paying us? We keep writing these letters to TMZ and nobody's paying us? I don't know. Speculation. That's just what I think. Let me think if we can think of other things. Oops, sorry, hold on. This is somebody texting. I'm so curious what else they could have searched for. Me too. It's tough because if you start going into different searches like ski mask or anything, it's too vague. It's too many people looking. When will the son-in-law be arrested? Yeah, I know, but well, so the one thing about Savannah's address, right? So when you're thinking about, yep, we went back to June of 2025. It definitely was a hit. Remember, I took a screenshot of that. It was a huge hit in June 2025. It was a huge hit. Savannah Guthrie's address, okay? If you're famous, okay, you're going to hit a lot more than other people because she's got agents, she's got like model opportunities, she's got clothing, she's got people that want to mail her stuff. So it can be a little convoluted compared to an 84-year-old woman that you're probably not going to search. So that's all I'm saying. If you put in somebody that's famous, you're going to get hit a lot more. If the person's name is Bob Guthrie, you might not get that many hits. That's all I'm saying. Like, for example, my own podcast, Ted Investigates, is only 3 years old. I'm sorry, 3 months or 4 months. And people are searching, where does Ted Investigates live? Okay. It's not my first name and last name, or it could just be like my heating and air conditioning bill or someone losing my mailing address. It was like, why would anybody search where does Ted Investigates live? Probably somebody to send me something nasty or do something, which again, I'm not trying to create a narrative around that, but since it's such a new term, who the heck would Google search where does Ted Investigates live? Yep. We went over Savannah's net worth. It pinged in December. It pinged in February 9th. It pinged in February 15th. So my thoughts on that is that the ransom people panicking, going, God, how much is this lady's worth? Nobody's paying. Nobody's paying. What the F? What the F? Freaking out, being irrational. Yep, we did that. Okay, I'll try that one. Well, might be tough for that to tell if she lives alone, but let's try it. I don't know. I think you just use 411. That you would have to do surveillance for that. I don't know if you would trust Google for it, but let's look. It's worth a shot, right? I don't know. We got a hit on the 15th, and we got a hit on the 23rd. Wait a minute. Let's try this one real quick. Well, it's too broad, but this is going off on a limb here. Can I get pacemaker medication without a doctor prescription? Nah, they wouldn't even know Nancy probably had a pacemaker, but December 16th. So this was the first time that was searched. It was kind of right around the time the other stuff, but I don't know. That's a stretch. Yep, Savannah's was 40 million. Yep. Just give me one more second. Does anybody else have any other good ones? Yes, Nancy lives alone. I don't know why it's not. Oh, wait a minute. I think there's a way. Give me 1 second. I think I know how to search on Google Maps if someone was trying to look at your map through a Google Maps satellite, like trying to do surveillance on the house. Just bear with me. I don't think it's through Google Trends though, but okay, maps. Okay, Nancy Guthrie. Hold on. Let's do past 90 days to make this more sense. No, hold on. Nothing on Guthrie. Negative January 15th. Let's see if I can mark that. Okay, so somebody was trying to get her address and putting in Google Maps. Let me save that on January 15th. So you see that hit right there, that little red button? Or no? Where'd it go? Hold on. Okay. So now we're going back to the crime scene. 1 second. What's your address? And then I can put in a real address. Okay, so there's nothing there, but let's put in her real address for a second and see if we get hit. So it was a few different times. Like up in the chat said January 11th. There was a December time, and then you got all the way back to next year. Let's go to, just give me 1 more second here. Let's put the actual address in. I don't even know if you guys can see my, oh, I'm not even sharing the thing. I'm sorry about that. Jesus. No. All right, hold on. I thought I was sharing this thing the whole time. I thought you guys were seeing this. Okay. Okay, let's go to 5820 North Camino Escalante. I don't want Nancy's name in there though. Escalante, Tucson, A. Okay. Okay, nothing there. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we had Guthrie on the 8th. Look at that. So we have December 21st. You had 1 search. less than one search. Basically, like it was less than one search means it was like literally under 1 minute of a search. On December 21st, you had somebody on Google Maps that was searching her address using their Google Maps. Take a screenshot of that because if you take Guthrie and then you go to Google Maps and Nancy Guthrie's, let's even try address. Nothing. One second, let me try. Let me just see what cities when you do the Nancy Guthrie. Go to the US. Okay, this is not it. Hold on. Oh, Milan. All right, let's go back to Google Trends for a minute. Past 24 hours. Okay, let's go back 3 months. I just want to see what city. February 2nd. It's not showing. Hold on. Past year. So January 31st, that's 50 different times to February 7th. So it started January 31st, according to this. But they blocked out everything. It might be tough. Yeah, exactly. It's not a hired hit if they got to use Google. Okay, let me see. I'm going to check one more thing. Hold on. I got a buddy who there's an ex FBI. I just want to see if he has an Apple Maps one because most people use Apple Map over Google Maps. Be interesting if they put in the wrong address too. Wait, just give me one more second. Please like and subscribe if you can. It'd really help me out. Let me just put please subscribe. Sorry, 1 second. I know this might be painful to see this and hear me say that, but please subscribe or like if you like content. We do a lot of nightly podcasts. I'm going to be in Evansdale and I'm going to the Delphi case in the other week. Okay, let's see. Apple Maps trend. Hold on. I forgot what he told me, but Apple Maps has a feature. I think it's a backdoor feature, though. I don't think I'm. Who is searching? This isn't the right thing, but I'm just putting in who's searching here. Yeah, another thing is you go to the Zillow. I wonder if Zillow could search. Zillow might be able to search who's like looking at the interior of the house, like Zillow or those real estate apps. Okay, here's the way to censor. Huh. Google Trends. Google. Let me try Google Trends on Apple Maps. Okay, hold on. Wonder if this will work. If this doesn't work, that's it. I don't want to bore everybody. Search term. Apple Maps, and let's compare it to Nancy's address. 5820, and then I'll share the screen if you can't see it. North Camino. Escalante. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I think I found something. One second. I think we found something. This could be good. And again, I'm not trying to sell it. I'm just kind of excited myself. I'm not trying to be like one of these, set the stage here. Hold on. You have to see this before you guys go to work. Okay. Share. Okay. Share screen. Let's make sure I got the right screen now. Apple Maps. Share. Okay. If everybody can see this, there's an uptick. December. Wait. Average over time. I think it's Nancy in there. Oh, I think I screwed up. Wait. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna remove the name Nancy because no one puts Nancy in Apple Maps. And then let's not do present. Let's do past 90 days. Huh. I don't think that worked like I thought it did. I'm sorry about that. I got everyone excited and then let's see. 0%. Wait. Yeah, I don't think I jumped the gun. Hold on. Let's just try remove that filter. 90 days. So December 16th, if everyone can see that. Probably not. Hold on. December 16th is an important day here. December 16th, it is a ranking of 100, means someone's actively so the ranking system, it's not how many searches, it's how powerful, it's like 100% someone was focused and spending hours on that address. Okay. Now let's go to the region, the United States. Can everybody see that? The United States? Here, wait, let me blow up the screen. No, I don't think you can. Okay, now we're going to go to the region of the United States. City. Where was that searched? Huh. It won't tell you. Hold on. Let's do past 12 months. United States again. Try one more thing. Now let's do past 90 days. Okay, here we go. No. Nancy Guthrie. Let's do 4-1. I think 4-1 is what they were saying they were looking at. 4-1. Okay. Here we go. December 2nd, 4-1. 100. I forgot exactly what it is, but if you Google Trends ranking 100, it'll tell you. It doesn't mean 100 searches, but it means like the top of the top. Canada, United States. Someone in Kentucky. Someone in no. Hold on, let's go back. No. It kind of changed on me all of a sudden. Let's try it again. Past 90 days. Huh. January. There we go. It says Georgia. So I don't know. Metro. So somebody in Georgia. I thought it was Grand Junction originally, but somebody in Georgia on January 25th to the 31st was using 411 trying to find Nancy Guthrie's address. No, 1 second. Hey, buddy, I'll be right there, okay? Good morning. Okay, 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Son's in my Okay, everybody, I got to get going. You have a good rest of the day. We'll be on a little bit later, okay? Actually, I'm going to share the police scanner, so if you'd like to listen to that in the time being, thank you. My son's up, so I got to feed him breakfast. He somehow, I have a lock in my room. He picked the lock and got it, and so please subscribe, like, and share. Okay, everybody, I'm back. So basically what we did is we were searching Nancy Guthrie. We had hit. All right, so I'm going to say here, how do we move? Okay. So basically we had all right. So basically when we were doing Google Trends, I'm going to try to do Apple Maps. Just give me a second. I reached out to one of my buddies who used to be in the FBI. He's retired. He's an old man. 1 second. Just give me a second as I start loading some stuff up for us. Hope everyone's having a good morning. All right, let's see here. Actually, let's go on. Okay, just give me a second. I'm going to go on Google Earth, and we're going to try to see if we can find anything. You can pull like it going back a few months. Let's see. I'm just loading it up. Okay, Nancy's address. Okay, give me a second. Okay. If everyone can see this clear, let's go through this. Okay, so we got Nancy's house right there. So we have 5820 North Camino Escalante. So the suspect, let's see if we can zoom in, which I'm sure we can. Why is that still talking? Hold on 1 second. Okay, we are going to go through. Hopefully everybody can see this good enough. How do I shut up the scanner? Okay. Okay, here's Nancy's house. So the perpetrator, right? She keeps her garbage out. So right in front of us is Nancy's house. You know, it's very wooded here. I'm just trying to see if we could see any other that white Pima car or that white Kia or whatever it was. Let's just see. Maybe something's parked on the side of the road. I don't know. I'm just trying anything right now. I know it's early. Let's go down a little bit more. Huh. Okay. I just want to see if we're looking for a white car, because sometimes I found stuff when I was searching other cases. Again, not as big as this case, and chances are there's no one here. Let's just see the other areas in the area. So this is basically what it looks like. I'm sure the FBI went through this, but see if we can see cars. Any car that looks in the area. So the suspect could have went down this road. Some people have their houses blurred out on this. Okay, let's just see. Okay, what is this? No outlet. Okay, let's just go up here. You see how there's like no street lights? It's like a very, very, very dark area. And it's not a gated community too, which is, okay, let's just see. So if the car was speeding. What is that? Okay, that's a white car. And again, I'm not trying to incriminate any neighbors. What does that look like? A Ford Focus almost? Take a screenshot of that. Yeah, that looks like a. Wait a minute. Does that look like. Again, I don't want to jump the gun here and get a neighbor in trouble. But when I just screenshot that, what is the vehicle? Wait here. Let's see the white vehicle that they're looking for. 1 second. White. I mean, there's no way it would be that obvious just sitting right there, but it's a fun little activity, if anything. White Kia. Let's see, Nancy Guthrie. They can just show us a photo of it. I don't know. Is this what they think it is? No, let me see. Does that look, I'm going to zoom in. Does that look, can somebody in the chat tell me what car that looks like? Here, I'm going to put it on, can you guys see that? Or here, I'm going to upload it to the screen. Oh, Range Rover. Okay. I'm going to share it on the screen just so you can see it a little closer and then just let me know. Just for a second. There it is. What does that vehicle look like? That looks like a Range Rover, guys. A Subaru. Okay. Okay. Looks like it could be a Subaru. Yeah, no. You are right. You are right. Because in Arizona, my dad lives in Arizona in Scottsdale, and no one wants to drive a black car in Scottsdale because of the sun. Very great point. Excellent point. Excellent point. Okay. I'm going to take that off. We don't want to incriminate a neighbor, and that's not the goal here. Okay, let's keep going down the road. Just as a little fun activity while we're. This is how we found a suspect in Chicago once, by just the Maryville street shooter. Okay, if you remember Phoenix, Arizona in 2016, this guy was going around a poor neighborhood, and killing. No, I shouldn't say poor. A neighborhood that was hit with poverty, and he was killing homeless people, and he was just killing people going to work. And he ended up being a CTA bus driver, and he had a black BMW parked on the side of the road that was a 1997, and we found it on Google Earth. It was just parked. It was like, all right, and you put in the tip, and it, again, that's a 1 in a million. That's like winning a lottery, but just want to give everybody the view of kind of what this. I mean, this is a pretty area. I mean, this is a community town. Let's go over here. Looks like just workers. This looks like an industrial building. I'm trying to keep it within a 20-mile radius. I'm going to go down the other way too, but I just want to go around the block real quick. Drain. Oh man, just think of that rattlesnake drain company. Can you imagine going to the bathroom and having a rattlesnake go up the toilet bowl? Let's go over here for a little bit. No, that's a great question. I'm not talking about the Seminole Heights guy. I know who you're talking about, the guy that worked at McDonald's and shot 4 people. I'm talking about the Maryvale street shooter in Phoenix, Arizona. His case is still pending because of COVID. He was busted in 20. I was out there in 2016 visiting my dad, and it's like northeast of Phoenix. But he had a 19, this is 2016, so it was like a 10-year-old BMW 7 Series, and it was just parked on the side of the road on Google Maps. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Nancy's house and then go back to. See, like, look, ADT. Why didn't she have ADT up? Like, I can't blame them. Some people don't want it. I mean, my mom's kind of stubborn and doesn't want a security system. But when you related to Savannah Guthrie, and these are big homes out here, I would assume over $1 million homes, right? Okay, I'm going to go back the other way. Yeah. Just give me 1 second. I have to go get my son some water. I could definitely see the coyotes at night. You definitely wouldn't want to leave your dogs out. You know what I mean? Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Now I'm unmuted. Okay, I'm going to continue the search. I mean, the armchair quarterback search. I can't say the search. I'm sitting here drinking a cup of coffee. But I will be in Evansdale talking to the father of a murdered girl. And I'm actually going to be wearing a wire, and we're going to be talking to one of the suspects that was seen with Michael Klunder at the time of the murder. Michael Klunder is deceased out of the Evansdale murder, but according to his cell phone, he was not in the area at the time, but his best friend said he was, and his best friend doesn't want to talk. All right, let's go up a little. So this would have been from November 2025. So this would be more accurate, which is good. Here's Nancy's house. Okay, so if you think of like the perpetrator, there's many different ways to get into this house. And who's across the street? Is there nothing across the street? It's just bushes? Because If you, well, I guess I think that's a house there, right? So if you remember the Golden State Killer, he would like to strike his victims where there was like an underpass or like where there wasn't houses behind anything. So here's Nancy's. Okay, so no outlet. Okay. So you know the perpetrator wasn't going this way to escape, right? Because there is absolutely no outlet whatsoever. Oh, okay. So I'm assuming he either went to the right or left, but this looks more like the way that he would be going. That's just, sorry, I hope I'm not getting anybody sick with turning. So he definitely would have left out this way. That looks like a Nissan Murano, which you're right, a lot of white cars in Arizona because it's so hot in the desert. And then here's the crossroads here. So he might have made his way. Okay, another no outlet. So he's not going that way. Please like and subscribe if you see the value. We do a nightly true crime podcast. We do more than just stream. Okay. Escalante Road. Dirt road here. Does anybody get any ideas? Let's see. I'm not going to do a total search, but just you look around the neighborhood and you see this would have been a month or two before they started searching for Nancy Guthrie's address. One of the searches did come up in Grand Junction, Colorado. That's what kind of worries me. That's why I don't think we'll find anything around here. But again, 2-mile radius, maybe Luke Daly. If somebody could give me Luke Daly's address, I mean, I could Google it. I don't think he's been cleared yet either. All right, so this just looks like just a town of good people. Hot cars, they obviously have trouble when it's 130 degrees in the desert. Okay. Let's just keep looking. I just haven't seen the terrain. Looks like a Mercury. Okay, we're on North Mina Vista. All right, so maybe, I don't think he'd be going this way. Let's just see. I'm just curious to see the area. What does that say there? Healthcare heroes. Let's go up by this terrain area because I feel like you'd speed up here. This looks like more of a road to get out. I'm going to get Luke Daly's address as we're just viewing. Just give me 1 second. Good morning. Good morning. Please like and subscribe, please. All right, I'm going to go to Luke Daly's residence. Just give me 1 second. I got to look it up. Okay, let's go to his address. 1 second. Back out of here. Sorry, patient with me. 6230 North. And my fingers are like too Okay, we're going to go to Luke's residence. Now, notice how close that was. Notice how that literally was a hop, skip, and a jump from where it is. Yes, I did see the vigil. It's on my camera last night. We ran the whole vigil. It was beautiful. But again, we want to find Nancy, or we want to get to the point of it. Yeah, I know. Jeffrey, I almost fell asleep too. It was pretty long. I mean, they had good music. I had to take it down because somebody was playing a radio song in the background. It had nothing to do with anything. It wasn't the YouTuber that was sharing the stream. Someone had like a speaker playing a song that no one could hear in the distance, and I got a copyright thing. I didn't get a violation and I didn't get a strike, but I got an email from YouTube at 2:00 in the morning telling me that I need to share revenue, but I didn't even have enough views. So I was just like, I don't want to mess with it. Take it down. It was someone that showed up for 5 minutes and brought a little speaker. You couldn't even tell the sound, and they gave me a copyright warning. So I took it off. It was a beautiful song, but you couldn't even hear it. And I'm like, come on, it's not like I'm adding music to my stream. It was someone in the background playing some sweet, beautiful song for a visual. I'm like, I didn't know the song. I didn't even know. I just thought it was background noise. Okay. All right, Luke. Does anybody know if Luke was completely cleared yet? '62. Wait a minute, we're way out of the place. Hold on. 62 East. Oh, north. Hold on, we got to go north. Okay. 6234. Okay, we're almost there, everyone. I'm going to check really quick in the live stream. I just want to say, his Luke, I don't think Luke's cleared yet, right? Hey, anybody in the chat, do you know if Luke is cleared? Yeah, I know, it is so petty. It was a beautiful visual, too. I would have kept it on there. I had to remove it. I think you can Google it, Peggy. You just call in the FBI tip line. If you want me to find it, I can. Just give me 1 second here. FBI, and then we got a tip line, Nancy Guthrie. Of course, you can't find it. I mean, what the heck is this? I'm gonna have to get back to you on that. I can't believe I can't find the FBI tip line. I mean, what the? I mean, God, how incompetent is this? You should be able to. Okay, 1-800-225. Here, I'll put it in there. 1-800-225-5324. Here, and then I need to here. FBI tip line for Savannah Guthrie or Nancy Guthrie. That's the tip line. Good morning. Please subscribe. Okay, we're going to go back to Luke's house. Okay, so we're at 6241. We were at Nancy's. Let's go to 6280. All right, let's just look around here. Okay, here we are. Wait. $62.60. 6280. Can't tell what side of the street that is. Does anybody? Just go up here because sometimes you can get a better view. What is that over there? I don't think that's the right address.
Dad.
Yeah, hang on. Okay, 1 second. All right, I'll be. Good morning, everybody. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, please. All right, so that, everyone has a white car, obviously, in Arizona, but that was just something I seen. Oops. Okay, let's go back. Okay, I'm going to upgrade to this after the show. Okay. Let's drop the figure by Luke's again because I feel like we didn't get a good view. And then we want to do that Kayla Davis. So Luke. One second. I'll be real quick on Luke Daly's place, and then we can go back to Nancy or Kayla Davis. Let's see. What was that? No, that's a van. Okay, we're getting back to Luke's place. All right, I think there's really nothing to see here. Let's see. Okay, I just want to check one more thing because we see some white cars, which everyone has white cars, but I'm just looking. We don't see any Kias around. Okay, let's check back to. Give me 1 second. Does anybody know like a point of interest for the Catalina foothills where we could get like a. Okay, we're going to head back to Nancy's residence for just a second. Okay. Okay, wait. Let's just see. Let's back out and see where a person would have took. Where's the closest highway here? So they would have went. Here's Nancy's. I don't really see a highway system. Where could we go? Where could we go? There it is. That's how they get out of Dodge, right there. That freeway system right here, the I-10. Here's the foothills. I don't know if you can even like do anything in the foothills. Let's see. It's just homes. That would be a lot to look. Let's see. Let's go back to. Okay, so no outlet like we determined. Now let's go this way. We haven't went this way, so I'm going to fly this way a little bit. Yeah, yep, exactly. But the thing is, we found the Maryvale street shooter, on the side of the street parked. Okay. So when you're able to change the dates on Google, um, again, it's a shot in the dark, but just driving around aimlessly, yeah, you might get lucky, but cars parked on the side of the street from a year ago could help. That's the Maryville Street shooter. Google Maryville Street shooter. It was a 1997 BMW 755i. Okay. I spend a lot of my time door knocking and I'd be going to people's houses. So I'm just saying, um, it is good to use Google Maps for things as well. Okay. And you probably just missed us going on Apple Maps, okay, when we were tracking who was searching her address through Apple Maps during January and December, not only her own address, but Apple Maps. So, exactly. So I'm just briefly going through this and then we'll stop. I'm not going to waste everybody's time all day. I'm just looking at the terrain of the area, seeing the way out to get it out of here. I mean, police can be foolish. The Google Beach killer, right? As soon as they switched the detectives and they got a new prosecuting attorney, they found him within a month. Okay. So you never know what sloppy police work, and we know what Nanos is about. So you never know what sloppy police work can do. I mean, why in the one case are they asking a streamer like myself to help investigate? That's pretty bad when you have as many intelligent men and women in law enforcement. But that tells you one thing: politics are involved. You ever work for a company where you got the one boss who thinks he's so insecure that he thinks he's the best and he wants everyone to kiss his butt, but he's not the best, but you have to make him seem like he's the best? There's a lot of that goes on, not just in corporations, not just in sales jobs. I run my own business. There's a lot of politics in play, and one bad apple can ruin an entire organization. Okay. Okay, so I think we're done searching unless we want to go to does anybody got any other? I'm going to check Kayla Davis's house. Just hold on. I'm trying to see. There's a lot of no outlets. Okay, another no outlet. So okay, 1 second. Let's do Kayla Davis, Tucson. Okay. Okay, I'm going to enter her address in. Again, she's not a suspect. Don't want to get anybody in harm's way. This is just somebody that the media already mentioned. She missed her court date. And for someone to miss their court date is a felony, or at least, or in Illinois, it's a felony, depending on the charge. I think it was a drug charge. So the only reason why I think someone would miss their own court date would be because the FBI might have been looking at him at the time. So maybe there was a good excuse and she got off, hopefully, because we don't want to go after innocent people. That's for sure. Okay. Let's go here. Kayla Davis is, I believe, the girlfriend of Luke Daly. Luke did come out, though, with his mom and say everything is hush hush. Like they hope they find Nancy. Let's go this way for a second. So I want to say, according to Luke Daly's statement, he hopes Nancy is found. Okay. Not sure if he's cleared or not. I think he is, but they keep bringing him back up in the media. Okay, so this looks okay here. Yep, I do too. I think she is right there in someone's house. I feel like the terrain and everything, unless it was a cartel faction, because cartels are ran like organizations. Not everybody's El Chapo. Not everybody's making $100 million. There is all the peasants part of the organization, right? You have the CEO, you have the VP of sales, you have the soldiers, you have the henchmen, you have the street dealers, you have the paramilitary special tier one people. They're probably paid too much. And then you could have the guys that are in the warehouse that don't get paid and see all that money coming back and forth and say, hey, let's kidnap her, because they are bad people. So don't just think because a cartel is worth making $100 million a day that all the people that are part of the cartel corporation, even though it's a violent murder corporation, are making that type of money. Okay. There's many different levels of a cartel, and there's many different sour employees of the cartel that don't make that kind of money. Just check any kind of white Kia. There's nothing. Yeah, we can't really even get to the right date. I don't even know if the Kia was manufactured at this date. So I'm just going to go down the street for a second real quick. Oh, that changed. I thought there was a white car right there. Hold on a second. No. That's nothing. Oh, okay. Is that they were saying the FBI did clear the Kia? Okay, thank you. I was not sure. Okay, let's go back into the Catalina foothills real quick. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Was that the one they kept driving around like 50 times? Okay. Okay, they cleared the Kia. Okay. What about Annie's house? I'd hate to put it in it. Let's see, Annie. Well, there's no point of searching Annie's house, right? Because if the Kia is not the make and model, yeah, Kayla Day. Okay. Hold on, check this out. I could give her a call too. I mean, that's what we do on my show. We will call people. We don't. Okay, let's go to Kayla Day. 1 second. Okay, sorry, people. Okay, we're going to Kayla Day. I was searching like an idiot in the wrong place. You guys got me. I'm sorry. Why is it here? Hold on. Kayla Day's house. Okay, so do you want me, have they cleared Savannah's ex-husband? Does anyone have security cameras? And did anyone see videos from those? Does Annie? We can search Annie. Just 1 second. It's a nice house. Little tractor in the front yard. Wait, is that it though? Okay, let's go to Annie Guthrie's house. I don't think there's anything going on at Kayla Day. And this is from 2023. Do one quick drive-by and then we'll go to Guthrie's house. Annie's. Yeah, there's nothing. Maybe a smashed down road sign. Okay, 1 second. Annie Guthrie. Okay, going to the next. We're going to Annie's house. So someone said they wanted to see security cameras. Please subscribe if you haven't. We are doing a lot of cold cases this week. Oh, there we go. Okay, Annie Guthrie's house. Someone said they wanted to see if there were security cameras. I hate going to private residence though. So let's. These are innocent people right now. Just so you know. What is that? Does that look like a Kia? Or no, the white car is not. Maybe Henny was drunk driving around. Looks like a Honda. Sorry, I can't get the white car off my mind. I understand it's not part of it. None of the family was at the vigil. That's interesting. That's weird. But again, maybe they didn't want to be bothered, right? By like a million podcasters, streamers. I mean, might be kind of crazy. I might hold my own vigil for my mother, especially if I was a famous person. Everyone would be blitzing them probably. That's true. I mean, she does seem a little sus, but everybody does grieve differently. Where am I even going? Sorry, wait 1 second. We got to look at this house. 925 West. Here, let's see. Nope, that's north. Or, I mean, that's going up. I'm going to go on Zillow and see if I can find the actual map of what the house looks like because I can't tell by this address. One second, guys. Okay. Yep, this is her house. It's right here. There's Annie's house. Oh, there's Tommaso with 2 body bags. He looks like he's throwing in the garbage. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, yeah. This is from September 2025. Yeah, I know. I have to upgrade to the newer edition. I'm just looking at this is my first time doing this. I'm just looking at the point of references for the places. What vehicle is that? I know you guys said it was a drunken vehicle, but when I just checked at like 4 in the morning on NBC Today and Reddit, they said maybe it's- all right, so that's a pretty open area. And then let's just do one more thing, and then I gotta let everybody get on with their workday because I have to drive to the ladies to Drew Collins' house. Check out the foothills. I don't even know if you can zoom in there. Catalina Foothills is an unincorporated community and census designated place located in greater Tucson and Pima County. Has a population of 50,000 people. And just to kind of get a search of what it looks like, so there's a baseball field. All right, everybody. I think I got to hop off. I'll be on later. I just wanted to go over some of the maps. I appreciate everybody watching. I'm going to switch it over now to the police scanner, and then JLR will be on. So if you stay on the channel, it'll be police scanner, and then we'll have JLR on because usually comes on soon. So let me switch this over. Just give me 1 second. We're going to go to 857 Tucson in the meantime and listen to the police scanner. Maybe there's something today that can break while we wait. No, that's not it, is it? Yeah, it probably is. Okay. Yep. Oh, there's stuff on the 847 Tucson. So here, I'm going to share the screen with everyone if you wanted to stay on and listen to that, and then I'll be hopping on in just a little bit. Just give me 1 second here, guys. Please subscribe if you haven't. I promise you we have a lot of good nighttime content
3 to 3, please.
on a lot of cold cases.
One Tom 2.
Go ahead.
One Tom 2, reference my current checkout at the AM PM. Can you 29 at late?
Present.
Fire paramedic 122 is back in quarters. Check late 122.
Go ahead.
Hang on, I got 800 people.
Pull me a case number at the same 20, please. Okay. 622.
Mag. Oh. Your ass. God damn it. All right. All right. She's alive.
Self-destruction to event 164.
Permit 819, response 52, Northwest Sarita. Leaving Santa Cruz, headed back to plant 1. For 1 Charlie 10-4. One report. Item 130, let me just confirm for Jeremy Stevens. Copy. Fire engine 379. Engine 379, correct. Fire engine 379, code 2 BLS, please. Check. Paramedic 379. Alright, copy, thank you.
Medic 379, sick person, 8700, North La Troya Boulevard, Unit 2237, 8800 North and 2100 West. Respond on A6 West.
Chief, copy suspended. 10-4. One Tom 2. I never got a return for that. Please you give me. 6 ways. 4 Charlie has 1 for court. 5 for traffic. Good. Yeah, like parking, Evan. 6 ways. Last unit 10. 22 with him. 1 Lincoln Warren, copy.
Check on mover. Ladder tender 9, chest pain, 6420, East Broadway Boulevard, 200 South and 6400 East. Respond on A5 East.
Station just east of Romero and Fort Wolf. Okay.
You two, you copy. I'm with 1 Lincoln 1. 10-4, I have you on the call with 1 Lincoln 1.
Rescue 154. Fall. At 17200, South Lizalita Road.
Rescue 154, you route.
629.
7 I'll be called as well.
629.
One M25. Okay. Going to keep myself and 1 M23 are in our event still, and we've changed location to 3301 South 6. You also. 630. 1912, we say you went to the CRC in Walter. Chief, happy. 630.
724. 724. Can you show me 10 6 for 120? 631. 632.
10-4. They'll be out. 1080 with a CEO at Fairhill and Speedway.
Speedway, what was the cross?
Fairhill.
Copy.
Gotcha. 894. Transporting 1. Go to Van South.
Next time, service 94, Banner South.
Manage 894. We're transporting 1. Code 2 to Van South.
Check and say different.
49 DD. 2 Charlie has 3 report.
Good morning, Station 27. Today is Monday, March 2nd, 2026. This is your morning radio check. How do you copy?
Fire medic 7.
Medic 7, go ahead.
Are you showing us in service?
That's negative. I'll show you the rest.
Thank you, in service. Elevator 241.
Just make sure to see somebody.
Go ahead.
For a minute, you say clearing your returning. Turn back to unit 4.
Copy, sir. Clearing and returning back to EMS.
D1, Fire Nature Unknown, 4439, North Old Romero Road, Unit 50, 4500 North and 1800 West. Respond on A3 North.
Oh, nothing on BLS transport.
Check out P9.
3 Alpha has 744.
Three 386. 386. Good morning, I'm 10-8 Big Green with 3424. Good morning, 636.
Two Bravo has 1 photon tank card. Extension is 845. Right.
657-845 now, CT testing, 6420 East Broadway Boulevard, 6420 East Broadway Boulevard, with 845.
3 digits. Import.
18, 3500 South and 8700 East. Respond on A5 East.
37 West Thurber. 21015, give me case number.
21015. Case number 270027.
Number
637. 6420 East Broadway Boulevard.
Valencia Mark 60 Adam 2 Paul 3. Send me a black Chevy Silverado.
Negative 29, come to me.
What?
Expression 831 2026 2014 Chevy Silverado black in color. Eden tar water. Engine 73, respond code 2, invalid assist 3900 North Steno Canyon Road, 81 by 29. Check on statement for. Negative 29 to 7 valid class D Davis River level 150, black and brown.
What's your name?
Romeo Outer, what do you think?
For 5 LT9 calling.
Fine.
Dispatch copies.
Elevator 63. 1022. Elevator 32. That's 845 LT9.
That's 845 LT9's been calling you. LT9, that's 845. What's going on?
That's 845 LT9. Just advising, it's going to be a warm handoff at the DeVita. Patient will be going to St. Joe's Hospital. DeVita has paperwork for you.
845 copies, thank you. Let's try on also copies.
Good.
1000 North and 1300 West. Respond on A6 West.
I'll take an 84. The RO has an 82 for felony criminal damage. Gotta be 3-16.
116, go ahead.
84 JM1525 in Country Club, just east of.
Copy. Solo 3 DOC, 2616 South Mission Road, Sector 1, Event 0193, 642.
Medic 12, ALS Medical, 8111, East Broadway Boulevard, Unit 159, 100 North and 8200 East. Respond on A5 East.
Pepper, I'll take a second unit. I'm almost doing things.
2 Tom 26, can you attach 865 East University? 2 Tom 26, 10 for it now. And 2 Tom 26, 28, it looks like the subject just got up and walked out. We don't have a description, but stating the owner states that they know who it is. And they're requesting cancellation.
Tweet. I can advise them. Thanks.
643. Tango 26. Tango 26. I have one secure to Sarah at the Acon Course service elevator. 10-4, go ahead. 47825. Loose with prospect. 10-4, thank you. 644. Valley Fire Rescue 154. Rescue 154, go ahead. Rescue 154 is the documentation of details if they're available. G645.
One Arabian 7 good.
What was the South P unit that assisted us with that call reference 3301 South 6 Avenue?
South T32, that was myself in South T42.
I copy. I have one of you guys' handcuffs. What's you guys' 20?
Copy, I'm at 3002 South 6.
10-4, I'll be reference you.
Six or one disregard.
10-4, 646. I'll check to see.
Engine 376. Breathing problems. 30, West Lambert Lane, Unit 130, 10,600 North and 0 East. Respond on A6 West.
Good. 851 is clearing out and returning. Copy. Yeah, 10-4, that's not going to be ours. The sergeant was able to put his cuffs. I have my cuffs on me. Copy. Team 1 unit, you copy that?
It's out of copy.
Yes, sir.
One extra 17 bicycle traffic. Parking trucks.
647. Four three two Tom.
432 Tom.
10-8, go 96.
10-4, 648.
Good. Four messages going. AM 5. A5, thanks. 648.
Tango 26. Break Tango 26. I have one secured Astero on A at Echo Charlie Unicorn 01. It's 10-4, go ahead. 45364. Ronald Prospect. 10-4.
Valencia. No plate. It's on a black Volvo.
Copy, 649.
One extra 2 I'm going to be with him.
10-4. One extra 17. Can I get a 2901?
It's Lincoln 8. If there's a CSO available, I'll take one. Cars unoccupied.
18-4 CSO, Colton, Valencia, North of. Phonetically, Henry Union, George Union, Edward Zebra, first of Ivan, phonetically, Ida, Victor, Adam, Nora, 8/15 of 1984.
811. Wednesday 11. 811 is en route.
Dispatch office 811 en route. Safety breathing problem. 3411 South Camino Cycle. 3411 South Camino Cycle. Space 318. Meds 811.
29, 2020 KTM. Arlo Joseph Adams. 10-4, if you can send that to our screen, please. It's engine 73 available returning.
Maybe 18, you're showing code 2 saying Joe's ED19 transporting to the CRC, 54-year-old male, SI, petition, negative isolation, nothing further.
20 copies.
Want to move forward? Where are messages to? You could send them to E1. Okay. 651.
Fire alarm, this is Meds 811.
Meds 811, go ahead.
811 is responding to Camino Cycle.
Jack, and 13, sir.
Orange 13.
Yeah, Meds 811.
Copy 811, thank you.
Nice.
One extra on 7.
One extra.
I'll take an additional.
It's 84 party pixel. 10-4.
22 to Tom 22. Tom 22, go ahead. He's in the desert area just to your south, walking west. The other west. So can you get a BLS transfer started, please?
Affirmative.
Today, code 4.
Code 14.
55.
840 Chiefy, heart problems, 8111 East Broadway Boulevard, Miss 840.
840 now.
Dispatch office 840, not Chiefy, heart problems, 8111 East Broadway Boulevard, Miss 840.
Now.
Check Miss 840. Medic welfare. Medic welfare.
Myself.
Miss 840.
840, thank you.
I'm 11 to 1 Tom 22.
Tom 22, go ahead.
Staff advising they want him trespass. They also stated that this is his bike over here and he had a metal pole with him.
10-4.
Check Miss 845.
66.
Five eight three code 20.
583 code 100 code 4.
10-4, 804 code 20.
804, code 4.
10-4, 657.
South here. Out here. Yeah. Tom 22, we copy. We're gonna try to cut him off on land side.
17, 1042, up at 1041. Golf 17, going 10-8.
17656.
I think it's Broadway.
Johnny 657.
We last saw him in the wash, just east of Manhunt, north of the complex.
I'm gonna transport code 2, please.
Affirmative.
Lincoln 8. Can you start Gary's for safekeeping?
$377. Breathing problems. 30. West Lambert Lane. Unit 130. 10,600 North and 0 East. Respond on A6 West. Medic 334. Injured person. 6781. North Broomfield Drive. 6800 North and 6100 West. Respond on A6 West.
I'll attach you shortly.
Route 81, code 36%, 2621 North Bahana Drive, 81 by 31, respond on fire.
Down to 2. We're gonna be out. It's gonna be Last of Gomez number 6 now.
Check from Monday, March 2nd, 2026. Airwalk fire.
Airwalk fire copies. Good morning.
Good morning, Carnegie 2 on fire.
Station 181. Good morning.
Good morning, Drexel Heights.
Station 182 copies. Good morning.
Good morning, Drexel Heights fire.
411 copies. 403. 404. 405.
Good morning, San Rita fire.
One for one. 152. 122 to 1U2. Are you able to respond over here, sir?
112.
Number out. 112, good.
We have 110-15.
110-15, 701. Sign on.
Check Nancy 11. Good morning, Helen Peak fire.
280 copies. Good morning.
PO fire.
Station 231 copies. Good morning.
All stations copy except for station 155. Everybody have a great Monday. We care about your safety. 0702.
Station 155 copies.
702.
Control 1, Charlie 74.
Valley Fire, permanent gate 50.
Permit gate 50, Valley fire.
Gate 50 is in service. Good morning.
Good morning, 0702. Finger 26.
Engine 331, injured person, 5643, North Violatito, Unit 4, 5700 North and 1900 West. Respond on A3 North.
635, go for it, thank you. 704.
Three one seven, y'all still go for it? Why, trying to stay on go for it.
704. Engine 701, paramedic 878, respond, code 3 unconscious person, 5506, South Roches Avenue, 136, go for it.
Alright, 15112.
704. Near 5506 South Roches Avenue, respond on fire.
Engine 330, and Medic 350, injured person, 6899, North La Cunniata Drive, 6900 North and 1500 West. Respond on A3 North.
705.
10-4.
We retrieved our tent. Our tent is gone. It's basically just an empty. There's one media outlet out here, and I'll take you out here in a second. And then we're going to go to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I know a lot of you guys are waking up, waiting for some news, good news, any news, all news. Nothing. But KVOA is reporting that they're reassigning detectives to a certain case. They're allocating resources, certain areas, and whatnot. I'll share that with you shortly. But here's the home. So nothing is going on out here. I let some people piling in. I got McDonald's coffee. We're gonna still keep this conversation going. I decided to extend the stay because it's a new week. I think things are gonna be happening soon. Don't think much is gonna happen around this house anymore. But this is where we're at. We're at day 30. It's still no answers, still no more information about the perp, still no more anything about surveillance or anything like that on the vehicle. And here we are. Good morning, folks. I know a lot of people still care about this case. We still want to know what happened with this case. I know a lot of us don't want to abandon this case. We want to stay with it. And I don't know what to think anymore. All these theories and speculations, man. Everything is on the table until proven otherwise. I plan to go to the courthouse today because I wanted to get some court documents on some individuals and just to kind of see what's going on. Maybe stuff that has been overlooked that no one is talking about. Maybe somebody has some stuff in those court filings that we don't know about. So I have a list of names. If you guys got some names you guys want me to check out in the chat, please let me know. Good morning. KVOA put out what KVOA put out. Andrew, who's a good reporter out there, he's out in front of the Pima County. It seems like some of the reporters might be at the Pima County Sheriff's Office stationed out there, KVOA in Tucson. This is coming from the Andrew, who's a reporter. He's been out here every day. Now he's in front of the Pima County Sheriff's Office.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. everyone. Happy Monday. Hope you're having a good day. We are here at PCSD headquarters here on day 30 of this Nancy Guthrie investigation. And we know PCSD is refocusing some resources now. So before, what had happened is leaders would pull detectives from different units, different areas to work on this specific case. But now what they're doing is the homicide detectives are the ones who are working this case. The number is going to change, though, depending on the number of leads and tips that come in. Those are still coming in every day to both 88 Crime and 1-800-CALL-FBI. Homicide detectives, they've been on this since the beginning. I remember the night of February 1st when we were at Nancy Guthrie's house talking with the sheriff. He told me homicide teams were already on this case. So that part is not changing. These teams have experience with this case and have been on it. So what we're seeing now is just the refocusing of some resources here at PCSD. That house, according to federal law enforcement sources, is back in control of the Guthrie family. There's a ton of security up there now. They've got a security system. They've got the no trespassing signs. And we know that this investigation is not cold. PCSD tells us they're going to continue to do this active investigation until all the leads are exhausted or Nancy Guthrie is found. Get the latest at kvoa.com/Nancy Guthrie.
KVOA. Hello. Oh, dog's on the loose. How are you? I know I was, but I'm still kind of waiting. How's it going? Listening to the news? You walk out here every day with your dogs? It's beautiful out here. I know. I don't know. I'm going down to the sheriff's office. I don't think there's anything up here anymore. It's done. There is. I'm sure you appreciate the quiet out here. It didn't bother you. Did you see that creepy guy that got arrested out here for the DUI? He was parked outside your house. Uh-huh. Yeah. Whoa, he came at you? Like he was going to ram you? Yeah. Well, what's he doing over at your house? Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, finally they got him here and wow, what's he doing like around the... They're just sitting there? Yeah. You saw the porn movie shooters. Well, they're denying that it was a porn movie shooters, but they were doing kind of like a photo shoot. It was weird. S&M bondage. Call it which. So you saw that on the internet then? Yeah. Oh, you were driving by. Crazy people. Uh-huh. Yeah. It's crazy. Lock your doors. I know. Yeah. Ireland? Ireland. Go Irish. Will you take care of yourself? You might not see me again. I might not be back here. Well, I'm covering the case, but I might cover a far different location. Maybe the sheriff's office for the day. Right? Uh-huh. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. What state? Iowa? Wow. That's crazy. One of your neighbors offered me to park in her driveway. She said you can park here, whatever. But she said she feels safer with the media out here than without out here. You know, in this situation, because you still don't know who did this. You know, it could be some. Oh, you're at the top of the. I can park there too. Yeah, it's around the corner. No. Just around the corner here. Yeah, they're good. They say that they appreciate us out here because it's like Lavendera. Oh, Lavendera's coming back today. Yeah. I'm here this week. I don't know if I'm going to be here. You know, like how we've been doing it, but come and go just to see what's up and seeing where it's going. We're following the trail. Oh, you saw? You watch. Yeah. What do you think about the mountain up there? Yeah. Man, we went on some crazy roads, man. It was rough. It was beating up the truck. It was closed. It was up the road. It said the gate was closed. Yeah. That's what we were told. We decided not to do that. Yeah. It's so you think it's possible she could be up in the mountains somewhere, like off the road? Yeah, I concur. I know, right? Cornfields? Yeah. Iowa has cornfields. Uh-huh. Yeah. What's your name? Shirley. JLR. Have a good day, Shirley. Be safe. Thank you. Thank you, Shirley. Shirley offered a place to park, too. Neighbors, getting to know the neighbors. Shirley's cool. She watches JLR Investigate. She said she saw us go up in the canyon. She's like, I was watching guys out in the mountains. She's like, you could have took an easier way. Thank you, Shirley. All right. So I've been talking to her each and every morning. She goes out and walks her dogs. Let's go to the sheriff's office. Well, no, hold on. Let me just take you out here to show you the scene first before we dip out of here. We retrieved the tent. Our tent is gone. Our tent is gone. News Nation is the only one out here right now. Shout out to News Nation. Yeah, we made it clean. Look. Prestige. Got all our stuff. So we moved it. Now we retrieved our tent. I don't know whose cones these are. They're not us. All right, so sun has been up over the horizon here. We're not moving on. Just things are probably going to be just more of a lull. I do think the case is dying down, but it doesn't mean that we're dying down. I still want to hear from all of you. We're going to do some call-ins later on. We'll go down to the sheriff's office. What happened inside that home right there? Never give up. Won't give up. Where is Nancy Guthrie? All right. So, where are we going to? Sheriff's office? We're going to go to the sheriff's office. Take a drive with me. Oh, first I want to go to the places that we go. Luke is my... I've got my eyes on Luke. Where are you, Luke? Where are you, Luke? Luke. Where are you? Where are you, Luke? Luke Daly. Some people have him as the prime suspect in this case. Luke Daly. Luke Daly. Nation. News Nation. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Another day, folks. Neighbors got security. Everybody got security around here. The neighborhood has moved on. Day 30. Day 30. 30 days. Still not been found. Here comes the other neighbor, Steve. Here comes the other neighbor. That was a man yesterday. He said he's a Western conservative. Western conservative Steve. Going down to the sheriff's office. We're going to use it as a backdrop. In the meantime, we're going over to Luke's. So we're kind of just zigzagging around, waiting for some action or some news or a new development. What Sheriff Nano's doing about this case. What's this? Oh, being followed. Who's following me? Interesting. I'm being followed. I told Shirley the other day, I was like, I'm thinking about going home. So she said this morning, I thought you were going home. I said, nope, I extended. We can't abandon Nancy. And we have to see. I mean, I want to think that we will get something very, very soon. But in the back of my mind, the reality is this very well could take a year or two to solve. It very well could take another year to solve. So what does that leave us? Just waiting in limbo, forgetting about it? I'm the type of person who likes to start something and finish something. So when we see a start of something going on, we want to see the finish of it. The finish of it in this case is the arrest of whoever's responsible, but it also goes beyond that. It goes into understanding who did this, the background of the perp, where the perp comes from, why the perp did this, who else is involved, etc., etc. Somebody just said in the chat, the two ladies that came with the information wanted to kidnap JLR. I'm telling you, man, I'm sure their intentions were good. They were definitely trying to lure me into their SUV when they said that, well, they know who kidnapped. I really do feel like I was like lured. I feel like I was lured. They were trying to lure me into their vehicle. Maybe not, but I can imagine me getting clonked in the head with a meat cleaver tied in someone's basement. Never be seen again. Plus, they didn't want to be filmed or recorded. Like, you're not gonna record me. I don't want to be recorded. Well, we need to come with us. We know who did this. That's what they said. We know who did this. I said, go to the sheriff's office. ASAP. Go to the sheriff's office. Go to the sheriff's office. All right, turning down here on this road here, we're gonna go check out Luke. Then we're gonna go to the sheriff's office and we're gonna have a conversation. In the meantime, if you guys want to talk, just share in the chat. You want to talk. Phone keeps blowing up. Let's see what we got. Luke. I'll pin the email as soon as we get to the sheriff's office, and then we can have a conversation. We'll use that as the backdrop. We'll sit there. I kind of like the underhanger there. Thank you. Edelman. We haven't given up on Nancy yet. We're not going to give up on Nancy, even if we have to leave the location. We're still not giving up. I mean, we could definitely cover this from Florida, from afar, but I want to be here for the arrest. And that's why I'm here, like, waiting for the next move. That move might not come. The problem, you just don't know. You just don't know. I don't understand how somebody can, like, all the media, like, abandon this case in the thick of things. Like, we're in the thick of it. I mean, they're still investigating, and this case is not solved. It's not over. So why leave? Sometimes it takes a minute, but it just seems like everyone just packed up last week and just said, well. But last night at this like remembrance, a hope for Nancy, there was a lot of media outlet out there, believe it or not. They all came out of the woodwork. So they're all around here still. Look. Oh, look, trash can. Another. Got the trash can. Luke. I haven't seen any activity here besides 2 times a week a trash can. 2 times a week a trash can being placed out there by who? I don't know. One of the callers suggested that Luke's mom knows Nancy in some sort of way. They're like, is Luke's mom a caretaker for Nancy? Has to be some sort of connection here of how authorities was able to go and determine that Luke here was involved here to be able to detain the guy, take his vehicle. Luke. Yeah, I don't know, man. Car's gone. Remember nothing. There's just nothing. There's just nothing here. Like, this whole neighborhood's pretty quiet, though. To be honest. Luke. Camino Escalante. Go right here. Camino Escalante. What now? All right, on the way to the sheriff's office. Let's have a conversation. What next? Linda Mounts. Thank you, Linda Mounts. They had this road blocked off too when they were raiding Luke's from the backside. They had this whole road that was cut off like right around here. They didn't want anyone around. I think it was like right here when they were raiding his house on Friday the 13th. And we know for a fact that the FBI was around this neighborhood searching for surveillance. That's Rudisill right there. First and Rudisill. Is that one Rudisill? Yeah, that's Rudisill. First and Rudisill. Golf course is right over here. When we were searching the golf course, right over here. First and Rudisill. All right. This case is not cold. It's just cold with the media, which allows them to kind of less pressure on law enforcement because they don't got the eyes on them at all. Rudis. What the heck is going on here? Right up here is the golf course on the left. This is where we did a lot of searching right here on the left. An abandoned golf course. But is there other places around here should be looked at? Within this, oh, look, there's some homeless person walking with a bunch of bags on the left. No fact that the feds went here to the Chevron station was asking for surveillance. They told me. See, this is right by Annie and Tommaso's. See, Luke and Annie, Tommaso and Nancy, they're all like within that 5 mile zone. Just makes me wonder here. What players and participants are really involved with this mystery? Seriously. All right, we're going to go down to Pima County Sheriff's. Pima County Sheriff's Office. Yeah. And they were also doing businesses around here too. There's a Starbucks there. I wonder what other businesses we were told they were all up and down these businesses here looking for surveillance. Well, why way over here? Makes it interesting. Up here at the Circle K, you make a right, turn to Annie and Tommaso's home. Nothing going on. It's all close to proximity with one another. Now we're heading downtown Tucson. We're going to Benson Highway. Go back to a location of Sheriff's Office. You can see Tucson in the distance. That's the skyline. Lowrider. Got a lowrider. Maybe we'll walk around downtown Tucson later too. Talk to the people and see if they're aware of Nancy Guthrie and see how many people know about the case and how many don't. No searches planned. Besides that one corner on River and Campbell with the flyers, haven't seen any other flyers, haven't seen people. Last night, hope for Nancy, maybe a dozen people showed up. One of the ladies there was very angry at the politicians here for not doing anything for Nancy, any of the local politicians, none of the mayor, nobody, anything for Nancy. She was outraged by that. She's like, most communities, when someone goes missing like that, they'll hold something, bring people together, nothing. Not a peep from the local government around here. All right, we're on the move. We're going to the sheriff's office. Good morning, everyone. Drinking coffee and Red Bull. Literally, coffee and Red Bull. We're ready. We're ready for action. If there is some action, I don't know. I don't know. I really was pumped up this morning when I got up at 4 a.m. thinking, okay, yeah, something's going to break. Here we are, daytime, nothing. I keep saying to myself, something's going to happen. Something's going to happen here. There's going to be a break in this case. Something is going to happen at any moment. Enough is enough. Like, stand by. Something's going to happen. Something's going to break. Hopefully. We shall see. I am,
In half a mile, turn right onto Arizona 77 South, West Miracle Mile.
Miracle Mile. Miracle Mile. Something's gonna break. Hey, we'll just stay on standby and use a phone for him. And stay at the Pima County Sheriff's Office today, if need be. All right, Miracle Mile.
Turn right onto Arizona 77 South, West Miracle Mile.
I think we're headed towards I-10. I was just trying to see if there's any abandoned mines in the Tucson area, but I couldn't find. They're too far. I wanted to share with all of you like an abandoned mines, because they got quite a few abandoned mines in Arizona. Miracle Mile. Miracle Mile. Miracle Mile. Fairview. smells like a skunk around here.
Camino Escalante. JLR
investigates.
Where is Nancy Guthrie? Back out in front of Nancy. JLR investigates. Day 30. Where is Nancy Guthrie? Back out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home, Catalina Foothills. Camino Escalante, that's the name of the street. And it's pretty much empty out here. Nothing is really going on out here. There's just one media outlet that is out here with a tent. I believe that is News Nation. For weeks, the entire neighborhood was filled with cars. Cars as far as the eye can see, this way and this way, along with a lot of activity going on at the Guthrie home. Pima County deputies perched in front of there, making sure no one trespassed. But guess what? They're all gone. The home here sits empty. No security up. No trespass signs up. There's still a growing memorial outside of her mailbox. Can't park here for a second.
Go past this light. Then, at the next one, use any lane to turn left onto North Freeway Road.
Is this case going cold? Or has everyone just kind of fell back, and just wait for the next breaking news?
At the light, turn left onto North Freeway Road. Then you'll use
Great
the
point.
left
It's everyone falling back and just waiting for the next breaking news when it comes to this case. Whoa. All right. We got a traffic jam up ahead. We have a traffic jam. Traffic jam. One left is News Nation out there. Shout out to News Nation. Traffic jam. Sign. This is Arizona, 1912. Exit. Downtown Tucson. Congress Street, Broadway. Day 30. We have reached 30 days. Month. Official month. Since this craziness has happened. Still don't got answers. Remember when we covered this one? Very next day it was reported. They haven't stopped since. What the heck is going on here? I'm going to be taking some calls from you all. So if you guys want to talk, share your thoughts. We want to hear from the people. We want to hear about how you feel this case is going, what's going on, speculation, thoughts, theories, tips.jlrinvestigates@gmail.com. Just say in the heading, I want to talk, kind of share what you want to talk about. If you're a professional or you worked experience with any type of anything, kind of share, leave your phone number. And I'll give you a call and you can share. Everyone wants to hear about from people. What people have to say while we wait. As soon as I stop at the sheriff's office, I'll pin it. The email. Be there in a few minutes. 7 minutes. We'll be at the sheriff's office in 7 minutes. This is where I-19 and 10 split, just south of Tucson. If you go right, they'll take you to Mexico. That's now the Rio Rico way. If you go left, take you towards El Paso way. We went left. FBI might not even be in town anymore. They might have went back up to Phoenix and kind of just. They might have some agents at the scene interviewing people, but I don't know. We haven't seen an FBI presence since they came to the house, really. It appears they came to that one house for the surveillance. We haven't seen any FBI since they were at the Guthrie home less than a week ago. For the release the home back to the family. The FBI, they all could be gone too. Somewhere in Phoenix. Not so sure if FBI is going to be at the Pima County Sheriff's Office. The FBI. Should the FBI take over this case? Benson Highway. Return. 4 minutes away. Benson. Benson Highway. Yeah. So up here should be turning up here. Turn right a mile. JLR Investigates. We're here at a red light. There's Nancy Guthrie. Literally drank a Red Bull and coffee. Coffee and Red Bull, back to back. Boom! Shot of caffeine. We're ready. Ready for the action. We're ready for Nancy to be found. Safe. Safe. A part of me thinks she's still alive. And this is going to be a miracle. I really do. I don't think this is like just necessarily 100% recovery here. There's a very strong possibility whoever did this just took her, put her in a location, have her there, hunkered down, whatever, piles of medication, or giving her some over-the-counter medication that could help her blood thinner, blood, whatnot. She could be out there, still alive, held up somewhere in the Tucson area in a safe house. It's always a possibility. We don't know who did this. Why, how, who's involved, what type of network is involved here. It's just a lone wolf here, a criminal organization. We don't know. Still don't know. The intent to just take Nancy out and kill her? I mean, kill her in the home. You're just going to take her? Kill her in the home. Why are you just getting rid of an elderly person? Like, it just makes no sense. This makes no sense. And I'll be honest, man. A small slither of me covering this is like, are we all being bamboozled? Is this some sort of hoax? Because I just don't see the urgency here like that. I mean, there's stuff on the surface. It seems like a scripted. I don't know. That's just a sliver of me. You have to be open-minded to the situation when there's the unknown. Like, is this some sort of distraction? Does this really not exist? And this is all just somebody playing a big game with us? I covered the Carly Russell case. She claimed the white man who looked like Ronald McDonald kidnapped her on the side of the road because she pulled over to check on a toddler on the interstate and just hiding out somewhere in Atlanta. She ends up just popping up. Sherry Papini. You just don't know. I mean, what is happening here? I mean, literally, like, I've never seen anything where there's no press conferences anymore. Quiet, radio silent. Uh-oh. I went the wrong way. I gotta go back the other way. I gotta turn around. I went in the wrong lane. I have my volume up. I gotta go down here. Campbell. Oh, this is Campbell. We're still on Campbell. Unbelievable. We're like South Tucson. We're still on Campbell, right by Nancy Guthrie's house. Campbell is the same route. I gotta bust a U-turn here. But yeah, like, what the heck's going on here? I can't even make any sense out of this, man. You got the entire Guthrie family is just like radio silent. Savannah's just giving out a few Instagram, pleading with the kidnappers, offering a $1 million reward. I mean, we've seen law enforcement presence. We've seen the FBI. I've seen the FBI go door to door. It's just weird. Everything is just weird here. It's just so strange, man, and bizarre. I can't even wrap my head around it. All right, I gotta go around.
Right onto East Cayamoleta.
I gotta turn around into the auto zone. Make sure
At the light, turn left onto East Missouri Street.
Missouri Street. We're almost at the sheriff's office, right down the road.
Make a U-turn, then turn right onto South Campbell Avenue.
I will make a U-turn. Auto zone. We're at the auto zone. Dude,
Turn right onto South Campbell Avenue. Then at the next light, you'll turn left.
This caffeine is no joke. This caffeine is no joke. But where's Nancy?
At the light, turn left onto historic US 80.
Oh, okay. We actually went right past the sheriff's office. That's crazy. Man, this is just like so strange. Just this, how this all like transpired. I want to hear from y'all and you, how you feel. Go see if the car is impounded. The impound cars are not available for sight. Nancy's car is back in her garage, by the way. Nancy's Subaru is back inside her garage. Annie and Tommaso's vehicle, it's just part of the investigation. Nancy's vehicle is back, by the way. It's back at her house. As far as Annie and Tommaso's, I have no idea where their vehicle is. I haven't seen it. Honda, I haven't seen it. Where is it? It's just weird. Why the heck would they still keep their car if they're victims? Or we're victims. Leave them alone. It's cruel to talk about them. They're victims, but yet we have their car seized. We're victims in this. We're just going to seize the victim's car. Just keep a victim's car seized, right? Yeah, you're a victim, but we're just going to have your car seized. You can't have it back. Unless they got it back. But it seems like their vehicle is part of the investigation. All right, we're at the sheriff's office. Part of the investigation. Oh, we got media here still. Got some media here. Pima County Bomb Squad. Go right here. Pima County Bomb Squad. All right. Well, SWAT truck. We have the SWAT truck over there too. Ooh. SWAT. Let me say hi to this reporter here. Hello. How you doing, Andrew? How's it going? Is this your new location? Me too. Nothing going on up there. Not a thing. So we're on standby. You're doing great work. I saw your report this morning. You're out here early. Stay safe. Andrew with Tucson News. All right. I like it. All right. So what we're going to do, folks, is we're going to kind of do what we've been previously doing. And I want to hear from all of you. We wait. I think it's pretty cool. I like interacting with all of you. So I am going to pin a comment here. I'm going to pin Sandra Velez says, Sandra Velez calls this Make It Happen Monday. Make it happen Monday. I like that. That's Make It Happen on Monday, Sandra Velez. It is Make It Happen Monday. And we're ready to make it happen. It's a full moon. And there will be a break in the case today. Tomorrow, watch, Sandra says. Thanks for the gas and lunch, of course. Thank you. Keep the boots on the ground. I have no problem joining you in the search. Yes, and you're in the military, Sandra. You said you're ready in the military. I believe you are in the Marine, your former Marine, or you're a Marine. Vet. Sandra Velez is ready. Sandra wants to help with the search. Yeah, Marines get it down like that. Let's bring her home, Sandra Velez. We love the Marines. Bring in the Marines. Definitely bring in the Marines. No, it's Make It Happen Monday. I like that. All right, so I'm putting in email tips.jl. I'm going to make sure I spell this right because we had some JLR Investigates at gmail.com. And then we'll call this Nancy Guthrie discussion. All right. I put it. I'm going to pin this. So if anyone wants to reach out, send me an email. Say you want to talk in the headline, in the header, and then basically is say, hey, what you want to talk about? You know, whether you're a professional, whether you know some expertise in a certain field, a certain theory, you just want to say hi, but you know, kind of talk about this case. We love to hear from people, and I'll continue to keep this here. We'll do this. Sheriff Nanos wants us to go away. We'll take it right here to his sheriff's office, and we'll have a conversation. Derek says, please call me. What's this? Sherry. It's under the email, Derek. Please call me ASAP, Sherry. Sherry wants to talk. All right, Sherry, you're up first, Sherry. You're up first. Let's hear from Sherry. See what Sherry has to say. Here you go, Sherry.
Hi. If you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
JLR Investigates Nancy Guthrie discussion. Thanks. Please stand by while we connect your call. Hello.
Thanks, Nancy Guthrie. Please stay on the line.
I'm not Nancy Guthrie.
Hello?
I'm not Nancy Guthrie. I'm JLR.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for calling me. Let me turn my TV down.
All right, Sherry. Welcome aboard. Good morning. You're the first caller.
First of all, I just wanted to tell you I love you. I started watching you the first day. I'm an artist, and I draw an exact. So don't think that you're exact, but there's a similarity to Michael Keaton about you, and you have his same voice. And I love Michael Keaton, so I just wanted to tell you that. But,
yeah, Beetlejuice. I like Beetlejuice.
Love Michael Keaton.
Yeah, Beetlejuice.
Yes.
Batman. Batman.
You have his personality too. Yes. Oh yeah.
Batman. He's ready to save the day.
Yes.
Maybe we'll get Nanos as Batman. Nanos got to save the day here. What's Nanos going to do?
We can only hope.
We can only hope. All right. So what's going on, Sherry?
Okay.
Let's
so
talk.
What I wanted to tell you is I've had the same theory from the very beginning. I watch a lot of true crime. I watch like all cases, and I really get into them, and I really wanted to go into forensic science and all this kind of stuff. But here's my theory, and so far everything's been right so far.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as soon as I heard that she was missing, I said, I guarantee that there's going to be blood on the porch. There's going to be blood around there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was found. My whole theory is that I could be wrong, but it has to do with the brother-in-law. And I said that before. Ashley Banfield ever said that.
Okay.
I said, because I looked up right away and I started seeing the family members and looked at him. And I thought it was him. And what happened is I don't know if that was like a stage setup when you saw him outside there.
Mm-hmm.
It looks just like him. Like I told you, I'm an artist, and like his eyes. And I said right away, I said, this guy's got a mustache and a beard, not a goatee. And
whoa.
He came out.
So you think that guy's Tommaso in the
Oh, I think so. It looks just like him. If you look at his eyes, how they're set apart, his build, everything, the way he walks, he looks just like him. And they keep saying that Tommaso is taller. He is not. If you look at pictures of Nancy, Nancy, and if you look at Savannah's about 5'10".
Uh-huh.
Tommaso is actually shorter than Savannah. If you look at the pictures, I've looked him up and I've looked up his height and everything I can find. He is shorter than 5'10".
Okay. So, I think he's kind of tall. I think he's over 6 feet because he towers over Nancy.
Not. If you look at the pictures, he towers over Nancy. Remember, she's only 5'4", and people exaggerate around their height. She's probably 5'2", 5'3".
Mm-hmm.
And if you look how tall Savannah is compared to her mother, then look at Tommaso and you'll see. I'm really short. I'm only 4'8" and 3/4". So
whoa.
I know height. I'm really good. I always guess people's heights. So he is about that height. He is about 5'10" or under 5'10". He's shorter than Savannah for sure. Then I researched all kind of stuff. This was like from the very first day and everything before anything was out. And he has conservative, I can't say it.
Conservatorship.
Yes, over the mother. And this is my.
How do you know that? Where's that at?
I've been finding that everywhere. I keep finding all kinds of articles. I've been watching Brian Enton. I've been watching everybody. Ashley Banfield, you name it. Anything I can watch. Vinnie Politan. And they've said that quite a few times. Not only that, what I think it is he's supposedly a teacher, right? He's a part-time, well, he's a substitute teacher is what he does. He's not actually employed anywhere full-time. He is more of a poet, like how his wife is, Annie. And he doesn't work full-time. You can't find him employed at a school. They say that he's there, but he kind of doesn't really work. Now Annie is a jeweler and a book writer. Her net worth is only worth $500,000.
How do you know this?
I've researched it. I've looked up everything that I can find all about it, and I've heard them say that too. Once I researched it.
But let me ask you something. The sheriff has cleared them.
No. He's not too bright. So he says that, and what's happening is he's saying that because he's trying to let their guard down.
You think that?
He's trying to, yeah, oh, for sure, absolutely. He's trying to let them relax and see what's going on because, first of all, that car would have been returned within the first, 7 days. Maybe if they had a little extra waiting on DNA or something, they would have waited longer. But that car would have, they only have one car. And it says they both drive it. But back to Annie. So she wrote that book and everything, and she kind of is a little strange. I'll be honest with you. She has a very dark personality. She writes very strange things. And that house is worth over $1 million. To live in that area, it's over
Which
$1 million.
house? Nancy's home?
And Annie's. Annie's house is worth over $1 million. Now, if you listen carefully, because I've listened to everything that's in the background on your stream constantly, so I gather things, and they said that house, and I looked it up, was emptied for quite a while. The neighbors said it, that they were remodeling that house, okay, before they moved in. First of all, if a house is over $1 million and they remodeled the house, where are they getting this money from? He doesn't even make $65,000. Let's say if he worked every day as a teacher, okay? She's only worth $500,000 because she wrote a book, okay? Where are they getting that money? They got it from the mother.
She made $500,000 off a book?
Yep, that's all she's worth.
I didn't think people could make that much. It's very rare that people make any money off books.
She wrote a book, and I forgot. I don't want to quote it wrong. My mind gets a little foggy. I have a little brain fog with certain things. I have a problem with memory and stuff sometimes. But she wrote some book, and it was on not a best-selling thing, but she did get an award for it, her last book that she wrote. And that's what her worth was worth, okay? And she's like I say, she works as a jeweler, and she makes jewelry and stuff. So that doesn't add up. Where's the money coming from? It comes from Mama. So Nancy has a ton of money. She's lived there for all those years. She has over between a $1 and a $2 million house easily. 4,000 over 4,000 square feet. That's a huge house. Okay, so what she did was they borrowed money from Mom, and they helped them fix it up, how that went. They live in the house, and they said they would pay her back, I bet you. Well, something happened where they can't make the payments or something like that. I don't know if someone has a drug problem or a gambling problem. Something is going on that they cannot pay her back. They just don't have the money to pay her back. And they probably asked for more money. She said no. He's got conservative, or I can't say it. conservatorship over her, that means that he's in charge of her money. And that happened when they bought that house. They've only lived in that house for less than a year.
So you've been studying these people to a T.
Oh, to a T. This is what I do. I get obsessed with stuff and I study. And what happened was it was never a kidnapping. Never a kidnapping. That was all crap with all that stuff on TMZ and everything. That's just a ruse. I don't know who that is doing stuff. And keep in mind, she's a writer, and they said that the stuff was written brilliantly. But you could use AI to write a really brilliant, kidnapping note.
Chat GPS, people say. You could use Chat GPS to end things.
Exactly. And so what I think happened was it was not a kidnapping. They were irritated because they had to pay her back. She wasn't going to loan any more money. They're trying to live like how she's living, and they're trying to live like how the sister's living. If you notice, if you watch the videos when they were on NBC on the Today Show, they don't show Annie's face. They keep showing the back of her. And they keep showing the side of her, and they will talk to her a little bit, but it's mostly they're focusing on Nancy. So it seems as though she's being snubbed. She's not like, she's not the favorite daughter you could see. Because Savannah is famous. So she's probably a little irritated, always in her, shadow and stuff like that, even though she's older. And,
So what do you think the motive here is? I mean, again, the sheriff has cleared them, but I do like to hear from the people. Again, this is, people with the...
Right.
I am
speculation. I'm not an FBI agent or anything, but I'm really good at what I do. And I think that they went in there to actually to get rid of her, to kill her.
For what?
And
what?
I'll tell you, because Tommaso and Annie, since he's in charge of all that, he gets all the money when she dies. He's in charge of everything. He decides where she's buried, how she's buried, what to do. That's what they do. My sister has conservatorship over my mother, and they're in charge of her hospitalizations, her medications, everything. Like, I can't do anything, even though we get along very well. My mom's in the hospital now. So she makes the decision if my mom has to go to a rehab place after, because she can't walk and she's been laying in the bed so long. So they're in charge of all that. So they want to inherit this money. They want to get it moving, whether Savannah gets money or not. They want to get it moving so they have this money, and not these payments over their head and they have to pay her. They went in there to definitely get rid of her. Okay, so that was the plan. At least, I don't know if Annie knows any of this, but Tommaso, I'm telling you, he has friends that are all criminals. All the guys in the band are criminals. He has friends from all over there. So, God forbid, I don't want to say this, but like I say, it could have been another guy helping him too, one of his friends. I think someone went in there possibly intending to rape her too.
Whoa.
I really do. I thought that from day one. I'm not trying to be gross, but
this is getting crazy. I mean, I've never heard of that. That's insane.
I thought he went in there because there's fluids that they're saying, and they're not saying the DNA. They're saying that it's some kind of other fluids. They keep saying that it's either, Cece Moore has even said it's saliva. It could be skin possibly, or they said semen. That's one of the main ones. And they were kind of pointing that, and I've said that since day one. I think they might have raped her.
Oh, man.
What happened was, something happened that she scratched him, maybe pulled the mask off. So she started bleeding. Somehow he either hit her or she was fighting back. Now she's bleeding. And whether there's semen there or anything, there's some kind of DNA on her. So now they had to take her. That's the reason why they took her.
This is insane. I mean, that's kind of, I've never heard that.
This is why they had to take her. I don't think they kidnapped her for ransom or anything like that. They actually took her to kill her, and she's gone. And I'm hoping that they just find bones. I'm telling you.
Yeah, a minute left. Anything else to say?
Okay. Yes, the other thing is my grandmother had a pacemaker and a mitral valve, and you will not live. After you start bleeding, it bleeds and bleeds and bleeds. She bled for 3 days, and my grandmother passed away after that. You just bleed, and without her medication, she'd be dead within the first couple of days, and they should have had some medical expert come on there and talk about that. She's been dead.
Sherry, I appreciate your time. We'll see what happens here.
Yes.
Take care of yourself.
Awesome to meet you. You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Glenn Road says, this caller gets it. The book is called The Good Dark. Road trip to Splinter Collective Warehouse in Tucson. Check your email. Links sent. Thank you very much. All right. What do you think, folks? Oh, it's crazy. I want to talk about blood in the house. Let's see. Discussion. Seeing any experts? We got a lot of people. Barb says, just be aware, it's well known that the perps call into talk shows to give their theories. I hope it happens. And we see it through. Looks like a lot of the media is coming out here to stage. Interesting. Sherry, I have an interesting theory. Cherie. All right, Cherie, you're coming up in the next. We'll hear your theory. Cherie. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Hello.
Hello, JLR Investigates. Cherie.
Hey, JLR. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for reaching out. What's going on?
Okay, I have an interesting theory. You almost hinted on it this morning, okay? And I was like, no, don't say it. Wait till I call in. Okay, my theory is that this was a simple stunt gone wrong.
Stunt gone wrong. Explain.
Okay. For some reason, I feel like Miss Nancy is somewhere living her best on the waiting for all of this to be over with. Let me tell you why I say that, and y'all don't call me no wackadoodle. You know we all got a little crazy, and this is gonna sound a little crazy, but just hear me out. Okay, I feel like there is no coincidence that Pima County has that reality show.
Okay.
Okay. Now, for all of this to be going on during the time that they supposedly have this reality show that's on A&E, a major network, they need to pull off some kind of stunts with these shows in order to get ratings. Now, whether Savannah knew about it or any of the family knew about it, I don't know. That part, I don't know. But that sheriff, I feel like this was some kind of a stunt in order to pull in some ratings for that show. But the reason why I say it went wrong, hold on, give me just a second.
Sure.
Just a second. Okay, the reason why I say it went wrong is because he undercalculated how big the story really was going to be. Mm-hmm. He didn't realize that all the media, including YouTubers and including everybody, was really gonna swarm and catch on to this case the way you guys have. Little kidnapping, let's act like whatever happened, let a few days pass. He swoops in as the hero. They found Miss Nancy and everything is all great. And now you have your ratings for your show. But see, now all eyes have been on him 24/7, and you guys have. Don't be calling me stupid in the chat, y'all. I see y'all.
You see it. You see the comments. Don't take it personal. The people.
I don't.
I watch you all the time. I started watching you with that doggone Diddy trail, Lord, and you had me hooked ever since.
Nice.
So I already know how to chat go. I ain't doing no tripping.
So like I said earlier, is this a hoax? You're saying this is some sort of stunt, and Nancy's alive somewhere, just kicking back, and they're just doing all this in some sort of for ratings. You said for their new reality show, the Pima County Sheriffs.
That's what I feel like. I feel like this is something stupid and something so simple that has blown up and taken on a life of its own, and they never expected it to go this route. Now, what's not clear is who all is in on it. Is it just the sheriff himself and the producers, or is it Savannah in on it? You know, she's the hometown girl, want to kind of give her hometown a little razzmatazz, or is it, you know, the sister and Tommaso? Like, who is it? You know, I don't know who all is in on it, but that's my theory, and I don't know. What you think about that?
I mean, I don't believe that personally. I will say,
Right.
but I get it. I want to hear from the people of what they think. You know, I covered Carly Russell. I don't know if you remember that case.
I do.
Okay,
I do.
Carly Russell, you know, man, you know, looks like Ronald McDonald snatches her up and puts her in a truck after she stops on the side of the highway to check on a baby, and she's vanished, you know, and it was like, oh, kidnapped. And then all the volunteers and search rescues come out, and then it just unravels very quickly as a hoax.
Very quickly.
A hoax. You know, people do hoaxes, you know, there is hoaxes out there. It appears this is real. I mean, we've seen the course of the investigation, FBI agents going around the neighborhoods of Annie and Tommaso. We've seen FBI over there at the Guthrie home, blood. I mean,
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
I feel like all of that is staged. Now, wait a minute. Now, let me say this. I'm not hard on one theory or the other. This is just right. I'm hoping that Miss Nancy is found safe, and I do kind of feel like she's still alive no matter what the scenario. But I just kind of wanted to throw that theory out there because at first I was leaning towards the Tommaso situation, because I do kind of like the last caller say, I feel like that's him on that camera. But also yesterday, see, you had a caller that made a whole lot of sense.
a woman?
A woman, well, no.
A woman as being the perp.
That too. But yesterday there was a woman that called in, and she made a whole lot of sense when she said, why, you know, if it's Tommaso and them, why would they go this route, right? You don't have a body, you know, like, this route makes it so much harder to get to the end goal, which would be the money and stuff. If it's them, why wouldn't they just do like a quick poisoning or something like that? You know, something that it seems to be easier to get away with. So that's Tommaso and them, because this would be like the stupidest route to go if it was them.
Gotcha, Cherie. Well, it remains to be seen what happened here. Maybe your theory comes in play here. Who knows?
Who knows? But I feel like the sheriff is in trouble now, and he can't. If it is my theory, he can't come out and say that. Now he has to play the role, right? Because I think that's why he's been so dismissive too, right? Because he knows what the situation is. I've never seen a sheriff or even a police department be this dismissive about these type of cases. It's just mind-boggling to me.
Thank you for your call. You be safe, and thanks for watching.
You too. Shout out to Texas.
Shout out to Texas. You take care. Let's see if we got any professionals or anyone like expertise in certain fields. I want to talk in the UK. We got a UK caller. I don't know if I can call the UK. Ron says he wants to piggyback what you just said, Cherie. Call me, medical professional. All right. Cosmo, call me. Medical professional. I have theories. All right, Cosmo. All right, you're up, Cosmo. You're a medical professional. Let's see what a medical professional has to say. Cosmo up. Welcome aboard.
The number you dialed is not in service.
Ah, wrong number. Cosmo. She gave me the wrong number. I want to talk about pacemaker. I want to talk. I want to discuss several items with you. The gloves, Nancy's insurance, Tommaso, and the video of the perpetrator. Please give me a call. Gigi, right? Gigi, G-I-G-I, Escobar, Gigi. All right. If I'm not pronouncing your name right, I will, you can correct it. We'll hear. All right. You're up.
The number you dialed.
Oh, more wrong numbers. Unless somebody's like, let me see. Make sure I got this right. Tracy says, I am a nurse. All right, Tracy the nurse. Come on in, Tracy the nurse. Tracy the nurse.
Good morning.
Good morning, Tracy the nurse.
Hi. I just wanted to just give you a couple. I mean, I've been a nurse for over 40 years.
Okay.
So I wanted to talk about the blood splatters because I did send you Ashley Banfield's one of her videos that said a source of hers did find blood in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And the same pattern that's on the porch is the same pattern that is right inside the door in the house.
How are they getting info from the house, inside the house, when that hasn't been released? Are they getting anonymous sources or what?
Ashley Banfield says she has credible sources and that she was told that.
Inside the house?
Inside the house. I sent you the video and I sent you the timestamp.
Do you know where in the house?
Right in front of the door that leads, like the hallway that leads out to the door.
Okay.
So the blood splatter is the same. It's like the drops. So if you Nancy's skin, her skin is very thin. Anything she touches, it can cause her to bleed very easily.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying because of the pacemaker, the medications, correct? Blood thinners?
Yep.
Okay.
The blood thinners. And those are just like droplets. Like if you cut yourself with a knife and you don't realize it, it's just going to drip, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that that's like a harmful thing that happened to her. I think that she tore her skin or something. And then let me just touch on one other thing.
Uh-huh.
A caller of yours had called in. So I just get frustrated because all these people are calling in and doing all this research. Annie does not make jewelry anymore and is posted on Nancy's Facebook page.
That she doesn't do jewelry anymore.
The only thing, and this was not to like 13 weeks ago, is when there's a picture of a jewelry piece that Annie made for Nancy's friend, and she asked Nancy if she's still making jewelry, and Nancy said no. She is focusing on her novel.
So a book.
So only thing Nancy or Annie is doing is writing a book.
Some people in the chat, said that she's, didn't really make much. Did she write another book? She wrote a previous book.
I think she has like 2 or 3 on Amazon.
Are they self-published? Does she have a publisher? I didn't really do the research on, I can tell you I wrote books. I've written 2 books. I got 2 books. I got 2 books on Amazon too, right?
Anybody.
But you don't make much writing books. You don't make much.
Everybody can write a book.
You don't make much writing books. My story, not money. Like
Right.
as the motivation.
And then the other thing I wanted to touch on that she said is that everybody that Tommaso hangs around is a criminal, which is mostly truthful. But one of his band members,
Public defender,
is a public defender. So he doesn't have a criminal record, but which I find is really strange. It will be really strange if anybody gets arrested that is in that band member, if he's gonna be the prosecutor or he would
defense
be the
attorney.
Yeah. So those are just a few things I wanted to clear up. I sent you Ashley Banfield's because I know yesterday I heard you say you haven't heard of blood in the house. Ashley Banfield, in my eyes, is pretty credible, and she has credible sources.
Well, she's also said that Tommaso may be the prime suspect.
I know.
And she has that video still up.
We all say that. Every one of us say that.
Well, maybe gives you an out to not say, 100% that someone did something. Maybe, I think she's, being very careful there, because if you say someone may be the suspect, I mean, that person, Tommaso, can't really seek civil remedy against her successfully. And of course, anyone can sue anyone for defamation, libel, and slander. But by saying maybe, it kind of gives the person an out here, in a sense. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. I think all of the call-ins are interesting, but then I think in my mind that people are going to take some of what people say and run with it. You know what I'm saying? Not everything that we all say is truth. So we're just speculating.
So blood, Ashley Banfield, did she say it, or she had somebody on, or her sources tell her there was blood?
She said it. She said it. I sent you a video and I said, look at timestamp 31.45, and that's where she says it.
Blood in the hallway, splattered blood in the hallway by the door.
Just the drops, the same kind of drops that were on the porch.
Nowhere else in the house.
She did not say anywhere else in the house.
So just say it's by the front door. Just say her sources are correct. That means that she's in an injury right before going out of the house.
Maybe she went in the front door and she scratched it on the door when she was walking in the house.
In the house.
We don't know if she was coming or going in that door. I know the garage door opened, but I mean, I think it was from that day. I don't know.
Well, some people speculate that the blood could have been there another time too. From another incident, or even before she even took the Uber out, something happened. She got some blood, maybe tried to clean it up, just didn't have the time. Then went on her Uber and went on her way.
But if you look at the masked man when he's looking down, that blood is not on the tile.
Oh, interesting.
So we looked at that. So the blood is not there. So I don't know what day he was there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know for sure when he was there.
Well, I think the one that they, were doing the covering and everything like that, the plants, and the camera, whatnot. I think that one particular one was the first. And the other one with the one that's standing there without the backpack, with the backpack on, I think that was really the first. That's the way they put it out. The other one, which was spliced in, it's, it appears to be another date, which is.
Yeah, if that was there on the first, messing with the doorbell, if you look, there is no blood on the patio when he's looking down.
So that means video cut off, Nancy brought out afterward blood.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just telling you from what I listened to Ashley Banfield's.
I appreciate it. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I'm trying to get a hold of a cardiologist. I know quite a few of them. I want somebody to clear up this frickin' pacemaker theory. It's driving me crazy. Everybody's an expert with pacemakers. And only one person can let us know, and it's a cardiologist.
Yeah, let's get a cardiologist. We love our cardiologists out there. Tracy, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. Blood in the hallway. Maria OT says, I want to share my theory. Marie OT. Did you leave a number, Marie OT? I want to talk. Occam's razor. All right. Yeah, but you got an international number. I don't know if I can call an international number, Marie. But let me see. Maybe I can. I think I could call international on my son. Let me see. You got like a lot of like. Let's see if I can get you. If not, I'll give you my number. You can call back. Nah, it won't work. Here, I'll just give you my number. Marie, you can call it. For some reason, I'm having difficulty calling you. So I'll give you a few minutes. You see it, give me a call. But wait till I'm done my phone call with Julia from Ohio. Oh, okay. Notary Republic. Julia. Coming in. Let's hear from Julia. Sir, you're up. You're up, Julia. Oh, not available, Julia.
Your call has been forwarded.
All right, next one. Sharon. I want to talk about Luke. All right. Sharon wants to talk about Luke, one of the men that got detained. Sharon wants to talk about Luke. Luke Daly, the mystery man. Many people feel like that is Luke Daly.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
JLR investigates Nancy Guthrie discussion. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Sharon. How are you?
I'm good, JLR. How are you?
Fantastic. Oh, you got dogs barking.
Yeah, I know. I said hello. He thinks somebody's here. Listen, I'm not going to take a lot of your time.
Sure.
I want to say thank you to taking the call and thank you to the viewers.
Yes.
Okay, let me tell you what I'm thinking.
Okay. Go for it.
Luke.
Luke.
We're missing this whole thing. Kayla Day. Here's what I have found so far.
Okay.
Nancy's father, his sister, had a daughter named Terry. Terry's daughter is Kayla Day.
Are you sure about this? Because some people are debunking that and saying no connection whatsoever. But there is a Guthrie kind of name, but it's not connected.
Okay, I will email you her obituary. I got the obituary.
Okay.
So I will email you the obituary of the aunt. Now, let's go on the theory that it is true, because we have to remember Kayla Day was taken into custody one day before the raid on Luke. Now, is Kayla Day the cousin that played the kidnapping? If not, let's find out who Nancy's cousins are. But here's my theory.
Mm-hmm.
If Kayla and Luke got arrested in 2025 on drug charges, they could owe somebody. Nancy is an elderly woman. I'm 58, and I know my grandfather, before he passed, old school thinking, you had to have 6-month living expenses on hand in a safe at all times, in cash. What if they got in trouble with that drug deal? Maybe they owed somebody money. Kayla would have known, saying she's the cousin, that Nancy had cash in there. I don't think they were after jewels and stuff. But Kayla would also know how to get into that garage. And, remember there was the button on the side. Kayla would know how to get in there. Is that Luke in the mask on the front door waiting for Kayla to open the door?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm wondering. If they tried to steal cash and something went wrong, maybe they didn't mean to wake Nancy up and she woke up. And then I don't know if they've heard her. I don't know beyond that. My theory is Luke is involved and the cousin is involved. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to email you this obituary.
Mhm.
I have also seen where they have said there's the connection, but it's not. But it's kind of weird that Savannah's father, his sister, her daughter, and her granddaughter all have the same name. But do I have 100% proof? Absolutely not. So that is my theory, that maybe they were looking for cash. My guess is if she's got that much money, she's got a safe with cash in it.
So you have your eyes focused on the Luke Kayla Day connection.
I do. Yes, I do.
Because of the raid and...
Oh, and one more important thing. If you go back and listen, because I did, that sheriff, when he cleared them, he didn't clear the family. He said Savannah, her siblings, and their spouses are cleared.
Okay, say that again for the viewers.
Okay. He said Savannah, her siblings, and their spouses are cleared.
Mm-hmm.
He said the family, Savannah, or he said Savannah, exact words were Savannah, her siblings, and their spouses are cleared.
Well, that would be Annie and Tommaso, correct? Would that would be in the mix?
Yeah, they would be clear, but it does not say the entire family, extended family, like nieces and like that. It only, and he specified the siblings and their spouses.
Mm-hmm. And some people have extended family of the Guthries, like beyond that circle that we're all familiar with.
Right. So anyway, that is my theory. You're doing awesome. I started watching you back in Pennsylvania with the escaped prisoner.
Yeah. Crazy
And I've been hooked since, and now everybody I know is hooked. So keep up the good work. Thank you to all the viewers. Happy March, and I'll keep watching. We'll see where this ends.
Thank you, Sharon. You take care, and thank you for watching.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Sharon. Miss Escobar wants to talk. I'm going to try it again, Miss Escobar. I'm going to try it again right now. Gigi? But we focused on Miss Escobar. Come on in.
JLR, how are you?
Hello, is this Gigi? Gigi?
It's Gigi, yes.
Gigi.
Mm-hmm. Yes. How are you first? You okay out there?
Yeah, we're under a hangar here looking at the sheriff's office bomb squad.
Oh, okay. At least you're in a safe spot. So here's my theory.
Go for it.
First off, they're talking about the gloves. I order supplies for over 26 years. So what I'll tell you is they don't have on gloves. It's a thicker glove, 6 mil. The mils are the thickness of it. Like when you buy a trash bag, some are thin, some are thicker. It's just a thicker pair of those gloves. Now, who would have a thicker pair of gloves? Where would those, because they're very expensive when they're thicker, okay? So who would have that glove? Chemists, people that use hard chemicals, you know, so that when you use the nitrile gloves, and let's say I'm just messing around with some nail polish remover, it'll eat that up if it's a thin glove. If it's a 5 mil glove, it won't eat it up. And then it goes up 6 mil, 7 mil, all of the rubber yellow gloves we wash our dishes with. That's number one. Number two, the insurance. It's very suspicious that no one spoke of how much life insurance. Does Nancy have life insurance? You know, no one's brought that up. And I feel like that's a huge thing. The house is a huge thing. Because after so long, if the person goes missing, then they get declared dead.
Yes.
I don't know what Arizona's thing is, but that's enough time to wait if you're going to gain life insurance and $1 million. Okay.
Let's go back to the gloves for a second. You know, some people are saying in the chat, biology teacher.
Could be.
You know.
Very well. Very well. Now, and with that JLR, if he's substitute teacher. He snatches a couple out of a box, and class put him. Going to go all the way to the school thinking, oh well, yeah, maybe he snatched some from his biology class over here at Mount whatever school he was subbing at.
Mm-hmm.
You see that part? So they won't be able to find those gloves in his possession to trace them.
What about pool cleaner gloves? Pool cleaning.
Could be. Very well.
So you've been studying these gloves.
Your exterminator wears those kind of gloves. Okay. All the people that handle chemicals that could potentially have been around it.
Chemicals.
That man, you know how hard it is to put on double nitrile gloves without powder in them? It's almost virtually impossible. They're not double gloves. It's just a thicker middle glove.
And they could put it on themselves. Somebody could put them on themselves.
Exactly. Slide it right on and off. And if you're not thinking of the aspect of supplies and how they come and the variations of them, you'll skip right over it. You just think they're just regular old black gloves.
So where do you get these gloves at? Like like what store? Like
so like a school, let's say a school would have a vendor, okay, like Cisco. You can buy them from Cisco, like the food company. They also offer gloves. You could buy them pretty much. You can go on Amazon and buy them. You just put in nitrile black gloves, 5 mil, 6 mil, and it'll show you. And they're a lot more expensive than just the cheaper ones.
Well, do you think those gloves are the same gloves that were found on the side of the road with the picture?
Absolutely not.
You don't think so?
No. Listen, this person was so covered up. You couldn't see one iota except for the eyes and maybe the partial mouth, okay? There's no way they just threw a glove out the window a couple blocks up. There's no way. No way. Too calculated, lady. You understand? They're very calculated in a sense of, I don't even believe the video's real. Me personally.
You don't?
I think that, no, because they move it like a Neanderthal. No one moves like that in real life. AI does. Okay, the eyes don't even look real. They look like a taxidermy eyeballs. No, and why is it that the guy that is the second picture on another day doesn't have a face?
Yeah.
No, we all have to remember. Okay, my dad's retired cop, sister's a prosecutor. We have to remember they will lie. They will lie to us, put fake evidence out there.
You think so? They really do that?
Absolutely.
You come from a law enforcement family?
Absolutely. Yes, I do. And I have both sides. I have cop and prosecutor. Okay. And yes, they will lie. They will lie to the perp. They will lie to the public. If that's what they need to do to solve the case, then they will do it. Absolutely. And I don't believe that video is real at all. That's where there's no time stamps. I don't believe it for one moment. How is it that you got video from when they first showed up, but you don't have nothing from the ending of it? When you go back and look, the ending would be first.
Yeah.
The first wouldn't be first. You understand what I'm saying? So if you got a camera on top of the house and a camera over here, they're just pulling smoke over it. Mind you, the video, Nano said, oh, we can't recover the video. His people said that. Okay, they clowns. Fine. FBI comes in, and the next day we got a video working with Google. Nah, I'm not buying it. Not buying it. Not buying what they're selling. I think that video is just to irritate the perp, to agitate them, to draw the ants out of the ground type of thing. And just because, JLR, they say that they're cleared when he said they're cleared, don't mean they're cleared forever.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to tell, if they thinking Tomiso and Annie or whoever in the family unit, for crying out loud, Cameron, he over there quiet. Nobody talks about him.
Nobody talks about Cameron.
Nobody talks about Cameron. Cameron says little words, and that's suspicious if you ask me. Oh, help mom, bring mom home. That's suspicious. Okay? If you think about it, if we are sitting here trying to put it on, like we got them on the hot seat, Tomiso, he's the one, but there's no proof. Okay? You have to have the evidence. You can have whatever theory you want, but you have to have hardcore evidence to take this to court, to take this to get an arrest, okay? And I'm telling you, they will say you're clear because they want them to be comfortable. They want them to make a mistake. They want them to make a move. They want to make that phone call. Trust and believe there's taps on all their phones.
Yeah.
You better know taps on all their phones.
Yeah.
You better know that. If you handed it to the FBI, oh, there's taps on the phone for sure.
Some people say, you know, to say somebody's clear because you don't want to spook them and have them lawyer up, and that's your way of communication's done, you know, once somebody lawyers up.
Another reason. If you say you're cleared, it gives a person, if you know good well you sitting in that office, right, and talking to those folks, and they say, yeah, we're going to clear you because blah, 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 blah. That gives a sense of relief and calm to that person, okay? If you know you did it and you're involved, and I'm not saying, even if that video is real, I am clearly not saying that is Tomiso. But Tomiso...
you call him Tomiso. Tomiso. Is that how you say his name? Are we saying his name wrong? Is it Tomiso or Tomaso?
Tomaso, Tomiso, whatever. Long A, short A, it don't matter.
Yeah.
He's shady. Let's call him Shady Dude.
You really think he's shady?
Absolutely. 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 And Annie does look like she's a bit of a battered, controlled woman, the way she's a bit of a battered, controlled woman, the way she sits there. It's just all over her body.
As if Tomaso's doing something to her.
As if, she's a controlled woman. Whether he putting his hands on her, he verbally controls her, he controls the situation. And the lady before just called and said, oh, he had power of attorney about her conservatorship. Now, that's the same thing Britney Spears was under, okay? That's what Wendy Williams is under, okay?
Uh-huh.
Now, why is it that Tomiso turned around and gave power of attorney to his wife? And don't tell me it's about that house, because that's hootenanny, okay?
Yeah.
That's hootenanny. You know people I know bought a house and never had to do that? What are you talking about?
This is crazy. I mean, you know, and I appreciate your perspective. I want to hear what everyone's thoughts are. You know, I don't know what to think. You know, again, I want to hear from all of you to hear you guys' perspective.
It was never a kidnapping, JLR. It's never an abduction. It was a straight snatch that lady and kill her. And they had so long. That lady could be in another state, buried under the ground, never to be seen again.
Well, to get over to another state is pretty far. It's pretty far to get to another state right now. You know, it would require an 8-hour round trip for any state.
Yeah, but what if she left? What if she left and never went back to that home? That minute garage thing is suspicious. I can't get into the house, and I'm in my 50s that fast. Okay, in pretty good shape. Mm-hmm. I can't even do it. So what if that window starts there? Okay,
mm-hmm.
And they off the lady. We don't know that blood on the front is from that. The only people that can say that blood wasn't there prior is Annie and Tomaso, because Savannah wasn't at that house. She was in New York.
So you're just getting bad vibes by them, and you think that these guys are involved.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, and the fact that I'm gonna tell you, if my in-law said in America said I was guilty of doing something to my mother-in-law, promised that I don't care if they didn't want me to be up there with them. I will go to JLR. I will go to somebody to tell my story, because I'm going to speak up for myself. You're not going to blame me for harming my mother-in-law, and I don't say nothing, not even like have somebody say it on your behalf. And another
or a lawyer. Where's they don't have a lawyer that has been speaking out. I mean, the sheriff spoke on behalf of them. I guess that's their representative, the sheriff, because the sheriff said anyone discusses that type of family and it implies that they've done something just cruel.
Right, because he's going to try to play on heartstrings of people. Because you know what? America moves off emotions, okay? Most women move off of emotions, but I'm going to tell you, no, I'm taught never ever move off of emotions, because you make a bad decision, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's doing. He's trying to play on everybody's emotions. Oh, we're giving the house back. Oh, who in a right mind would want the media to go away? You know how many missing people out here want just one cameraman on their story, that beg YouTubers to air their stories, and you running these people away? No. It's this whole entire, it's shady that Savannah never had a PR person. It's shady that Savannah never had a leader. have. This is all weird. This lady's worth just on a contract for $40 million, bro.
Yeah.
And how was the mom really paying all her bills? Her taxes was upwards of $14,000-$15,000 a year.
Woo! I'm not a tax guy, man. A tax guy. These people's homes taxes are reaching over 10K a year on a lot of these homes.
That's why I Googled it. I said, how much would that lady's house be worth in the Catalina foothills today for her taxes? What is the voucher?
Yeah.
It said between $13,000 and $15,000.
Ooh, it's a lot.
That old lady is paying that. She must have saved every dime of her money.
Yeah. I appreciate your insight and your perspective of the situation. Hey, I could talk to you more. You want to keep talking? Go for it. Go for it.
Listen, this is my thing. I did go to school for criminal justice, but I didn't complete my degree. But this is the talk in our family all the time when we get together. It doesn't matter. We're always talking about the crimes and how it can be solved and where they went wrong. And I just feel like the FBI is not going to work as hard on this as they would if nanos would allow them to do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's too many cases the FBI have to worry about to just sit here and argue with this man. That's why they packed up and went back to Phoenix. That's exactly why. They're gonna have a couple signed, but it ain't gonna be no army of 400 people working on it back at Phoenix on their computers. No way.
What in your mind you feel like Annie and Tommaso are involved or something to hide and stuff? What could they do to clear their name? You think that's the best thing they could do to squash this? Everyone blaming them type of deal. And a lot of people blame, not everyone, but people blaming them or people prying into them. What could they do?
Find another perp that they have evidence that did it. That's it. Because I think America, and this has nothing to do with Ashley Banfield for me. It has to do with you were the last one seen with this woman, man. That's it. Simple.
So you think as long as the perp's out there and not arrested, there will always be cloud of suspicion with these people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they will always be looked upon with a side eye by America. Yes. Yes. And the way the lady, man, listen, first and foremost, we must remember Savannah is a paid actor. Okay, that's number one. Number two, look at how the sister and brother was sitting up there.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't look genuine at all.
It was interesting, I'll say.
I mean, it didn't look like your traditional situation where families are doing pleas. And they didn't even say to their mom, listen, do what they say. Don't argue with them. Don't fight with them. We want you to come home. Every missing missing person case, the family gets up there and does say something to the person that's captured, as well as the bad guy that took them.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything about her to her mom. That's weird.
You see the images of Annie and Tommaso hiding their faces?
So what?
Privacy.
I would roll, if it was my people, I would have rolled the window down and be like, thank you for all y'all being here. Thank you. Keep putting the spotlight on my mama. I want everybody to try to help find my mom. I would have never covered my face. Are you kidding me? I'm running to the microphone. I'm getting out there searching with them.
It's wild.
They're not waiting 30 days to give up $1 million. I don't give a beat with the FBI. I said, that's my mama. Okay? And guess what? I would have put my own reward up. I wouldn't have waited no 30 days. Sorry.
You should some people are saying you should get a podcast.
I know. A lot of people say that I should, but I just don't know how to do it quite yet. But one day.
How's life living with both a prosecutor and a cop? Like, what's the dinner table like there?
It's very debate. It's a lot of debate going on, back and forth and back and forth. Yep, it sure is. And I'm gonna tell you, as a kid, what I learned how to do was answer questions correctly and pay attention and listen attentively. Yep. To every little thing that someone says, their body language, because my dad be like, you're lying. And he knew when I was lying. He knew. They can tell.
I want to bring you back in a couple of days. So, shoot me an email in a couple of days. And, if more, I want to get your take. I enjoy talking to you.
You too, JL. Be safe out there.
All right. Take care. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Michelle Corley, I'll read your emails shortly. Thank you. And let you know what I think. Chris Roach wants to talk. Chris Roach Investigates. Let's get Chris Roach Investigates up in the chat. All right, Chris Roach, I'm going to give you a call. I'm going to give you a call. Chris Roach Investigates. We've spoken to him before. He's up on X. Come on in, Chris. Shooting me a message saying he wants to talk.
JLR, good morning.
Good morning, good sir. How are you? Chris Roach Investigates.
I'm well, thank you. But no, you're reaching out to a caller that previously called you. This is not Chris.
Oh, it's not Chris?
No, sir.
Oh, sorry, wrong number.
No worries, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, wrong one. I don't know how I got there. Where did I get there? Oh, okay, yeah, but it was the same area code. Oh, that's strange. Strange. All right, hold on. That was different. Okay, yeah, the number was so similar. Both have the same area code and prefix. That's wild. Hopefully I reach Chris here.
Hey.
Hello, I called somebody with the exact same phone number, literally area code, and prefix was almost the same.
Wow.
I called somebody before. You got an Ohio number, don't you?
I do. So I was listening to some of the other callers. I just wanted to kind of share just some facts. I know a lot of speculations going on with people. So let's back up. The first caller that had mentioned Annie's home being worth, $2 million. That's not correct.
That's not correct, right?
They did purchase a property in February of 2005 for $647,430. Per the assessor site and the Zillow site, her value is around $650,000. So that's way off from that $2 million that you're talking about. So that's fact number one.
Mm-hmm.
Fact number two is Nancy Guthrie's property is in a revocable trust. So in order per Arizona law, and I went through this with my grandfather, so we all still, I think everyone in the crime community, including myself, I think we all still have Annie and Tommaso on the radar. But here's the thing is, if they were looking to get some type of money out of this, Arizona has what they call this 5-year period where you basically start off with, you have to first off, well, let me back up a little bit. So in this revocable trust, I'm pretty sure the beneficiaries that would go in case Nancy were to have been passed away would trickle down to the kids, just like it would with my parents. So Savannah, Annie, Cameron, they would probably be listed as beneficiaries in this trust.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if she had a will, that would be where all the funds, all the assets that would go to. So this whole person, I actually looked this up. I think I have some inside information. It's not public information, but there's no survivorship that Tommaso has over Nancy. I think that's far-fetched. It's just not even common sense, because for me, it would be the kids. They would be in the will, and they would also be in the trust, the revocable trust. So in the trust, so how it works is first you would have to file for probate court, and then you would have to have a hearing by the court, and then that would go into the estate if we're assuming she's actually dead. So then someone would actually have to claim her dead by a judge, and then it would fall into the beneficiaries that would probably, they would go ahead and make someone the assessor or the person that's basically in charge of the estate. Kind of like the same thing happened to my grandpa. My mom was in charge. My mom's got 4 sisters and a brother. So my mom was considered power of attorney or the person of the estate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if we're looking at the angle that Tommaso's going to get all this cash, that's just bullshit. It's not going to work like that. I mean,
what you're saying is it's a lengthy process.
It's a very lengthy process. This is not something that would just be like, oh, Tommaso's in this, he's got debt up to his brains and he's in this drug ring and he's going to owe somebody. He's not going to get any money quickly. So
unless it was a ransom and the goal was to obtain money quicker through the ransom aspect.
Right. I mean, that's always been my take, has been this was a way to get money quickly, and it backfired. And the backfired, what I mean is Nancy died on day one, and they were not expecting that. So I still go back to what's the motive here? And we really don't have a clear motive. Who wants to kill an 84-year-old lady, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, everything that comes back to me, I mean, the feds are having a very difficult time tracking anyone by geofencing that was in that area by phone. That's how they caught Koberger. The dumbass turned his phone off. He had that time period where, he had his phone all. They're researching this to a T to see how many people actually their behavior has changed, where kind of like me and you, we probably never turn our phone off, right? And then magically, during this little time period that we're investigating, you had your phone off for 6 hours. And that's what got Koberger caught, not only, the DNA on the knife sheath, but I think what we're working with here, and this is kind of telling a story based upon the media scattering out, FBI kind of, going back to operations. I think what we're dealing here with is we're dealing with someone from Mexico. This is international. They used walkie-talkies. Walkie-talkies don't have an ability to track by Wi-Fi, no signal, no geofence signal to be able to track these people.
But let me ask you something there and cut you off for a second. Walkie-talkies, and I'm very open-minded to that. When they do the geofencing or the FBI cast, how far out are they looking for numbers? Are they going a mile out? Are they going 2 miles out? Because don't you think the purpose would at least have to have a phone to arrive somewhere close to the scene, then turn their phones off? Or do you think they actually, from the location they started at and just literally had no phones whatsoever and just used walkie-talkies?
I mean, that's what it seems to me, is they left those phones far, far away, perhaps in Mexico. And then, like I said, those walkie-talkies, I've used these before. You could travel up the interstate and be 5-10 miles ahead of each other on walkie-talkies and communicate, and that's untraceable.
Yep.
You cannot trace any. So I think the only way that they are going to catch these people is they are car chasing right now. They're going through video footage, frame by frame, and trying to figure out what kind of vehicle they are looking for. That's the only explanation I can have at this point. 30 days in, and they don't got anybody. This was very methodical. I was over on Mel's channel. I did an interview with Mel the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about a lot of different things. And, 30 days in, they would have some type of idea of who they're looking for. But for me, it just seems like this was very, very well planned, very methodical. This wasn't just someone decided to, I'm going to go over to JL's house, I'm going to rob him tonight. This was very methodical, well planned out, very organized crime.
Did you hear about the last caller about the gloves? Like, these certain gloves. What
I just think, I think these people are savages, man. They don't care about human life. They don't have any empathy. They don't have any emotions. These are what you would consider like gang members. And there's a possibility, walkie-talkies were used, gang signs were used, where they communicate by hand gestures.
What kind of gang, though? Cartel, Tren de Aragua, MS-13.
You know, in Arizona, there's a lot of Sinaloa cartel members there, which is, I mean, this has the earmarks of. It's hard to say when you say cartel, you think of Mexican cartel. Just, you know, they're going to come in, blow your head off, and just leave you laying there. I mean, I don't think this is cartel, but it's organized crime where it could be gang related, organized crime where we're talking like the scum of the earth, you know, type people that committed this crime. But I do think there's a main player in Tucson. There's a main player that had all the inside information that gave these people from Mexico the information. Now, is that Tomasco? Maybe. I mean, you see where I'm kind of going with this? I mean, there has to be someone that gave the intel, and that's someone local. But he's not the main player that actually took her.
I will say some people suggested, and we'll go back to, you know, some of the bandmates that are affiliated with Tommaso. One is a public defender. One, as being a federal public defender, they deal with these type of people as defending. You know what I mean? They defend, you know, gang members. When you get federally indicted and you've been federally in trouble before, it's those type of groups and individuals, you know, and maybe it was recruited that route. I'm not saying that, it's just speculation. As a fact, I'm not saying that as fact, but speculation. You know, some angle like that, some bad actors in that mix. Because how is Tommaso, if people want to think Tommaso's involved, how is he just going to recruit cartel gang members? Like, there has to be some sort of connection for a motive to do this. Like, get somebody else to do it. I want this job done. I want this job done. I want this woman out of the house. I want her gone. Okay, but how are you even going to solicit that type of help?
Right. That's where I kind of have a dead end. Is I don't see him being able to do that. So it makes me, that's why you have FBI and you have all these investigators just scratching their head just like me. I'm just like, okay, well, you kind of go so far and then you're just like, okay, well, this doesn't make sense.
It makes no sense, because then it just takes, okay, keep Tommaso out of the mix. He's done. He's not involved whatsoever. But who would want to do an operation like this and take out 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie? What organization and why would they do this to her? It has to be something with Savannah at that point. Or do we just take it back to, hey, we're just a burglary ring and we just happen to just stumble in this house? I mean, to me, it was like you said, like a burglary, just a simple burglary, targeted burglary. They're not going to go with these type of gloves and, like you said, channels of communication and get rid of their phones. There has to be something to it where it's more than just a burglary and they just want Nancy for some reason. But who?
That's the $1 million question. Like, I was at Target yesterday and I saw these magazines, and sure enough, there's Savannah Guthrie and Nancy Guthrie on People magazine and one of the other magazines I'm checking out at Target. And I'm like, it's just, this whole case is so bizarre. It's so weird, and it's so hard to, that's why I think there's some type of very organized crime, or hell, this could be cartel related, but it seems to not really point that direction. It still feels like there's someone local that provided a lot of inside intel.
For this job to occur, for a job to occur, then takes it up, and you know, some organization gets involved. Organizations sends the low level people to go do it.
Yeah, it's just, you know, we don't know. That $1 million question is why her.
I personally think, you know, I don't think Tommaso's the one in that, you know, in that video. I don't think that whatsoever. I think Tommaso's much taller. He's definitely
not porch guy. So the porch guy for me, this is just me talking. The porch guy to me looks like he's some type of Arabic. And why I say Arabic is because of the dark eyebrows. He reminds me of the what's his name, Louis. Who's the Louis guy that killed in New York, that killed that CEO of the insurance company? What was his name?
Luigi Mangione.
He reminds me of kind of like he would be that look. What is his ethnicity, Luigi?
Italian.
So this is not a white guy. this is definitely not Tommaso at the front door. It does, and also what I keep sleeping at night is that person in that video has got a specific walk. It's not a normal walk. He looks like he's got like a hip problem. Because you can tell when he there's two things I've noticed, and I've watched that video hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. They keep repeating it. And every time I look at it, I see something new. And there's one thing the other day that I found out is he actually takes a glance back. If you look multiple times, he takes a glance back at the street. And I didn't pick that up in the first couple of weeks. And then now you also just continuously watch him walk when he steps off that brick at the end. He's got like it's almost like one leg is shorter than the other.
Listen, I'll give you my opinion, right? Basically on that perp there. And I'm very open-minded to that. When the perp looks like he's kind of with his head down, walking towards the house there, and the attire, I'm telling you, for me, I'm open-minded. It reminds me of these people that crossed in through the southern border in Cochise County, that you would see a line of them. You would see these lines of people when Border Patrol, and they would have the aerial shots and the infrared, and you would see these groups of people sneaking over the border. They have all their knee pads. They have all their like camouflage backpacks, and they're all like walking with their head down in a line after they crossed over and trying to sneak in. They're called the gotaways. That's who that person reminds me of, honestly. Like some gotaway group of their. I've seen them, especially in southern Arizona towards Cochise County, Naco in that area. That they'll come across. They sneak in at night. They have backpacks. They have knee pads. They're wearing camouflage or that type of light type clothing, and they're walking in a pack, and they're just blending in through the night. And that's that's who this person reminds me of. I do think the person's international. I can't say it's Arabic, maybe somebody from south of the border here in Central America somewhere, but that's just what it's like a sleeper cell, man. I've personally seen these type of individuals, but I'm not. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, it also like how many people use a bike light?
Well, that the people across the border use those type of things to come and go. You need light.
Like,
you need light to go through.
That means for me, that person or persons. I think there's at least 3 people involved in this, not just one person. There's no way you can convince me on one person. This was 3 people, and that bike light reminds me of like you need to be hands free at all times. That means this person has done things before, because who the hell would think of that, to have that? I mean, I wouldn't personally even thought about that. I was like, man, this really makes sense now. I mean, this person or these people have done this stuff before. This was not their first time rodeo, in my opinion.
You could say a migrant burglary ring, but you watch the videos and clips of other athletes that got targeted. There's a big thing around the country. It's South American migrant burglary rings that go into communities and disable security systems and break into rich people's homes. And they do the research on people. They do the research on their targets. They do wealthy people. They do Asians, Hollywood celebrities, athletes, but they do the whole research. Like they find out where they live. They find out their schedule. They find out they're not there. They know how to disable. But even some of the footages that have been leaked of these migrant burglary rings, they're not all decked out like this perp was.
Yeah, these people came prepared for sure.
They came prepared. They came for more than, to me, a mission of just simple burglary.
It isn't just for you. So when we see the other photo, I think those are 2 separate people, because the one guy looks like he's a little bit overweight.
It does. They look like 2 separate people to me.
Yeah.
One looks like
and I believe, honestly, I think that second photo they threw up, I think that's from February 11th. I think this is the person, that second person that they show in that photo.
Yes, without the backpack.
Is the Tucson local person that was doing surveillance for the people that came and got her. That's just my opinion.
Could be. And I do think February 11th or the 16th, somewhere in that range, is a target date that prior photo, that prior image was taken. It's just the pieces are saying February 11th around there. And I've also heard the 16th, but somewhere around that time prior, a couple weeks prior, that perp
Yeah.
or that people involved with this, somebody was around that home.
Yeah, and so for the listeners too, Annie and Tommaso did get their car back. That was returned this week, so
that was returned.
It was. They did pick it up. It is returned. So just try to keep facts on the table.
How do you know that? Where are you getting that from?
Sheriff Nanios actually came out in a written statement and said that was returned to the family.
Can you send that to me? I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I can come up with that and send that to you. So I just kind of wanted to hop on just real quick and, just throw some facts out and, just listen to some of your callers. But everyone that's calling in, we like your ideas. If you have any tips you'd like to send along me, send it through my ex, Chris Roach 513, if you want to send some tips along to my inbox. Or tag me, and I'll be more than glad to kind of look into what your theories are. We're just we're willing to listen to a lot of people's different theories, because sometimes we all don't, when you're in a group of people, this is when you start, like even in my job, I like to bounce things off of my other coworkers, because maybe I don't think the same things that maybe you do, and you may say, hey, Chris, what about this? And hey, what about that? So yeah, anything that you guys think is relevant, hit us up and send us some information. We'll look into that and take a deeper dive than probably most people can. And hopefully we get some answers.
I don't think the perps had phones on them.
Yeah, I don't either, because I think right now
they would have been tracked, man.
Absolutely. There would have been cell phone pings right there in that area. And that's how Koberger got caught. So.
Well, that's how Carlos, it appears Carlos got nailed for having his phone pinging in the area. Maybe even Luke.
Carlos, I mean, they were on him just, bam, he was seen in that area. They tracked the car down, bam. So, yeah, I mean, that's where I'm heading is.
Or they had a phone, they put it on airplane mode.
I think they still would have caught them in there. They didn't have phones. Let's just mark that down. No phones were used.
So that means to me, if you don't use your phone like that, it's more than just burglary.
Yeah. Like I said, this is very methodical, well planned out months in advance, and routes, and no phones used because they knew.
So let me ask you something. A lot of the callers have said, they think it's all the way up in the highest levels. Epstein, Clinton's. Are you buying any of that?
I really don't think it's that. I think that's too much movie fetch, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we'll stay in touch and have you on again if you find anything.
Sounds good, man.
Be safe, Chris Roach Investigates.
Great work, and talk to you soon.
All right. Take care. Thank you for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Or thank you for me calling you. I can't ever say me calling. I'm the one that's calling. But yeah, Chris Roach Investigates. Check him out on X. He's posting a lot about this case. All right, so we are live at the Pima County Sheriff's Office. New caller. Anyone want to speak? Anyone? I want to talk. All right, Sandra wants to take. All right, Sandra, we'll bring you in. We're just going to keep hearing from the people. Sandra, you're coming up next. So stand by. Looks like Colorado. 202 number coming, Sandra.
Hello?
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, are you called?
I called. Hello, how are you? From Colorado.
Oh, I'm hanging in there. My husband passed away 2 years ago, and I'm having a real hard time. So I've been watching
I'm sorry.
since day one. I know it. I used to horseback ride, water ski, and now I do nothing.
Oh.
So anyway.
Sorry to hear that. Hang in there.
I know. I am. So this is really interesting, and I haven't heard anybody else talk about this. But I'm pretty sure it was on day 2 or day 3,
mm-hmm.
And I just wrote in Nancy Guthrie, and Rachel Maddow popped up.
Who did?
And Rachel Maddow on, I think, MS Now.
Yes.
She's on a couple of different ones, so I don't quite remember, but that's not there anymore. And I'll tell you what happened. I was going to send $3 because it was suggested when I was sending you a thing. And I was going to pay $3. And
Oh, there's no need for that.
Well, I know, but I wanted you to know that I was serious about it.
Okay, so you wanted to get my attention.
Big deal, $3.
Yeah.
But Google sent it immediately back to me.
Uh-huh.
And I thought, God, that's weird. And then I went back in to check because I was going to tell you the exact what it was that Rachel, so you could look it up. And it's not there anymore. But anyway, so let me tell you what she said because I don't want to go on and on.
Mm-hmm. What did she say? What did she say?
She said that Nancy was involved in an investigation as an auditor for this big deal that's going on now with Medicare. And the reason, and this was everything that Rachel said, that she enjoyed helping older people and was, of course, seniors. I mean, we're interested in Medicare because, we have to be. It's all we got, or at least that's all I got. And prescription drugs. So, and everybody talking about Tomas and all, I kind of have a feeling that he knew Nancy was doing this investigation for, I believe it's called Meditech or Major Tech, but versus Medicare. And I think that it started in Ohio because that's why the FBI wasn't out there right day 1 or 2 because they were in Ohio and then they were going to come over to Nancy's. Not to Nancy's. I'm sorry. They were going to come from Ohio to Nancy's and then check it out there because Rachel said that when they broke in the house, they opened up a locked desk and took all of these records Nancy was keeping. Sorry. That all the records that Nancy was keeping in this drawer, and that was their motive to come in there. And
records.
Yeah.
And that's what Rachel Maddow said?
Yes.
And it's gone now? It's gone?
I can't find it, but like I say, it would be dated second or third because I was watching it from day 1 and it was like, you know what? I was going to go back and look and see the date Google refunded my money on my credit card. But anyway, this case just came up to Colorado because Colorado has a big deal and it's all about drugs and Medicare, and it involves billions of dollars, and that's what I'm sorry. That's what Rachel said.
A lot of people are saying it was a fake AI video. It was fake. It was. That's what people are saying. Fake video. That's the majority of the room. And when the viewers know what you're talking about. What they're saying is it was fake.
Really? So
fake AI. I mean, so they're not saying you're lying. They're saying that it was a fake AI video.
Right. So it kind of made sense that with all the drugs and that involved, that maybe Tomato had maybe Luke go over there and do that and got rid of her before she had to go to court to
Interesting.
say what she found.
Yeah, I don't know anything about a court hearing, but
Yeah,
I
'cause it
just
was
marked
this
that down,
last
and I'll
week.
take a look and find out if I can find any more on that.
The court was just last Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. I'm not real
Court.
keen on keeping up on my dates, but it's all real recent.
Take a look.
So yeah, I know, because it kind of gives a motive why they might have done what they did to get rid of her, and I didn't want to say that at first because I'm hoping that she was found alive, and I love Savannah, and of course I would love her mom too, but anyway, I just thought it was a different way of thinking, and I hadn't heard anybody mention it, so
I
but
appreciate
anyhow,
I appreciate your time, Sandra. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome, and keep on keeping on. We're out here watching you.
All right, you take care. Thank you for calling.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So many people were saying that was a fake video, but they knew what she was talking about. They were just like, that was fake. I didn't see any Rachel Maddow video talking about that at all. I was looking around. Oh, Spirit Box wants to talk. A Spirit Box. I used a Spirit Box for over 5 years, Tina says. All right. I'm going to get Tina in the chat. Tina used a Spirit Box. Let's listen in. Tina says she used the Spirit Box. Tina, you're up. 202 number coming in.
Hello.
Hi, Tina. How are you? Good morning.
I'm Carol. I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. You did Spirit Box stuff?
Yes, I have. A friend of mine was murdered 5 years ago. And I've used an app. And I have actually contacted her, my parents, my in-laws. So I decided to reach out and see if I can contact Nancy. Now, I am no medium, and I am no professional at this.
Mm-hmm.
And I did get Nancy to come through, and Luke's name was brought up. And the other thing, and it has never come through the Spirit Box before, Tommaso's name came through.
Uh-huh. Oh, interesting. Talk. What's going on? What happened? What's said?
I asked who did this to her, and she said Luke.
Luke?
I said, did Luke have any help? She said, Tommaso. And I asked her, just for verification, I asked her, can you name one of your children? And she said, Savannah. And I said, okay. I said, are you near your house? This was last night when you were there. Mm-hmm. You and John.
Yeah.
And she says, 2 people. And I said, okay. I asked where they laid her to rest. And she said, near water.
Near water.
And I was telling her, I said, well, there's not that much water and where you're located.
Uh-huh.
Your home is. And she said, wash.
A wash.
And I said, I said, what wash? There's several washes. And she said, Luke again. And I said, well, I know somebody out there who looked at that wash. She said, didn't go far enough. I said, do they need a bigger search team to go through that wash completely? And she said, yes. So that's my theory on it. I know people.
But how does that work though? What how do you do this?
It's the app that I use is Necrophonics. You can get it on Google or Apple Play.
Uh-huh.
It's $10. And you turn it on, and you have to let them know you're there out of respect. You don't mean any harm. Anybody can do it. Over the 5 years I've detected my friend who was murdered, I've detected her voice.
Mm-hmm.
And she's verified every time I ask her something. She has verified everything for me. We have matching tattoos, our nicknames for each other. So I know I've contacted her. And I asked Nancy if she saw the car that she was put in. She said yes. I said, what color was the car? Because I know there's speculation, blue, white, gray, black. And she said gray. So, but she did say Tommaso and Luke several times during, and I just actually did it this morning as well.
Tommaso and Luke.
Yeah. Tommaso organized it, and Luke was basically the hired hand.
How accurate is this?
Well, when I talk to my friend, it's pretty accurate. You look for validation questions first.
Yeah.
And then, like, knock on wood, say you had passed away, and I was trying to contact you, I would ask you, what was your cat's name? You know, knowing what you do, what was your favorite case you worked on?
Mm-hmm.
You know, things that you're going to get a validation on, like your children, and things like that. You know, apparently her spirit is in the house.
How do you know this?
She said she sees everything going on, and the truth is going to come out very soon.
We'll see.
And she said that she loved the memorial.
Yeah.
And she said pretty flowers. She said love yellow. So,
yeah.
I mean, anybody can download the app. I mean, you can look it up on Google Play. No, it's Necrophonics.
Necrophonics.
And you just have to listen very carefully because so many spirits come through. It's kind of like an AM radio,
mm-hmm.
where you hear all the static in the voices. It comes through like that.
Well, I appreciate your time, Tina.
Oh, not a problem. If you need any other help with anything with the spirit box, please contact me. I'll be more than happy to go on and see if I can come up with anything.
Thank you. You take care.
All right. Be safe.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. What do you think, folks? A victim advocate. A victim advocate. We're gonna get a victim advocate in the chat. Deborah, a victim advocate. Got an email from a victim advocate. We'll see from a victim advocate. Deborah, you're going to get a call from 202.
Debbie?
Hello, JLR.
Yes. Hi, JLR. How are you?
Hello, you're a victim advocate?
Yes, 30 years.
30 years. Thank you for reaching out. So what's going on? You sent me something about Texas, something that's going on in Texas. What's going on here?
Well, actually, a few years back, my father-in-law was kidnapped. He was staying in a nursing home, and he had some dementia, but none of us had paperwork over him or anything like that. And the guy who worked in the kitchen befriended him, and his family came up there and started acting like family, and they're all the time. And the next thing I know, they talked him into checking himself out, and he's saying he wants to go live with them because they're going to treat him better, and they're there for him, and we don't coming up. I mean, we're like coming like once or twice a week, and but these people were there every day. And there were foreign people from Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
And they were nice and said we could treat. I've had cancer, and I know how important it is. The woman would tell us. And I told my husband, I don't feel comfortable about this. You need to stop it because we can't, this is what he wants. There's nothing we can do. He has the right to make. I said, but he has dementia,
Yeah.
And they let the nursing home let him check out. He went to go live with them, and I went to the house. And I said, I don't feel comfortable. There's something wrong. Okay, there's too much control. And my husband said, don't be like that. So eventually I said, I want to go get him to come to the house to stay overnight. And so it was a big thing. And he came over, and I brought his nephew in town. And his nephew said, yeah, something's going on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's all you have to say, because that's who I am. Okay. And I said, okay. So when I was taking him back, I said, we want to take him home, and we want to keep him longer.
Can you just hold for 1 second? Somebody has something, sure. And I'll be right back. If you want to continue to talk, or share, but I would like to listen. But just give me like a minute.
Okay, right. I have no problem. Got to do it again.
Hello. Somebody sent me an angel.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yeah, an angel said, I want to shield you with an angel. Somebody sent me an angel.
I'm with the Garden of Angels, our Garden of Angels.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of them? The homicide park in Texas, from all the famous victims and stuff. Have you ever heard of them?
No, I haven't.
Most of the famous cases, they have crosses or things or stuff like that from across the country there. It's actually where the Amber Alert and everything came from. A lot of what was.
A lot of laws have changed nationwide. So I went back.
See, look,
They wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me get him, and I came back with the Dallas Police Department to take him out.
Mhm.
And when I went in there to get him, they started hitting me and beating me with the police department. And they told me, "Oh, you're going to have to go to court and get custody, for the probate court because we can't do anything." And as I'm leaving, I have a prison ministry, the juvenile. I saw like 10 girls sitting there, and I recognized them from my human trafficking unit that I work with. Okay. So they had human trafficking girls in there. They were taking senior adults, and they were making a business out of this, okay? And they were stealing the IDs, and we found out we were number 12 family that responded, and that the laws had changed, and we were able to go through probate court with the DA's office and Adult Protective Services and Investigative and get him back. But that's because he ended up drowned 2 days later in the hospital, and we were able to kind of custody was a little easier for us and prosecute them. So senior exploitation is the fastest growing crime, okay? And when your parents get like that, you have to put something in place. We didn't know. And and I work with it. And we did not know how vulnerable it is, okay? And she could have had a healthcare worker and this happened, and they say there's that hospice home right behind. What if one of those people had worked in that hospice home and they snuck through there? That was one angle. And then, of course, the family, to think about that. And then we had the Adult Protective Services. Debbie from the Adult Protective Services came in there. What is that about? Then there was never no silver alert. That silver alert should have went out right then because, a week later, 4 days later, somebody hears about this. And they don't remember everything they saw or what they did. But with the silver alert, Mark Class, who was somebody I've been associated with for years.
Mark Class, Polly Class's father?
Yes, he actually came up with the Amber Alert. Okay, I'm going to tell you he really did. But he don't care who gets credit for it. But he said it's fine because it started with Amber. That's fine. But he came over and started initiating it by the states and stuff. And he suggested at a meeting that something similar to that, and then they took it in the DFW area and it grew. And those are the families from our Garden of Angels that were all together that started out like this. And so Mark Class put that silver alert so that they would notify all these gas stations, these restaurants and everything. As far as they would go, they would know how many hours they would go, and it would be out, and they would be on the lookout, and they would do it further and stuff like the board. None of that was ever done. And then there's no purple paint on the no trespassing signs. And no trespassing signs. And purple paint is there because it's a color nationwide. Universal. So that means no trespassing. There's not purple paint's not on the trespassing signs. And that was the main thing. It's just that when these families do these things, if there's somebody that's exploiting the senior, they sell their IDs and they use. We still get bills from my father. Medical bills from people getting heart transplants and kidney transplants and stuff like that. Still get it, and he's been dead years.
So, victim advocate, what do you think happened to Nancy? What's going on?
I think it's personally, it's one of the two, the family or somebody that was doing the health care and took advantage, and it went wrong.
Healthcare or family?
Yes, that's I don't think. When you say cartel, I don't think cartel per se, but it could be someone who does this stuff and they're not worried about it. The worst that's going to happen, they're going to get deported and go back and then come back in and do it again. We were number 12.
Be safe out there, Deborah. Thanks for calling.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I just want to share this. Somebody came out and brought this angel. So I got the angel now. So I'll be wearing the angel. So she's like, you need to wear the angel. We got somebody else here. Hello. How's it going? I'm live right now. What is your name again?
My name's Tina Ransom, ironically.
Hi, Tina.
Hey.
All right.
Good.
What's going on?
You're like this crazy lady, right?
No. What brings you out here?
So, you know that grid search at the dump?
Grid search at the dump.
Yep. And how I was following the air traffic.
Yeah, I remember you. You pulled up at the other house. You were with somebody.
Yeah, my little one.
Okay.
So I have connected that aircraft and one other aircraft directly to Nancy Guthrie search.
You have how?
I know exactly where they're looking for Nancy Guthrie in the desert.
You know where they're looking for Nancy in the desert?
Yes.
Where?
So have you heard?
Can you mark it on my phone?
I can send you coordinates.
You can send me coordinates?
Yep.
Here, call that phone. You have coordinates?
I have coordinates.
You know, they're searching. You're saying they're searching for Nancy in the desert.
Yep.
Send it to me right now. I'll take a look.
Okay. So have you heard the chatter about Badamonte tank outside of 3 Points?
Badamonte tank outside 3 Points. No.
Okay. Excuse me. So
when are they searching for? First off, where?
The helicopter was out this morning.
It was out.
And they've been searching this area for the last 8 days. I have.
How do you know it's connected? What helicopter? Is it on flight radar?
So I've been using sat nav, I think is what it is. Flight radar doesn't show all of Pima County Sheriff's activities.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been using, let's see, it's ADSB Exchange.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to scanner. That's what I use. Not all the sheriff's planes. You know when you're hearing helicopters above Nancy's and you're like, it's not showing up on radar?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, it's not showing up on flight. That one you have, it's showing up on this one. Okay, so I started watching the patterns of out in the desert of the same aircraft that was doing the grid search at the dump.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that they said officially that was not related. Crime happens every day, all day long here in Tucson. I get it. Like lots of stuff goes on. So there's 2 that have been out there searching the same exact areas, okay? One of those helicopters, I looked up the history and went through on the 15th of this month. That helicopter, it was around the time that the pacemaker sniffer broke. That same call sign, same helicopter out of Ryan Airfield circled Nancy's house for hours.
Same helicopter.
Same helicopter.
When? At the beginning of this time, or when did this?
I believe it was the 15th. Now, I think it shows up on radar as the 15th, but because the site I use goes by Zulu time, it's actually they were up maybe the 14th. I'd have to do the calculations, but the same call sign, same bird, same helicopter was circling Nancy's neighborhood right about the same time that the pacemaker sniffer news broke. And that helicopter is looking at 3 specific points out in the desert, and I'm going to send you those.
Are they out there now?
They were up when I was driving over here, and then they have landed, and they were up yesterday morning.
And you think this is related to Nancy?
I mean, coincidences happen all the time, and our brains look for patterns, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's way too big of a coincidence that there was not these flight patterns before Nancy went missing. There was not these flight patterns before the news broke about the pacemaker sniffer. And the day that...
Here, I'm going to mute this for a minute. Hold on. People are saying mute.
Yeah.
So she doesn't care that she's on.
Hi. Well, I'm kind of camera shy, but this is important. Okay, and then I just sent you the picture of them circling, and this shows the 16th. This would have been if you're looking at Zulu time. This is because this is
what is Zulu time?
Zulu time is like, I'm not exactly sure, but it's what a lot of military and aeronautics use, because if you're like in
So when was this one?
It's right here. So this would be, it's 2:16 Zulu time, which is like 14 hours, I think, behind us. So this would have actually been 2:15.
So you're saying the same choppers here that were above Nancy Guthrie's home, and I'm going to show this right now to my viewers. This was 2:16.
Now this
you're
is
saying
exclusive.
this same chopper is now out there in the. So this was Nancy Guthrie's home. It's right off of North Campbell, between First and North Campbell. You're saying this same chopper is out there now, or was today?
It's landed.
But where?
At Ryan Airfield.
No,
outside.
but what location was it at?
Outside of 3 Points.
3 Points.
And here's the thing.
But how do you know it's not like something else, like something?
Well, so the only other possibility is that this guy was searching Nancy's neighborhood related to the case, and then got another gig.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
but he could have got another gig.
There's other things going on, right?
Totally. He could have got another gig searching the desert and searching the landfill, correct?
Uh-huh.
But I cannot think of anything that they would be out there for, that they would be searching so low and slow. And this guy had no gigs doing these sort of searches prior to Nancy Guthrie going missing. This is not traffic that is typical of Ryan Airfield.
Interesting.
And the sheriff was out there with him yesterday. The sheriff's helicopter landed within minutes of the helicopter in question landing out there.
Well, I appreciate it, Tina.
And then here's the other thing. So there's chatter on like all the boards about Adamonte and some of these flight patterns. A bunch of people have caught on, but nobody has gone back as far and looked at the specific day that I just showed you. Like that's like exclusive to JRL. Nobody's caught on to that.
Well, that's what, the thing about it is any of these flights, if they do a particular circle or anything, you should pay attention to, because they could, just go out there and whether it's a sniffer or whether it's, something. I mean, that's what we do. That's what we've been doing. So,
right.
I mean, it's interesting. Can you link me that the original, the model of that plane? So, or that chopper. So, and I can continue to follow it.
Let's see here.
And this is private?
So it is private. The other thing that I did notice about this particular call sign is prior to Nancy going missing, I found it out I found it circling in a very tight radius right above Davis-Monthan Air Base, which makes me think that it's somehow either law enforcement or military connected at the very least, because I can't think of a scenario where a private entity could circle a protected airspace and military base without it causing a nearly international incident.
Yeah.
So here's one of the call signs. And then I'm just texting you the actual number.
I'm going to put that in Google now and see the history. Flight Aware. So originates from Tucson.
It says Tucson, but it's Ryan Airfield.
Okay, Ryan Airfield. Okay. So it's at Ryan Airfield now.
Is it showing on the radar?
It's right here.
So they're getting ready to take off. They're up. Are they up?
I don't know if they're up. But it has here between Ryan Airfield and Tucson Airport. But that's pretty far out. That's towards the Native American reservation, isn't it?
It is. And here's the thing. You've been talking about the different border crossing points. There's Sassabee as well, which is a very small one that's straight out that road.
Yeah, I've been there.
Okay. So, yeah. If I had to guess, they dropped her off out there and then continued on to Sassabee.
I think so. Sassabee is an interesting spot. We've talked about Aravaca and Sassabee. It's a major smuggling route, but I don't think there's a Mexico element here to this as far as the perps being from the, south of the border. I think that's very possible, but as far as her being taken to Mexico, I'm just not buying that.
And then see, like, look at this. Okay, I sent you another picture. It's a flight pattern that looks relatively random.
Mm-hmm.
But when you break it down and literally look at the exact elevation changes, there's 3 points that they are slowing down to nearly a hover speed and hovering over those points.
Well, what I'll do, Tina, is I'll just monitor these on my phone, and if something pops off, maybe we'll go take a look.
Yeah, I mean, and I would love, let me tell you, I would be out there myself, except I need a 4-wheel drive and I need to not have a broken foot to hike out there because it is quite a distance. And then I will send you a picture of the actual point that has everybody so interested. Oh, where is it? And I do have, I'm in touch with a search and rescue group out of Phoenix that has dogs that they were supposed to actually be coming down last night.
Oh, they're coming down?
They were supposed to be.
Dogs from Phoenix? Who?
Here. So I will send you a link to that first, and then I'll get you the other picture. But this, his name is Casey Smith.
Casey Smith, and he's bringing down dogs?
So, it's a volunteer organization. Initially, when we spoke, he was going to be coming down last night with his team to bring, I'm sending you the link, to bring his dogs and look in that area. And he's gotten a little quiet. I know they're
Did they post that on that they were going to come up here? Sonora Valley Search, Trauma, Rescue, and Recovery.
Yes, and he trains dogs, and he also has one, and there he is.
He said he's coming down here. Where did you hear he was coming here?
Where did I hear he was coming from?
No, how do you know he's coming here? Where did you see that?
I found him.
He told you that?
No, I found him and told him he needed to come down here, and he's getting his team to come down here.
He told you that?
Yeah, I've been in direct contact with him. But right now, so it's a volunteer search organization. They were involved in a the Patricia Wu search off of Mount Lemmon last year.
Yeah.
And
at Windy Point.
Because he's a volunteer organization, he was trying to reach out to hotels to make accommodations so that he could have his team stay here. And he also has a donor that funds a number of his searches that he was reaching out to. So he said, oh, I should be able to get the funding. We're coming, he was telling me we're coming down Sunday night. And then he's been kind of not super responsive now. But my understanding is that he is trying to get down here. And I can show you the messages from him. I mean, not your viewers or whatever, because that's a little weird, but.
Well, Tina, I'm going to go back to my thing. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, good? But I mean, I think that it's worth getting a 4-wheel drive and going out there. And I'm not going to blow up your phone, but I do occasionally go out there. So if I see activity, do you want me to text it to you?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah. Thanks for what you're doing. Good luck.
Thank you, Tina. All right. What do you think? She shared a couple flight paths. We'll monitor that. We'll just see. I mean, if they're out there circling out there, it might be connected. I mean, if it's the same chopper that was out there circling above Nancy's home, I mean, probably the same chopper is going to be out there again at one point looking around if there's a place. Unless it's another, it's something else. Going back over to anyone want to talk. Tyson just sent me information. The chopper N283TY was circling over Baltimore tank Batamol tank yesterday, and I think a random wash. Not familiar with these tanks. Why this one there's a lot, maybe 857 Tucson can elaborate. According to the flight records, looks like they landed for a little bit. So someone else has sent me some information about it too. So we're talking about this chopper circling over Batamol tank yesterday and a random wash. So this is the same chopper that was, it's a private helicopter company. The owner of the helicopter company lives right near the intersection where media staged on the night of Luke's SWAT raid. I've been following patterns of this helicopter as well. So now that Tina came here, people are sending me emails about this helicopter. So we'll, we could wait and see. If they circle back up, maybe we should go check it out and see what's going on and go out there. George wants to talk. I've been following this Nancy Guthrie case since day one. I grew up watching lots of law enforcement and true crime TV shows and programming. I would like to discuss the case. My theories are grounded in reality and based on logic and facts. All right. We're going to bring you in. Logic and facts. That's what George says. His theories are based off logic and facts. All right. Come on in, George.
Hello?
Hi, George. JLR.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm great. Thanks for reaching out.
It's good to hear from you, man. What's going on?
Did you email me?
I did.
Okay.
I was surprised to hear from you.
I'm
watching you
when
on TV. It's a slight delay.
Yes. So, turn your TV down, of course. So you say you want to talk about logic and facts in this case, and based off theories. Let's talk. What do you think?
Well, okay. So I'm in New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up watching lots of law enforcement programming, Cops, Real Stories, The Highway Patrol, America's Most Wanted for years and years and years. So I kind of look at things almost like an amateur detective.
Mm-hmm.
So the way I look at it is you have someone who shows up to this woman's house, kidnaps an 84-year-old woman in the middle of the night. They've got a video of him on the Ring camera. They've got that image, which is supposedly from a different date. Is that correct?
That's what we're hearing now is 2 different dates. We just don't know the other date.
Okay, so he's done some reconnaissance. I would say, this is a planned thing. So to me, the angle that makes the most sense is that it was actually a planned kidnapping. Why I say that is he comes in the middle of the night. He was able to, this is someone that's and another thing I want to add is I think that possibly that original ransom note that TMZ got was real.
You do?
Because if not, what's the reason to kidnap an 84-year-old? It's not like it's a smoking hot 21-year-old chick. It's an 84-year-old woman in the middle of the desert. And that area you would have to know very well. So I think that that's definitely somebody that local and knows that area. Because, there's just twists and turns and roads and all that stuff. So to me, what I think is that, it was basically somebody who kidnapped her. It was a planned kidnapping. I think that the ransom note was real. And I think that if you've ever, any other kidnapping, as you know, what happens is the FBI generally is going to advise, Nancy and, Savannah and all the family to, string the kidnapper along because that's how they're going to catch them.
Mm-hmm.
So if they keep in contact and they keep on reaching out, it's not like they're going to, if they say, okay, we'll drop the money, in the Big Lebowski, throw it over a bridge or whatever, somebody grabs, that's how they're going to catch them. This person put it, basically said, okay, we want this money. We sent to a Bitcoin address, and that's allowing them to remain anonymous. And this is somebody that has some kind of tech savviness because they're asking for the money to be paid in Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
They were also smart enough to use anonymous email servers.
Mm-hmm.
They were smart enough to also, I guess, did they disable something about a spotlight or something? And then they also were able to spot that there was a Ring or a Nest camera there and disable that. So this is somebody that's kind of technologically savvy. And if that ransom note is real, they contacted TMZ, which kind of leads me to believe that it's maybe somebody younger, because who's going to contact TMZ? And then the other angle is they contact like local stations. So that's another reason why I think that it's, definitely somebody local.
Yeah, yeah, we've discussed that. They reached out to a local station. So how do you know about this particular local station? Now you could do the research and find out what stations are local and kind of do it that route. TMZ, are you saying a younger crowd listens to TMZ opposed to an older crowd?
Well, it's just it's such a strange person to contact. Such a strange organization to contact if you're trying to demand a ransom. It just seems like that, and the fact that they're asking for Bitcoin,
mm-hmm.
and makes me believe that it's somebody who's a little bit more, I would say, on the tech savvy side.
Well, not only that, but no phone pings appears to have the perp.
Exactly.
I mean, they know about that stuff, not to have the phones on, because we're assuming there was no phones. I mean, they would have pinged them already and had who they were in that area, but they don't. So, they were savvy enough to, evade it that way thus far.
Yeah, and exactly like you said. And so there was no phone pings, and then there was just so much that's just odd to the case. It's like it's almost like right now the FBI and the sheriff are under pressure because we're sitting here and everybody wants this to be resolved. And I follow the case, and I've been watching it on YouTube, and I watch it on the news and stuff like that. And everybody wants a resolution, and it seems like more and more the media's departing because there's other stories with what's going on in Iran and all that stuff. And I think that the FBI is under a lot of pressure, but it is kind of getting where it's a cold case. And to me, the angle that makes the most sense is I think that it was a planned kidnapping. I think that I think that first ransom note was real.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the people wanted that money in Bitcoin, and they got it. They gave an or else. We're giving you a date, and they're smart enough. Because we're talking about people who were wearing. You saw how the person came. They came with gloves, thick gloves to not leave any DNA. They came in the middle of the night. They disabled the camera. This was a planned thing where they came and they reconned, like you said, as you mentioned, they probably didn't have phones with them, so they could, they were smart enough to know all that. I think there was no way that glove that was found was going to be tossed away. Somebody who's going through all this trouble to kidnap this woman in the middle of the night is not just going to toss a glove down the road. I don't think that's what happened. As far as it's going to be interesting to see about the DNA within the house, because we don't know what the police know. So maybe that genealogy could end up catching this person, because who knows? Who knows what happened in that house? Whose blood that they're saying that they have a mixed blood sample. Could that have been maybe if Nancy put up some kind of a fight and the person bled a little bit and mixed in with her blood sample, and that you could end up catching them a couple months down the road.
I know it's wild. It's wild. I don't know what to say, George. I mean, you're raising a lot of questions that everyone's asking here, and some.
And yeah, it's just like, that's the thing is like, I just want to see it because I'm like, at this point, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm kind of like, I feel like a lot of people out there, you're invested in the case and you're like, you want to see a resolution. You want to see some scumbag. And if the person out there who did this is listening, I think you're a scumbag. I think, you've kidnapped an 84-year-old woman. You prey on the weak. It's like somebody who preys on children. I mean, all for a piece of paper, for currency. You're stealing somebody's grandmother in the middle of the night. I mean, give me a break. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I just don't understand it, and that's kind of sad. But yeah, I hope he gets caught.
Well said. You reached out to the perp. That's the first one today that reached out to the perp. Got anything to say to the perp? Say it to the perp.
That's what I'm saying. I think you're a scumbag. You kidnapped somebody's grandmother for some money. Well, you're a real contribution to society.
Kelly Burkhardt. Yeah, I appreciate it, George. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for the insight.
Okay.
All right, bye. Kelly Burkhead, actually 857 Tucson's on his way down here, and I just sent him the flight coordinates. We might go check that out. But it has to, the plane has to be back up. So we might check it out. That private plane, if it's out there up in the sky again at different locations, we might go check it out. Blue 97 Stang says there are a couple of military bases near Tucson. There are more than likely training Chinooks and Swarskis. If I'm saying that right. The first answer is normally right. It's Tommaso and Annie. Why the tar on the Range Rover? Tarp. I know. Why the tarp on the Range Rover? We'll never understand that. And we're talking about Luke's Range Rover at the Culvers. Still, that's a mystery. But yeah. It's possible this is just not related. That's why I'm kind of just monitoring. So I sent the coordinates and everything to Tucson. But the problem is that location, there's going to be no reception out there. So our streaming capability is going to be, it's north of 3 points. But then they're also in a place where there's no roads either. So, you know, the area right here, she sent me again, the Batamote tank. It's literally out there in the middle of nowhere. So I don't even think we can get to it. But if the chopper is up there circling around, maybe we'll go look for something to do. We'll see and investigate a little bit. But what's this? Yeah. So people are sending me stuff about this chopper. I'm continuing to look, and we'll see if this thing hits up here. N283TY and also N86-3DC. But it's pretty far out there and pretty remote out there. That's the problem. Right now, right there at N283TY, it's grounded right now. It's at Ryan. I'm going to look at the other one here. Both of them appear to be grounded at this time. So nothing is up. Question is, why are they there? In one near Nicholas. So we just wait. We just wait and see. Far and remote is where you should be looking. It's a needle in a haystack out there. We've, already been to Socorro National Park. It's just a needle in a haystack. We need to know where law enforcement goes. If law enforcement is up in the sky in a certain area or someone affiliated with law enforcement at a location, absolutely will go. But you got to understand these choppers here, even though a chopper might have participated in a search for Nancy Guthrie, if they're searching another pair, it could be totally unrelated. It could just be their assignment, their new assignment. So we need more than that just to go on that, because you're talking long trips out. But if they do start circling again in a particular area, we might go check out. So we're just kind of like waiting here. One other bit of information. The road in this area is about 15 minutes away from where Kayla Day's husband was arrested for human smuggling. All right. Good information. Good information. What do we got here? I'm a pilot and will tell you N238TY is not searching for Nancy people. It's a private operated by Volair, which does flight training tours. Rob Mancuso says. Well, that's what people are also saying. It's a private and it's just doing its thing. So, we're going to need a little bit more, we got our eyes. I mean, it's the same chopper that was, in front of Nancy's house at one point, but this could just be, nothing of nothing. So go to Wash, get a drone. Well, it's far out there. The road out there. There's no road out there. Once you get out there, there's no road. So we'll just wait. I'm just going to wait and see. I don't want to go on these goose chases, but, you know, we will go if something ever comes credible or something. All right, what do we got? Anybody want to talk? I want to talk. Jessica says, I would just like to know what we know about the 911 call. I missed most of the day's news when this came out. Would like to know what you know about the call. We don't know anything about the 911 call. The 911 call is, you know, mystery. We don't even know who actually made the call. Continuous coverage of the Nancy Guthrie case. JLR, first, thank you for what you do. Second, please take 857 and return to the golf course. Those washes, they are close to Luke's home, and his name is continuing to come up for no reason. His hangout is there. Please research the golf course, including those empty buildings there. She could be there to keep weather and wildlife away from her and making people want to search there. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, these actual searches, any type of search on our own, it's going to be very tough to do because needle in the haystack. I mean, you need something. You need some. Oh, 2 Pima County sheriff's deputies just parked outside Nancy Guthrie's house. This is the first time our team has seen them since Friday. There is no longer searching, but the investigation into her disappearance continues. Ooh, there are 2 Pima County sheriff's deputies back at Nancy Guthrie's home. Should we go up there and look? Should we go? Yeah. This is coming from Mills Hayes. Right here. She just tweeted this. She said 2 Pima County deputies back at. Let's go. Let's go look. Should we go up there? Yeah, let's go. There might be some activity. Never know. We can always come back. All right, let me put in her address. Let's go up there. Maybe they're there when they're there. Maybe they're not. All right. We're on our way up. Roll out. Tucson, I'm going to, hold on, I'm going to let Tucson know because he said he was coming down here. He's watching, so he knows where I'm at, but I'm just going to call him anyway. Hello, there's 2 Pima County deputies that just came to Nancy's. Yeah, so I'm going up there. All right, if you're there first, call me and let me know if they're still there, if they bounced or if they're gone. Yeah, I'm about 22 minutes out or something. All right, see you soon. All right, he's on his way up there too.
At the next light, take a sharp left.
But I also I have to stop here and use the restroom real quick. Roll out.
At the light, take a sharp left onto South Campbell Avenue, Keno Parkway.
Roll out. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, we're on our way to Nancy's home. Just go over here. Go right here. I'll be right back, folks. Right back. Just pin this up in here. All right. Hold on. Pima County Sheriff's at Nancy Guthrie's home. All right, on the way. Dun, 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 dun.
Turn left toward Historic US 80. Then you'll take your first right onto Historic US 80.
Right.
Turn right onto Historic US 80. Then at the next light, you'll take a sharp left.
I'm not going to be able to get here out here. So this is going to be a different one here. Roll out. Roll
At the
out.
light, take a sharp left onto South Campbell Avenue, Keno Parkway.
Keno Parkway. All right, we're off. Wonder why the deputies are back there. On the move. Back up to Nancy Guthrie's home. We got police activity there. They're out there. That's 100% fact. There's images of law enforcement at Nancy Guthrie's home right now. They're back. People are like, you missed it. How do you know they're gone? People are like, you missed it. Let's go for a drive anyway. If they're not there, they're not there. If they're there, they're there. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, I showed the images of the law enforcement at Nancy Guthrie's home. There's 2 Pima County sheriffs there. Denton posted Savannah was at the house. Is John DePietro there? Oh, ludicrous. We'll just see what they're about. I'll see I'll go up there and we'll talk to them, find out why they were there. If they're there, they're not there. We'll just go for a road trip back up there anyway. Some people in the chat feel like they're gone. We'll see. Rolled out. Sheriff's deputies. $20 minutes. Well, if sheriff deputies were only there for 15 minutes, then I don't think it's a big deal. Was it? Whoever was up there at the house, whoever's up there at the house now, if everyone's gone and there's nobody there and there's reporters there, somebody there will tell us what happened. So we'll get the scoop on what was it about. We'll find out. Looks like the News Nation reporter Mills was up there because she's the one that posted the tweet. So the News Nation got a booth. I could drive by there and ask the News Nation people what was happening so we can get an idea if they're all going. Change the scenery anyway. I was just informed Savannah and her family are there as well. Savannah might be at the house now. But if they go in, they're probably going in through the garage. It's hard to see. They're not going to come out there in the yard. We'll see. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Visited the memorial. Some reporters are saying that Savannah visited the memorial. I'm looking to see if there's any footage of that. Let's see if John DePietro is there. Dun, dun, dun. Murky says they're gone. Brian and John DePietro both posted the family looked at the flowers and laid some down. They are gone now. So we'll go talk to DePietro. He's probably out there with his umbrella. I haven't checked his channel, though. Thank you, Murky. I mean, to me, yeah, interesting that Savannah would be at the house to lay flowers, but it's not, to me, it's not, hey, that's breaking Nancy has been found or the perp has been caught. That's part of, what's going on at the home. The home has been given back to the Guthrie family. There'll probably be people coming in and out of that home. Who's the perp? Where's Nancy? All right, passing the hospital. Almost there. Why do people say go to the banner? They think Savannah might go to the banner next. That's what people think. The banner. Some reports saying Savannah's going to go back home soon. Some of the reports said that she was going to fly as early as the weekend. She never, obviously, if she's up there at the house, then she's there. We'll see if anyone filmed Savannah at the flowers up here. If nobody did, then I don't understand why they wouldn't. If they're there. Privacy. I don't believe Brian Enton is at the house. What News Nation is at the house, and he's reporting from News Nation having the booth across the street from the house. There's a reporter by the name of Mills who works for News Nation, posted pictures of people at the house, sheriff deputies. We shall see. Here it is. The News Nation booth. They did post it. I gotta retweet that. Tommaso was there. Tommaso was there, folks. What do you think? That's a strong message. Tommaso was there. Whoa. Tommaso was with Savannah and Annie. Tommaso was with Savannah. Whoa, and Annie at the house. Somebody said in the chat, you think they went because they knew JLR Investigates was down there at the other location, so that was their way to make a move real quick. News Nation has their they're the only ones out there with their as of this morning. I don't know who else is there, but with the booth set up across the street. Yes, we missed it. People are like, you missed it. You missed it. Yes, we were down at the sheriff's office. While we were at the sheriff's office, it looks like Savannah, Tommaso, and Annie arrived to the Nancy Guthrie's home and went out there and started hugging each other by the road. I think that sends a powerful message, though, to the world that they are a unified front, even with Tommaso there. Again, the sheriff has cleared Tommaso. And Danny, and the Guthrie family. Interesting. Just so interesting. Savannah is with Annie and Tommaso, and they went to the home. I think that's a big deal that they were together. Was Cameron there too? I think that's a big deal. In reference to the family together, united together, including Tommaso. Because, a lot of people in our chat have been saying for days, oh, why hasn't Tommaso, been seen with Savannah and the Guthries in general? And it sends a message today. They're there together. people in the chat were also saying Tommaso was in Italy. Well, apparently he's not.
Go past East Kai and Luster and turn left onto East Camino Miraval. Turn left onto East Camino Miraval. In half a mile, turn left onto East Camino La Brinca.
I'm gonna get the Petro's take as soon as I get up here.
Turn left onto East Camino La Brinca.
Go to the next one. Oh, we got the Petro. We got the News Nation boost. All right, fill me in. What in the heck happened here? News Nation captured it. Were you here?
I was not.
You missed
5
it
minutes
too.
away. I did. I was 5 minutes
So
away.
what exactly happened?
The three of them, Savannah, Tommaso, and also Annie, not the brother. The three of them came and they laid
Cameron? No Cameron.
No Cameron. Right, basically to the right of the sign that the neighbors had put up. But you can hear Annie's very emotional in the video.
Mm-hmm.
So just as I was arriving, as you know, we have to, and folks, I'm speaking those that are on JLR.
Some people are saying Annie was over dramatic.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is on that, but there were 2 Pima County sheriffs, and there was like no one on the street. And as soon as they laid them, as I came around the corner, I could see the cars, and then could see the sheriffs and so forth.
And they left.
So,
The sheriffs came with them?
there were 2 Pima County sheriff cars.
With them?
Yes. Yep.
Well, what did they go in the house?
They did not go in.
Look at the house there. Look at the blind. Look, I did not see that before.
I didn't see that.
Did you see that before like that?
So they did come. Savannah seemed to be the kind of the strength of the 3.
Yeah,
And
but Tommaso's with them.
Yes.
So that sends a powerful message, I think.
100%. Yes.
I mean, this might be like Savannah is 100% supporting Annie and Tommaso. Don't think they're involved in any way, shape, or form with this.
Which also plays into what you and I talked about yesterday, Damon, that, that more and more on this day 30, I lean towards that they were actually, the abductors were inside the house when she got dropped off.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, one of the things you and I have talked about is how would you not hear people coming in if you're asleep? You would get waken up. And I kept questioning, how would you not, why would you risk that she could call 911 if in fact you're coming into the home? But it does make sense if they were already there. That's a over 3,000 square foot home.
Can you do me a favor?
Then in fact she comes in and they're already
Could
there.
you do me a favor?
Yeah.
People want to hear from you, but it's blurry here at this spot. Could you walk over?
You know what? I'm going to stay. I will do that, but I'm going to be live right now.
Okay.
On the radio.
Yeah.
And my platforms.
All right.
I will do that.
I'll talk to you in a
We'll
bit.
talk a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
Oh, so then right now.
Whoa, that's crazy.
11:06, and we're live.
It's crazy. All right, let me turn around here. So some of the people that been following this case extensively are sending me messages saying Annie was very, very, very dramatic. This is who captured it right here, News Nation. Good job, News Nation. That's crazy. What is this? What is this show? Yo, that's crazy. This is coming from Laura Engel. Let me go over here in the shade. Fox News is reviewing it right now. They're like, look, we have Fox News. I don't think Fox News caught it. Maybe they caught it. News Nation, it seems like the only one that got it. But why not ask questions? Would it have been appropriate to ask questions? Hey, any comment? What's going on? Let me look. About a half hour ago. Annie seems like she's the most emotional out of all of them. And look at Savannah hugging Tommaso, putting her hands on the back of, look, they're all hugging each other. I don't believe the family had anything to do with Nancy disappearing, Donna says. Doneo.
You're fine?
Woo!
Really?
Let's see what some of who's this guy? Yeah, look. Savannah is taller than Tommaso, right? Let's go back and look. Kind of look like it. Kind of look like it to me. Savannah's taller. All right, where's Nancy? Somebody responded, our troops are dying in the fields, and this is what everyone's talking about. Nancy Guthrie. Here's the thing about it is, folks, they come out of the driveway right here with a media staging of News Nation right in front. News Nation's the only one. But they come out of the driveway and go down to the driveway to lay flowers with a camera crew that is planted exactly across from them. So they knew it would be all filmed. They knew it would all be documented. There's no other camera crews out here besides over here in the left corner, which was not here this morning. Back there, right over there, there's one on the corner. But this is the only one, more or less, that's here that coincidentally is right across from the driveway. They knew they were being filmed. So what do you think about that situation? I mean, they knew literally there's nothing else here, and they come out of the driveway and go over there and hug each other right in front of the cameras. That's right across from them. That's camped there. That this tent has been here for days. This is News Nation. Publicity stunt? Genuine? What? Share your thoughts in the chat. I think some of it was genuine. I would think so, right? They're all talking about it right now in front of me. Page 6. Savannah Guthrie's siblings share heartbroken embrace at memorial outside missing mom's house. And it goes on to say, look, they came out here. Tommaso was here with Annie and Savannah. And they were very emotional, particularly Annie.
I haven't seen the video yet.
Yeah, it's a video. You see, News Nation caught it on the right.
Let me get out of this way.
Today, co-host and Savannah, her sister Annie, and brother-in-law Tommaso were seen visiting the makeshift memorial around 10:45 a.m. local time. Now people are rushing to the scene here. They're doing the same thing I did to see what's going on. Now there's more traffic on the road right now than there has been for days. It's all time. There's another car that pulled up. I think it sends a message that Savannah supports Annie and Tommaso. And they're all in this together. Sheriff clears Tommaso, Annie, Savannah, Cameron, siblings, yeah, Guthrie family members, all cleared. What you think about that?
I got a new hypothesis. Well, not a new, but I got the hypothesis.
Here, say hello, everyone. 857 Tucson.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Hope everyone's having a good day. I think it shows unity, like you said, for the family. But I had a thought. Is obviously the Uber driver dropped Nancy or came here, right, and picked Nancy up. Is that right?
Yeah.
Who does the Uber driver know? The Uber driver has friends, right? The Uber driver sees 84-year-old Nancy leave. Now the Uber driver can tell whoever to come here. So whoever, if it's obviously, I don't think it's anybody. It's somebody who either indirectly, they use that word, indirectly knew that Annie lived here or Nancy lived here. And even though they're saying it wasn't a burglary, I think it was like a home invasion that went bad. But it's somebody, and they need to check maybe the Uber driver's connections. Friends of the Uber driver. I don't know who the Uber driver, they haven't released, but it would be interesting to find out who indirectly knew that Nancy lived here.
Yo, I'm getting messages all over the place right now saying Tommaso walking from the driveway looks like the perp. He walks like the perp. See, this is how crazy
You think the FBI would not be able to discover that? I mean,
dude, I got like 6 messages right now. It says, look at how Tommaso walks. He walks like the perp.
I haven't seen that, but
they're saying it on my phone right now.
If they're thinking, and we go with their thinking that it's not Tommaso, they cleared the thing.
I don't think it's Tommaso. I don't
either.
I don't think he's the perp.
But it could be somebody who knew that Tommaso was married to a Guthrie, right? Indirectly. So anybody who's indirectly that knew, they're checking into it.
Let's do this, please. Says the problem with the Uber driver friend theory is that something happened back on January 11th. Uber driver met Nancy on January 31st.
Well, and the thing about it is it's definitely, in my opinion, like a local clique that maybe was looking at home invasions and they were staking out. And listen, if you take Nancy's name out of it, they targeted a vulnerable 84-year-old woman.
People are also saying that Tommaso and all them waited for me to be down there at the sheriff's station to come up here and use that as an opportunity to come up here, without taking any questions. You think that?
Oh yeah.
They were watching. They were like, "Oh yeah, they're down at the sheriff's station now. Let's make our move."
They cleared everybody out.
That's why they cleared everybody out.
Do that.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think it's always about me though, and it's not. You're like, oh yeah, those people, the main channel watching this case, they're down there at the sheriff's office. Now we can make our move. We do it in front of News Nation, in front of the cameras at News Nation. Literally have cameras, like you literally have a camera booth right here, literally in front of the flowers, the only one. And Annie rolls out and gets very, very emotional at the driveway. I think it was genuine. I think it's legit, though. I do. What do you think? I'll play it again. Roll down here right in front of the cameras with the Pima County. Let me turn it up. Everyone grieves differently. That's a great point. Everybody grieves it. Hey, did Fox News happen to catch that? Oh, you missed it. Fox News missed it. They just told me they missed it. Fox News missed it. Dude, everyone's back at Annie and Tomas's home, or Nancy's home. News Nation was the only one that caught it. A lot of activity out here now. Cars, nothing but cars. going on?
Well, are you gonna stay right here? Are you gonna park? I don't know how long we can stay here.
I doubt anyone's coming back at this point.
What's that?
I don't think anyone's coming back today.
No, that was a big opportunity. I think that's why they kicked it out, so they could do that eventually.
Think so?
They needed to have some sort of, other than Savannah statements. Or they just saw, hey, no one's there. Do you guys want to go see the flowers? This is our chance.
Yeah.
We'll run up to
I mean, I
CVS
think it sends a huge message here.
Yeah, I agree. You need anything from CVS?
No, I'm good.
I'll swing back here in like 8 minutes, 10 minutes.
It sends a powerful message. I just tweeted out. I said, this sends a powerful message that Savannah supports Annie and Tommaso right here. I think it sends a powerful message. How you doing? I missed it. Did you miss it? Nope. You were at the sheriff's office? I was at the sheriff's office too.
It's like we've been here for 30 days. The one day we missed.
Well, maybe they came for that specific reason because they knew nobody was here and they know everyone else is everywhere. I mean, there's one booth there right in front of there.
But it's not packed like the days prior.
It's not like the days prior.
We missed it.
Missed it.
Are you going somewhere else right now?
I'm probably going to the sheriff's office maybe or somewhere. You?
I might be there later today.
Take care. Yeah, you have a good day. Telemundo missed it. They said, I was at the sheriff's office. Telemundo. 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 Listen, I've said on my chat, you guys can have your opinions, but I've said on my chat, the sheriff cleared them. Great footage.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, we did not expect that.
You didn't expect it?
But I guess it made sense because the sheriff's office was here.
Were you the only one here? You two?
Yeah, Fox was here too.
No, like you two? You two and the producer. Yeah, that's to me, I think that sends a powerful message that the family is united. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people feel different ways towards, Annie and Tommaso. It sends a message that Savannah is supporting. Yeah. Less media here, less attention. But they also did it in front of your booth too. Exactly. Right across, like of all the places. Hello. So great work though. Yeah. And stay hydrated out here. I'm back and forth between here and the sheriff's office. I would have loved to catch it. Do you know, did they just come in a convoy or something? Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, really? 2 sheriffs before they came?
Yeah, and then they asked me to go with the driver. It's been the same guy that's been on this property before.
So he's like a personal driver.
I think think he's maybe former law enforcement.
Former law
because the
enforcement.
sheriff's up to this or something.
Yeah, so they came in the SUV. They were only here for like 10 minutes, right? Not even that long.
Bro, there wasn't one car, one passenger. Like they didn't block the roads, I guarantee you.
Yeah, yeah.
But everything's been happening.
Yeah.
It's like the grace of God gave it 3.5 minutes, but not even a car.
Yeah, so they probably were scouting out and noticing nobody's really out here, right?
Maybe those guys, because they were here for 45 minutes before.
Yeah, and they let them know, hey, this is your time to be able to do it.
Not going to escape. There's only 2 of us here, so you're not going to escape.
Yeah, but here's your.
There's going to be at least one camera.
Yeah, interesting. And they're gone, huh? All right, guys, stay hydrated. I don't have any waters on me. You guys good?
No, we're good, but thanks for checking. That's cool.
All right, stay safe. Talk to you soon. All right, so News Nation just told me basically is the camera crew, or I'm sorry, the sheriff's office came, 2 deputies. They were sitting in the driveway for a while. Then a black SUV rolls up, and they do it. They were only here about 3 minutes. About 3 minutes. And they just did it, and then they left. Said it was 3 News Nation people that were there that saw it. Interesting. See, to me, I think that was I again, for me, I'm thinking, okay. Annie and Tommaso, innocent victims here. Savannah supporting them. They wouldn't be hugging together, a unified family front. What's going on here? What's your take? There's many people in our chat that, have shared that, Annie and Tommaso, and even, before the sheriff publicly cleared them, my mind's going, Annie and Tommaso. But there you see today, what do you think? Wow. So they're still in town, all of them. Tommaso's not in Italy. Some people think he said he was in Italy. I never really seen any proof of that. Some people say it was all for the camera, all for the shows. The case is just very, very strange. Some people use the word bizarre. They said the driver looks like he was former LE. 3 minutes. It's a very powerful message, I think. Like, yo. Go. All right, where would you like to go? Where would everyone like to go? Share in the chat. Consent, majority rules. Banner. People say go to the banner. Home. Some people said home. Go home. Search. Banner. Banner, we'll go down the banner. I'm not going to Annie's home, though. Nancy's I don't want to sit out there in the heat. A few people are saying Nancy's, but I don't want to sit out there in the heat. I really don't. Go to Culver's. Nothing in 3 points. There's nothing in 3 points is too far, and there's nothing in the sky. Searching the hot needle in the haystack.
At the next light, turn left.
Oh, I need to get some gas. I need to get some gas.
At the light, turn left onto North First Avenue.
I still can't wrap my head around that, man. Chevron station.
Continue on East Rudisill Road for 3/4 of a mile.
We'll go to the Circle K. Get gas. Circle K.
At the next light, turn left.
It's like, whoa. So we're going to do a call-in in a bit. I want to hear your thoughts on what you saw today and your thoughts of that.
At the light, turn left onto historic US 80 North Oracle Road.
Circle K. read some of your messages here in a few. JLR, check on helicopter RO818177 circling around Mount Lemon. But not sure if Army would assist in search for Nancy. I don't think that's related, Pat Skate. Around Mount Lemon. Jason X5576. Thank you, Jason. Jennifer Hitchcox says, in my opinion, the family paid respect to the world for the prayers and added flowers. Nothing more. Grateful family. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that, Jennifer. Hitchcox. 6694. Nothing more. They were there to pay respect, had some flowers, laid down the flowers, hugged, cried, wept, emotional. And that's what happened. Maybe use that just as an opportunity. The less cameras, the better. At one point, you're going to have to go because there's always going to be cameras there. All right, be right back. Gas jumped up 30 cents. On kick. All right. On the move.
Turn right onto historic US.
I'll tell you, folks, my mind's thinking Annie and Tommaso are totally innocent in this. That's where my mind's thinking. They're totally innocent in this, and they're victims themselves. And what do you think? I mean, let's be real. There's probably is some theatrics in this, right? But theatrics doesn't mean it's all fake. I mean, I'm sure there's some theatrics, you know, them knowing the cameras are on them. And just like if all of you knew the cameras were on you, you're going to make sure, you know, you're dressed appropriately, or, you know, your posture's right, or whatnot. I mean, sheriff cleared them, but just a lot of weird things around their house. It's just, it's, you know, and I'm saying this just by my own observation. We welcome all opinions in the chat. And, you know, some of you might feel a lot otherwise, you know, and you guys might feel differently than I feel. To me, it's like, okay, Savannah's like, I support my sister 100%. I support them completely. Support them completely. Again. So just say, Nanny and Tommaso, nothing to do with this. Then who did this? It'd be pretty sinister if those two were involved and Savannah's sitting there hugging them at the edge of the driveway at Nancy's. And some people there are all involved in some way, or someone out of the group. It's kind of like, wow, whoa. On here. Folks, what do we have here? Oh, thing on my windshield. Let's see what the banner looks like. Who did this crime? Who did the crime? Who's involved here? Who's involved here? My screen's getting on. If Mia 919's in the chat, I actually charged up that phone fan. So we got that. Need be. Actually works very well. That's just like, wow, like, whoa. Excuse me. Thing's baking the windshield. See where it's at the banner, but I don't think anything is there personally. I'm going back to the sheriff's station. I like that as a staging ground.
There's a lane closure ahead.
Lane closure. .9 miles. Make a left. Wind chill says 95 degrees. Literally 95. It is hot.
Go past West Ventura Street and turn left onto West Leicester Street. Turn left onto West Leicester Street.
Oh wait, the Gem Show banner went down. They took the Gem Show banner down.
Go past North 11th Avenue and turn right onto North 10th Avenue.
We usually pass through here and there's a big banner that says the Gem Show. It's gone. Huh. Gem Show over. Gem Show is over. All right.
Turn right onto North 10th Avenue. Then you'll turn right.
Some people say go check the banner out. I'm just gonna go check down here, but it doesn't look like anybody's down here that I see. Oh, there's one truck down here. Whose truck is this? Is this Mark the Shark? Yeah, it might be a YouTuber out here. Mark the Shark. Looks like him.
Turn right, then immediately turn left into the parking lot. Take your next right onto North 11th Avenue.
Hey, we're filming each other.
Huh?
We're filming each other. How are you?
Good.
You missed it.
Yeah.
The house. Let me come up. I'm gonna pull up next to you.
All right.
Missed it. We missed it. How long you been down here?
Let's see. Now?
An hour?
Less than an hour, yeah.
Anything happening? Did you see anybody here?
No, well, I did. Actually, I saw a couple ladies pull up, show their support.
A couple ladies. Hear anything?
Not right now, no. Well, a lot of the subscribers have been saying that they were probably coming here after.
They could.
I think so.
Think they're coming here? Yeah, but they left there a while ago.
Well, they might be grabbing lunch, you know.
So you've been here over an hour and you haven't seen nothing. Interesting. Interesting.
Nice week right here, this one?
Yeah. Is that fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got mine right here.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna put it on my thing.
This thing actually really gets it cold.
Does it?
Yeah.
I got mine right here.
I'm just saying because I know our phone's over here.
Yeah.
Then I saw you one with one, and I was like, man, I gotta get one.
Phone's over here. I know, right? Mine has to clip on a certain way though. I have mine right here. It's going. Zzz. Keeps it cool though. I'm actually in the shade right now.
Oh, last night?
Yeah, what happened last night?
I think I might have seen the Kia Soul, the white one.
You saw the Kia Soul?
Yeah.
Where?
At Circle K, over there by Annie and Tomas's house.
You saw a Kia Soul over there?
Yeah, check this out.
Mm-hmm.
I lost my keys, so I was going to do a members only live so we can go searching for my keys.
Uh-huh.
It was late. It was like 3 in the morning. And then, so I went out to where the King Glass and went to the Circle K. And I was like, I've never been in here. I like to take a trip.
Yeah.
And then so I'm like, I go inside the gas station and ask the guy, hey, have you seen, has anybody had any keys? He's like, no. And I'm like, well, there's an air tag. They came here. He's like, oh, wait, let me check. He checks. My keys are there. They're destroyed.
Really?
The keys I leave. And then the chat's like, there's a Kia Soul right there, a white one. So then I turn around, I go park next to it, and it looks just like the one from the county. And this guy comes out, and he has like a stack of newspapers. And I ask him, hey, what's up? You guys are still delivering newspapers? He's like, yeah. So he was delivering newspapers. And so he does all the route to it.
Wow.
So I think that's what it was. He was just there delivering papers.
We got the chat. Mimi says, in my opinion, your best being at the sheriff's is the best idea. When breaking news come, you could be right there. Then you can go to the location if breaking news is announced. I kind of concur with that. That's kind of why I chose that thing. I mean, I also think, Savannah, I just think, Savannah and them as a group is important. I do think that's good, important to see. But I think, the big things in this is if they come out and give a press conference, of course, or Nancy being found or the perp being arrested.
Yeah.
I think the perp being arrested, or what the police are up to in reference to the investigation is a.
What time were they there?
10:45 a.m.
10:45 a.m.
According to News Nation.
For my personal interest, I would just say just.
Whoa, Luke speaks.
Oh, yeah, they interviewed.
Hold on.
Thank you, guys.
Hold on a second. There's an exclusive interview with Luke that's just got out. One-on-one with Luke. Holy smokes.
No, I didn't. This is your first interview since you've been detained.
Hold on a second, folks. Hold on. Luke speaks. Luke speaks. Luke just came out. Here we go. Luke, stand by. Let me put this up.
It's your first interview since you've been detained. What's your hope in putting your voice out there now that people will get from this interview?
For my personal interest, I would just say just not to go off speculation of everything you hear on the internet and kind of like the hive mind mentality that someone says something and then they just go off of it based on no evidence, no truth.
Many people have believed that you are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it they looking like me.
He shaved.
But absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Luke.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case.
Whoa.
Since you've been detained, what's your hope in putting your voice out there now that people will get from this interview?
For my personal interest, I would just say just not to go off speculation of everything you hear on the internet and kind of like the hive mind mentality that someone says something and then they just go off of it based on no evidence, no truth.
Many people have believed that you are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me, but absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case.
Whoa. Whoa. Luke Daly speaks. He says he is not involved. Luke. So why did they raid his house? I'm going to play it again. Matter of fact, I'm going to copy this. Well, Brianna Whitney. Luke.
This is your first interview since you've been detained. What's your hope in putting your voice out there now that people will get from this interview?
For my personal interest, I would just say just not to go off speculation of everything you hear on the internet and kind of like the hive mind mentality that someone says something and then they just go off of it based on no evidence, no truth.
Many people have believed that you are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me. But absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case.
Whoa. Why did authorities go to Luke's house? Why did authorities go to Luke's house? Should have asked that question. Maybe she did. Maybe it's a further exclusive interview here over time. Luke. People are like, why did he shave? I don't believe him. Why did he shave? Luke.
Michael Ruiz just tweeted out, I just noticed a camera on the way in and out of Annie Tomaso's neighborhood that I haven't seen before. What does that even mean? Dude, Fox News is just reporting right now. I'm going to show you this. This is pretty interesting here. It says here, I just noticed a camera on the way in and out of Annie Tomaso's neighborhood that hadn't been seen before. The heck does that mean? What is he implying? That there's new cameras installed recently, or there's cameras that maybe not looked, or somebody planted more cameras out there? What do you take of this? This is a Fox News reporter. People are watching Annie and Tomaso. They installed new cameras. They're still under surveillance. But who? Whose camera? FBI? They got them under surveillance. Somebody else installed new cameras because of the situation. What is it related to them? Watching them? Just something that's been overlooked? We should go look. You want to go look? Should we go look on this one? Since they're reporting on this, should we go follow up on this? Yes or no? Majority rules. Yes or no? Looks like a lot of people are saying, yeah. All right. Well, this gives us a reason to go check and see if there's cameras. We're going to check this out, see if there's cameras. All right. Well, I guess that's something we can do. Let's go. Hello, sir. Sir. Hey. Oh, he's not paying attention. If something pops off, if something pops off, do you want me to can you let me know? If something, and I'll do the same wherever I go, of course.
Yeah.
Sound good? I'm going up to their home.
Oh, you're gonna go to their home?
Well, Fox News is reporting, just noticed a camera on the way in and out of Annie and Tomaso's neighborhood that I haven't seen before. What in the heck does he mean by that?
Well, I'm gonna go grab some food, but
I'm going to check that out.
Yeah.
So, that being said,
yeah, I might head out there after lunch.
We're on a mission. A camera. We're only 10 minutes away.
Head toward West Elm Street, then turn left onto West Elm Street.
Let's go check out, see if there's any new cameras. Shall we?
At the stop sign, turn left onto West Elm Street.
Elm Street. Nightmare on Elm Street. Get lunch. I'm not hungry. We got to go check out some new cameras, maybe. See what that's about. Check out.
Next stop sign, turn right. Turn right.
On our way to Annie and Tommaso's to see what's up with these cameras. Interesting why Fox would post that. New cameras in their neighborhood that they haven't noticed before. Not new cameras, but just a camera they haven't noticed before. Could be new. Could be overlooked. Might be up by there by the Circle K. Look. Savannah not leaning on Tommaso, pulled away from him. Melissa, love of Elvis, says. I think things are going to happen here in the next day. I do. We're in the thick of it. Right in the middle of it, thick of it. Thick of everything. I do. Another comment says, did you notice Annie had a note or some card that she placed by the flower? I wonder if it's a letter that she wrote or anything. Did she leave a note? Now you make me want to go back and see if she left a note. Someone emailed me the exact, what spot was it? We're saying yes. Go back and read the note. Well, if it's in a card, I don't think it's appropriate to open it up. This is not ours. We can't open up things there. That's not our stuff. So if it's closed and sealed, we can't be touching things. There's lots of, somebody said in front, yellow flowers. There's lots of yellow flowers in the front. It's open and laid with the flowers. I'm gonna look at the video again. See. I'm not touching anything. Here, as soon as I park, I'll review the video again. Try to get an idea. Maybe we'll go back. Well, Luke is in denial, folks. Luke is saying, no, I didn't do it. Is that denial? Or is Luke literally... Luke's mom did an interview too. Okay, I know where she laid it.
In half a mile, continue straight past.
All right, I saw the footage. There's an aerial footage of her laying down a card. It looked like a card and a flower, like literally in front of the mailbox. They're in the very front. Look at that car. Old Chevy. All right, we'll be turning up here shortly on the left. We'll look around for any new cameras. Never been seen before. Mystery cameras. Mystery camera. Making a left. All right, cameras. Looking for cameras. Cameras. New cameras. New camera. My eyes are peeled all over the place, to the left and to the right. Looking for any new camera. I don't see any camera. I don't see a new camera around here. Let me go back to here. Or any camera. I just noticed a camera on the way in and out of any Tomaso's neighborhood that I haven't seen before. Where's this camera? I'm seeing if something got installed. Very well possible, always could have been there. In and out of Annie's neighborhood. So that would apply to me. This is Annie and Tomaso, someone on the right. This would apply to me. It's somewhere up here. In and out of Annie and Tomaso's neighborhood. Never seen before. Let me look at these. Looking around the neighbors. Because
I remember we were scouting around here too of potential cameras. I remember when we first came here, the very first next day we came here, we were like, look at the cameras. Is it that? No, that camera. This on the right is where all those crazy coyotes were like going crazy. And that night when the police were there, she waved. Maybe it's across the street. Cameras, 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 cameras. It's camera time. It's camera time. Camera time. Cameras. Where are the cameras? I don't see any cameras. No, I don't see any on the poles either. I'm looking on the poles. It's camera time. Lights, camera, action. You were like, go back. You were like, go back. All right, go back. All right, go back. Say go back. Go back. You tell me when to stop. Consensus. On the pole. We're like, it's on the pole by the gas station. Let me turn around up here. Go up by the gas station. Pole by the gas station. Wait a second. There's a big pole up here. Let me just see something. Dude, is that a camera up there? No, it doesn't look like a camera up there. Yeah, I should ask the neighbor for my neighbor friend. Yeah. Let me see something here. I text a couple of their neighbors. I don't see any cameras. So I'm gonna go back towards the gas station. Cameras. There's none there. No car back there. The driveway's completely empty. Now, this is the area here where all those wild things were going crazy. And Alex said the FBI took him to this location right here, up at the top about some sand stuff. All in here. Hold on, I'm going to text the neighbor a minute. All right, I just texted out. We'll see if I get a response. It's camera time. In and out of the neighborhood would apply that it's up here by the Circle K. No, I don't see any. Don't see any at all. Let's go back and check that car. I don't see any cameras here. Turn up here on Orange Grove. Go back. I want to see what the flower. It is approaching 1 o'clock. Where is Nancy Guthrie? Day 30, folks. So the big news of the day is the Guthrie family made an appearance together. Not Cameron, though. Don't know if Cameron was there, because Cameron wasn't on camera. Could have been there, but not there with the group. Out to the mailbox. Laid down, appears to be flowers and a card. Put this here. I'm on cool down mode. It's getting hot. The phone is hot, so stand by. Cool it down. on my way to check out this card. Maybe something, or maybe it's nothing enough. Next stop, the card. Check out the card. Truck almost hit me.
We're almost there. A lot of cars still just parked out here. Somebody else is laying flowers. Let me go over here a minute. I'm gonna park in the shade. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go try to film it because it's the footage out there comes out a little grainy every time I go by the flowers. It doesn't come up clear, so I'm gonna go make a video real quick and see what I find, and then I'll share it with all of you. Make sure I get to the right one. Go right here. Yeah, I'll be right back. Make sure I get it. Look. All right, I know where it's at. Look, here's the spot I'm going to. See how they lay it down? I'm going to see it on my film. Boom. But Annie has a card in her hand. See the card? And right in front of the mailbox, parallel to the road, she lays a card. I'll go check it out. I'll be right back. I'll report back shortly. Boots on the ground. Got it. She did leave a card, and she signed it, but I didn't open it. I didn't touch it. Let me just screenshot something. It's a card of a. I'll show it to you. I got screenshots. She definitely signed it. Annie and Tommaso signed it, but I'm not going to open it up. But I will show you what we got. Stand by. So this is what she laid. This is the card she laid. It's right there in front of the mailbox. And look at this. This is the flower she laid. And look at this. Annie, Tommaso, and I don't know what that says. Now, Savannah laid a flower. It's hard to tell which flower because there's so many of them. They're single flowers, but people wanted to know about the card. What do you think? I'm going to tweet that out right now. People say odd card delete. I just tweeted it out. I'm going to go see it like in full. I just put it out there on at JLR Investigates. And she left a flower too. I'm always in the philosophy is if it doesn't belong to you, don't touch it. No, I'm not opening up. I'll let somebody else do it. I'm not doing it. It's not my property. Somebody will open it. I mean, some journalist now knows where it's at because I just put the tweet out. So you're gonna see it. Someone's gonna open it. You'll see. Somebody, some journalist, somebody there, some photographer is gonna go there and open it for sure. But I'm not doing it. Somebody responds and goes, I wouldn't post that on, give them privacy. I mean, they literally laid it down in front of cameras. I would delete that tweet. Nothing appropriate to post something personal like that. Yet they posted on a public, put it on a public street. Didn't open up the card, and they did it in front of cameras. All right, so Mama, we miss you so much. Our hearts are broken. We are standing on ash, on scored earth. But Mom, though we are surrounded by so much darkness and uncertainty, our love burns bright. We love you, Mommy. We miss you so much. California Madison says. Is that what it says? California Madison? Check out California Madison's super chat.
All right, next location. Sheriff's office. All right, we're off. We're off. Luke, we'll go down there and do a Q&A and everything and talk and wait as a staging ground. Nothing else really going here. Looks like this news organization is packing things up here and leaving. Roll out. Rolling out. All right, go back to ground zero. Sheriff's office. So yeah, card was signed by Annie Tommaso with some other name.
At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto East Camino La Zorrilla.
Camino La Zorrilla. Camino La Zorrilla. I wonder what the card said. Roll out. Keep up the good work, Bev Taylor says. We're trying.
At the next
Keep you
stop
informed
sign,
of what's
turn
going on.
left.
That's really the biggest news of the day, but I think the two biggest news would be who's the perp and where's Nancy.
Turn left onto East Orange Grove Road.
But as everything navigates through and things in between, we will continue to share what transpires each and every day that we see on the surface. There's probably a lot that we don't see on the surface. They made a 3-minute stop today outside the home and was very emotional outside the... Now, sheriff deputies were there first before they arrived in a black SUV that was there for about 3 minutes. We should try to interview Luke. Luke says he's not involved. Gave an exclusive interview with Brianna Whitney. Luke says he's not involved.
At the next light, turn left. At the light, turn left onto North First Avenue.
First Avenue, left. The phone's turn to here. Roll out. The hottest day, it says my car says 98 degrees out. Boom.
Uh-oh. Cooling down. Hold on. Cool on down. Cool down. Anytime I freeze up in the windshield, the phone says cool down, cool down, cool down. Especially when we're stopped. Cool down. Arby's.
After Arby's, turn right on East Wetmore Road. At the next light, turn left.
On the way to the sheriff's office.
At the light, turn left on North Stone Avenue.
When we get to the sheriff's office, I do want to hear from all of you, so send me an email if you want to talk. I'll put you up the pipeline. Let me know you want to talk. We're only 13 minutes from the sheriff's office. Man, these roads are crazy. Pumping air out here. It's crazy. If I keep this thing in the windshield, it could literally like boom, everything melts. Huh?
At the next light, turn right.
Next light, turn right. Next right, turn light. Next light,
At the
turn
light,
right.
turn right onto Arizona 77 South, West Miracle Mile.
Next right, turn light. Next light, turn right. Next right, turn right. Right. Here's the interstate. Getting on Interstate 10. JLR, who is Ted Investigates?
Then, at the next one, use any lane to turn left onto North Freeway Road.
I don't even know who Ted Investigates is. Well, that name has been floating around a lot.
Ted Investigates. Yes, streaming your live. See things addressed to you, asking questions, and it's not you. Really? I don't know anything about Ted Investigates. Never heard.
At the light, turn left onto North Freeway Road. Then you'll use the left 2 lanes to take the I-10 East ramp.
We are going back to the sheriff's office. We're going to use that staging area to have a discussion, kind of sit on standby, see what's happening, what's going on, keep the conversation going. I want to hear from I want to hear from all of you. Opinion, speculation,
Take the I-10 East ramp.
your thoughts on the chats. We'll be there in like 10 minutes, and then we'll settle in and we'll have a good conversation together. Listen to people. It is a very hot day. This is the last of the hot days before it does down. So we will get relief in the next couple of days. Back down to normal 70s, 70s, upper 60s. So big difference. It's almost like 90 degrees out here. It is hot. Unseasonably hot for this time of year. Got to pass here, Tucson. Then we got to go past 19 to Benson Highway, shoot Benson Highway. Then we are at the sheriff's office. Out the sun. I do think at any moment, at any time, something could happen here. Like, this is far from over. Going to ramp up any minute, could ramp up. There could be an arrest at any given time. Perp, detain, arrest, SWAT raid, something. Any given time with this. I do not like the roads out here at all. Oh, wait, choppers. Military choppers. 2 of them. Right above us. Have to check out the flight radar on that. They're probably not under radar, but 2 military
2 miles. Take exit 262 for Benson Highway toward Park Avenue.
2 miles. Benson Highway. 2 military choppers headed west.
Who did this crime? And why? Who did this? Who did this crime and why? That's the question. What's the motive? Who's involved? Who hired who? Why was this done? Who are the perps or the perp?
In half a mile, take exit 262 for Benson
Why?
Highway.
Why an 84-year-old woman? An 84-year-old woman. Here's the thing too, folks. Let's be real. 84, she lived past life expectancy. Very good chance. Naturally, she would have had another decade or two at the most, decade and a half at the very most. Why would somebody risk their whole life by getting the death penalty or life in prison for doing harm to an 84-year-old woman that was living out her last years of her life? It makes no sense. Why? Why are you going to mess with the elderly? It makes no sense that somebody would risk spending the rest of their life in prison or death row for harming an 84-year-old that, let's be real, that most likely will not be on this earth in a decade or a half. You know, she lived past life expectancy. She probably lived a good life. She probably had some life left in her. I mean, the sheriff said she's sharp as a tack, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's just ridiculous that somebody would do that. It's crazy. Somebody's going to go to prison for the rest of their life, or you want it because they're going to target an 84-year-old woman in the later years of her life. It's horrible. It's disgusting. It's pure evil. I mean, every human has value to it. And I'm not saying, you know, anyone like us, middle age or young or whatever, but women and children and elderly are like the no matter what. Yet somebody wants to target an 84-year-old woman, snatch her out of her home or do something inside the home. We don't know for sure if it was a kidnapping where she was alive. We don't know. They say it's a kidnapping. We just don't know, folks. All right, up ahead, I'll be turning right. Really close to the sheriff's office. Going back to ground zero. All bungled by nanos. Nanos, yes, no. It just makes no sense. It's crazy. The level of what somebody did here. This is a death penalty case.
Go past East Apache Park Place and turn right into the parking lot.
All right, we're here. We made it.
Turn right into the parking lot.
Back to ground zero. Oh yeah, the media's all out here. Let's do the same. Got some of the media out here. Tactical SWAT team. All right, so we will go. We'll go right here. I'm going back to this. We'll do a different backdrop. We'll do right here.
Your destination is on the right.
SWAT. All right, welcome aboard, folks. We have a variety of SWAT trucks. Pima County Bomb Squad and SWAT Sheriff. We'll do right here. We'll have a conversation. All right, this is kind of like our staging ground here. Let's keep the conversation going. JLR investigates. All right, neighbor got back to me. Annie and Tomaso's neighbor got back to me in the text. Hey, do you know if any new cameras were installed in the neighborhood? Response: there wasn't this weekend. The one I saw last week hasn't been back, but when I get back from work, I always drive down the street since there's no speed bumps on the street. And then it just responds, I heard Savannah, Annie, and Tomaso went over to the mom's house, ? Were you there for that? That would be the first time we've seen Tomaso through all of this. I wonder if Annie and Tomaso will ever move back into their home. It's coming from the neighbor, who remains anonymous. I wonder if Annie and Tomaso will ever move back. All right, so I'm going to pin a new comment here. If you want to chat, this is going to be a, we're going to talk a little bit, wait, what's going on here. Email. Oh, hold on a second. I have to acknowledge our good friend, Kimberly Picotto. Always grateful and always good to see you, Kimberly. Thank you. Kimberly, you want to say, you want to come on the record and talk, Kimberly Picotto? Shoot me an email. Just say, Kimberly, hey, I'll talk. Kimberly, you want to talk? Because you're in here every day, Kimberly Picotto. You want to talk, shoot me an email, put your number in. I'll get you on board. Kimberly Picotto. All right, here's the pinned comment. Nancy Guthrie discussion. Boom. All right, it's up. If anyone wants to speak, you want to set the record straight, you got something to say, we would love to hear from you. I would love to hear from you. So I'll wait in a couple seconds. I'd love to hear from you. You want to talk? Who's going to talk? Who wants to come out there and talk? Thank you, everyone. All right, Jamie Medina. You want to talk, Jamie Medina?
We've talked before. So many things. What's your number? Shot one back, Jamie Medina. I can share thoughts, Beth says. What could have been done differently from a professional PR standpoint? Elizabeth says. All right, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you're up. Elizabeth. Thank you for reaching out. From a professional PR standpoint. All right, Elizabeth. Welcome aboard.
Hello.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello. How are you, JLR?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing today, Elizabeth?
Great. Well, I am a crisis management and PR professional.
Ooh.
And I haven't really heard you speak to that specifically.
Yeah.
And I thought that I could share a few things that might be helpful.
Oh, so what do you do crisis for? Who do you do?
Well, I have done work in both the private sector and the government sector.
Oh, okay.
And so I just thought I'd try to share a few things that might help people understand how this works and or give you a couple examples of how it could have been done better.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I forgive the first 48 to 72 hours of some of the mistakes they made real early because they just didn't even know what they were dealing with. But after that, they could have recovered and done better rather simply. Number one, in government, a local government for sure, most people don't quite understand that there's sort of two arms, like in a county administration. In a county government, there's administration and law enforcement.
Uh-huh.
And they're under the same umbrella, but there's sort of a firewall between them. And I feel like they would have done better if they established two lines of communication.
Okay.
A law enforcement line of communication, and they should have had at least weekly updates where even if they did no more than share what they were doing, like we have 300 agents on this, we've investigated 27 leads, just even if they were just given basic information, they should have come to the podium at least once a week. But they also should have established a second line of communication from Pima County administration, a line that would assure citizens that they're okay and reassure citizens and communicate with the media.
So that's important, right? To assure the public, like
yes, they never came out and assured the public or even showed any empathy for the public. And I'll give you an example. I was just distraught the way that they ran off the media off of the street because I work in media too. But they could have done it. They could have fixed it. They needed to have a formal at the podium announcement from a county administrator or a county public works division head that said, look, and that would have in my case been somebody like me. And they could have said, we're closing the streets and we want you to know that we're balancing the public's right to know and the media's right to report it with the safety and the sanity of the neighbors. We're trying to do both, y'all, so bear with us. We've created a staging area about a mile away where all the media can park, and we're going to run vans back and forth to run you in there. You see, that would have just been so nice.
But why do you think, are they just not experienced, or they're just too, I'm moving over here a little bit while I talk to you. Why do you think they did it this way? And, are they just not used to this in the spotlight, or they're just rookies at this, or they're just overconfident that that's not needed, or it's just that's
I would say all of the above. Okay. I would say it hit them out of nowhere. They were not experienced. And I can tell you that, I'm certain from what I've observed, there was some ego involved in the law enforcement side, and because he's elected. And I've worked with municipalities where there's a police chief who is hired like any other employee, and ego is not as much of a problem as it is with an elected official.
Yeah.
That's just been my observation. So I'm sure there was a big, strong, stay out of my lane kind of viewpoint. If I can't go to the podium, you're not.
Yeah.
But an administrator could have and should have, but they don't want to touch it. It's been such a mess. Why would they put their name on it? But I'm just telling you that I feel like they should have come. That's just an example how they could have done better, even on the media side.
Well,
right?
doesn't departments have that, like a PR, like a public information? I mean, they have a public information officer.
Explain that a public information officer is different than somebody that's coming in to advise you on crisis management.
Crisis management.
And see, I feel like the county should have had a crisis management team, even if they made one up internally. They should have had one. And on the other side of this, I feel like the family should have had a crisis management team. If they hired a PR firm, everybody would freak out, right? Say, why are they hiring a PR firm? Well, they needed crisis management help. They just did. And I feel for them. For example, they should have had a family spokesperson that's not in the family. People usually have an attorney or a clergy member or someone that is appointed to speak for the family.
Mm-hmm.
And they come out and share grief and empathy. And I feel like, for example, I told you, the day they announced the reward, that should have been a formal press conference with if they wanted to be Savannah Fine or a family spokesperson to come out and announce that reward and use it as an opportunity to sort of push that a little bit toward solving the crime. They should have had people from the missing children's organization standing there with them to receive the $500,000. And they could have just used that a little better. That's the kind of thing a professional would advise them to do.
Well, it's just I'm wondering though, like with the reward, because of the reports that, you know, they wanted to put out that reward at the beginning stages and they were denied. I'm wondering, like, the reason why they did that is just they had enough with the sheriff in a sense, you know, and they're just doing it on their own.
Well, they didn't need to involve the sheriff. If they had their own team, they have their own press conference. That has nothing to do with him.
Gotcha.
They just should have done it in an organized fashion where they would have gotten a little more out of it, I think.
Well, what about even Savannah with these Instagram videos?
Well, okay. I think that's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I think, bless her heart, she did a good job with all that. But that's such a new, it's also new in the world of how we communicate, that I feel like a more formal, organized communication could have just been better and could have been better for the family all along. But again, they're in grief. And that leaves me with the last thing I wanted to tell you, because this has helped me as I have moved through managing some situations, specifically in government. Maybe you can tell I'm from the deep South.
Yeah.
And so I was around when the tragedy happened in Charleston. I wasn't working in Charleston.
With Dylan Roof?
Yes, but I live in South Carolina, so I went to a professional seminar one time where the Charleston people spoke. And the lady who was like the chief of staff for the mayor, she described how they handled it. And this was such a great way to put it. She said, law enforcement handled the crime. In the mayor's office, we handled the grief.
Got you. Okay.
And I feel like that's not what has happened here. We haven't had anybody out there handling the grief for anybody, or even just the logistics that go into things that are other than crime solving. So I thought you might find some of that interesting.
So let me ask you something. You know, with the work that you do some of these sheriffs and law enforcement have used the media, like certain media, for their PR and everything, like favorable, and use like a certain, like propaganda, you know, a certain media outlet that's nearby that's specifically, they use that as the mouthpiece to amplify their message? Meaning,
Well,
like, without being criticized or anything, just more about propaganda instead of like questioning.
Well, I can tell you this. I've never really seen anybody use it as propaganda. No. Okay. But what I have seen, and I've been involved in at least one thing where everybody from TMZ to the Wall Street Journal descended upon us. And we talked to local media first because they're still going to be there when the thing is over. Now, And so that wasn't like you get all starry-eyed and say, well, this is the New York Times, let's talk to them. You got to keep your local media close to you if that's what you're asking. Sure, you tell them stuff first.
Gotcha.
But you don't, it's not propaganda. Now, like I said, an elected official is always going to be spinning a little bit, you know,
Yeah.
which is why I said I wouldn't call it PR, because that sounds like spin to people. This whole thing needed crisis management
So
for whatever reason.
So with the sheriff, this continues to drag out. You think the sheriff's days are doomed, even though he's an elected official, he can run out his time. But do you think there's going to be pressure for him to resign, or like people are just going to keep criticizing him and opening up more cans of worms on him and digging deep into him? Do you think he can survive this?
Well, I can tell you that he wouldn't survive it where I live.
He would.
but he could survive. I don't know Tucson. I don't pretend to know the people or the ethos of that area, you know.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't survive it where I live, because even if there's been good things going on behind the scenes, he has not managed the communication or himself well. So yeah, I don't think he'd survive around here.
Gotcha, Beth. I tell you what, if I ever need some PR person, I'm contacting you for advice.
Well, let me tell you, I've really enjoyed your coverage, and it's so funny. My husband will hear noises sometimes because I'll have the phone in my pocket. And he'll say, "What is that?" And I say, "That's just JLR's ambient noise."
I appreciate the watch. Thank you.
Hope some of that was helpful.
Very
Bye-bye.
well. You be safe in South Carolina. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. 602 Angel says, Annie and Tommaso coming out of the house, Luke doing an interview. It looks like a media blitz to show innocence and unity. It is interesting on that, right? They're all coming out at the same time. All right, so this is the scene right here. People are saying there's a new Instagram video, so I'm going to look into this by Savannah. So just stand by. I'm going to see what we got going on. People are like, there's a new Instagram video. So I'm going to look here and see what we got here. If you want to speak, make sure you leave your number and we could speak. So let's see. Savannah. Let's see what we got. I don't see anything yet. Oh, basically, it's an IG story. It's an IG story. Savannah has an IG story. We feel the love and prayers from our neighbors from the Tucson community and from around the country. Please don't stop praying, hoping with us. Bring her home. So she basically just left an Instagram photo of the spot, this spot here, this. So this is what she said. Basically is, we feel the love and the prayers from our neighbors from the Tucson community and from around the country. Please don't stop praying and hoping with us. Bring her home. And it's coming from Savannah Guthrie. So that's the flowers. That's the flowers. So it looks like she appreciates all the flowers out there in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. So she's with it, right? Sometimes family members say, stay away from my house, whatever like that. So she appreciates all those flowers outside of Nancy's home. Interesting. All right. So let's see what we got. Anybody else? Let's have a forum. Nikki says she wants to chat. I've been watching you. JLR, love you. Been watching since the beginning. Love to chat in a Canadian perspective. I am also an ICU nurse. Okay, Nikki, in a Canadian perspective. All right. Let's talk to our Canadian friends. From a Canadian perspective. Nikki, you're up. Coming up, 202 number in the pipeline, Nikki. Love to hear from you. Here we go.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Hey, JLR Investigates. Looking for Nikki, please.
Thanks, Nikki. Please stay on the line.
No, I'm JLR.
Hello.
Hi, Nikki.
Hey, how are you?
Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
calling me to Toronto.
Toronto.
Yes.
Huh. Hello,
Yeah,
Toronto
they're following
friend.
it the whole time. Us Canadians are following it too.
So
Okay.
people from Canada are following the case of Nancy Guthrie from Canada.
Absolutely. Like, hands down, this is the most bizarre thing I think any of us have ever seen.
Yeah.
This poor lady. Like, honestly, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
All right.
I've heard a lot of people talk about her pacemaker.
Mm-hmm.
I am a nurse. One thing, even if she expired, hopefully maybe she is still alive somewhere. But if she did, that pacemaker is still going to throw off signal. The only way that is going to stop is if the battery dies, and those things have batteries for years.
I hear in like 7 to 10 years, right?
Yes, yes. They generally will, like in my area, they would come into the pacemaker clinic and have it checked once a year. But hers is a newer version, which is hooked up, which she can follow on her phone.
Uh-huh.
So it's got a really good battery.
Gotcha.
That will still try to make the heart beat. Like, it basically throws off that signal. It causes contraction. The only way to stop it is to run a magnet over it or to take it out of her.
Gotcha.
Really. So there is that possibility that they maybe could pick up that signal if, I would say, if they use drones or something, not a helicopter. But you never know. Also, when they were...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We lost contact. We lost contact. Try it one more time. We're going to call you right back.
Hi. If you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Hey, JLR Investigate. We're here.
Hello.
Hello. What happened?
I don't know.
A bad Canadian connection.
Maybe.
Well, welcome back.
So all I was saying was just about those meds is there's not a lot that would, even a month later, be crazy beneficial to her, like that would kill her for not taking. Unless maybe like she was a type 1 diabetic, she needed insulin. There's she probably was on a poor heart, so she would have probably been on blood pressure meds.
Which is called what?
Sorry?
What are the blood pressure medicine called? What is it called?
Oh, there's tons of them. There's tons. She probably was on a statin for her cholesterol. Like, there's a whole group of them that she was probably on. She has a heart problem. She definitely was on some kind of a blood thinner, and it could have just been as little as aspirin, once a day, 81 milligrams.
Gotcha.
And she could have been on even something like warfarin, that if she has had a heart attack in the past, they might have wanted to really thin her in. So she could have been on, one of those that's in the blood. My thought on, nobody has even spoke about it, but that blood that's on the porch, it's very little, and it's just those little splatters, right?
Yeah.
Could that have happened on another day?
Well, we spoke about that. We spoke about that. Some people suggest it could have happened.
Oh, I might have missed that because I thought nobody's even mentioned that.
Yeah.
Like, who knows? Because there's so little of it, right? Like, you think if they took her out that front door, even if she had a nosebleed, it would have you would have been finding little bits of a trail. Like, I know there was that one little piece on a rock down on her walkway, correct?
Oh, I don't know anything about a rock.
Like, I think so. I don't know. It was near the beginning. I think it was one of the reporters that said, "Oh, is that blood?" kind of thing on the wall. It was like just one drop on a little rock, and I'm like,
"Oh,
I feel like that could have happened at any time. Like, it could have happened the day before. Her just being out on her front step. Maybe
some people say
elderly people blow their nose all the time. They always. You not notice elderly people always carry Kleenex?
Oh,
if she's got thin blood, a good blow of her nose could cause a nosebleed.
Really?
Oh gosh, yeah. If they're thinned out, yes, absolutely.
So you can bleed really easy for just the simplest thing as with the cough or a sneeze.
Absolutely, because there's just so little of it. I have a hard time wrapping my head around that one.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if she lived alone and she had some sort of like nosebleed, you know, another day or something like that, maybe she just decided not to clean up. Maybe she doesn't have the capability to clean up. Maybe she just feels like the rain will wash it away. I mean,
or maybe not even noticed it.
Or not even notice
You
it.
know,
I mean,
like, you might have gone back in the house. Oh, I know. You know what I mean? Like,
but it's just the circumstances makes it appear, oh, she got taken out of the door. Someone did harm to her. There's blood.
yes, I agree with that. I just think there was such a small amount, and the length of that walkway.
Yeah.
It's pretty long. And then they would have had to travel her up onto that driveway. When my thought, I think they would have went out either the side of the garage or through that back gate, because it would have been more inconspicuous, right?
Yeah.
And from the beginning, everybody can come for me, but I just feel Tommaso is involved.
Oh,
I cannot, from day one, I have not been able to get away from him.
What makes you watch this from Canada?
Yes. Yes. We see it it's on our news and everything, too. It's getting very little. Like, obviously, Iran and all that stuff is kind of taken over. Like, I'm only, where I live, I'm like an hour from the border. You know, I can go right in, I'm right by Buffalo.
Oh, okay.
Or like Watertown area the other way if I went through Kingston.
Gotcha.
Like we're not far. We're literally across the lake. We go down to our lake, I can see Buffalo. Like, it's that close. But yeah, it's honestly, it's mind boggling. And like today, I did see the family part. I'm glad they finally did that. I feel their mother deserved it. Annie, she was very dramatic. Like, that was excessive.
You think that was acting or something for performance?
Guilt.
You think her emotions were more guilt?
Yeah, like they were over the top. Like, you know what? If it was my mother, I would be devastated. Like, unbelievably devastated. But even at funerals and stuff, you know, yeah, there's, but you hold a bit of it together. Generally break down when you're in public, like full on out. Do you know what I mean? I just felt it was really, like, even Savannah, you know, like, she held her composure. Like, yeah, I'm sure they went in the house and cried their eyes out. And so they should. But I just felt, it just doesn't add up.
So you're eyeing Tommaso is involved.
100%. I can't get off of him. I don't know. I feel like there has to be at least one other involved. And sorry, that bandmate, he really sticks out too. And I'm surprised they have not detained him and acquired his DNA or something.
We don't know what they did. He's proclaiming his innocence to the New York Times.
Yes, I've seen that. And that they're hiding in their house. And
all of them are at this point. Names that have been put out there, from Luke Daly to him to Carlos, they all have seemed like they come out and say, yeah, they're being falsely accused. Internet's blaming them. They're innocent. They have nothing to do with this.
Like, I hope they are, honestly. And
we're waiting for Tommaso. We're waiting for the Tommaso interview. NBC News, just exclusive them, man. NBC News, just get Tommaso on.
Exclusive with Tommaso?
No, I'm just saying. I'm calling NBC to just get the exclusive. Do it Savannah's network and just clear your name.
I would think he would do it with a lawyer, even.
Probably, but I don't think he's involved personally. So maybe the sheriff have already, cleared him. I'm just saying the chat. I don't believe he's involved. But there are many people in this chat that have been following this case, and I think a lot of people have been following his case from the beginning in this chat each and every day. And many, not all, many, and it appears many feel like he got his hands on this.
Somewhere. And like, I'm starting to get away from it, but a lot of since this started, I felt she never made it home that night.
That's what other people think, that too.
Something happened at Annie's.
Something.
Like the 2 times you've seen her on TV, like she was just not right. Sketchy is probably my word.
Well, I
And
appreciate.
today, that was over the top. I'm just like, oh my God.
Thank you for your time,
how
Nikki.
devastating that is.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for watching from Canada.
Yes, thank you. You're great, by the way. Love you.
Thank you. Be safe. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. John sends me a message. Luke, his attitude seemed the same as the guy at the door. Kind of goofy, clumsy, just fits the same MO. It's in reference to Luke Daly. Criminal justice, data analysis and analytics. Rachel. Okay, so we got Rachel that says criminal justice data analytics. All right, Rachel, you're in the mix. We're bringing you on. Criminal justice, someone that specializes in criminal justice and data analytics. All right, Rachel, coming on in. You will be getting a 202 number. Welcome aboard, Rachel. Rachel. Hello, Rachel. I say she picks up by the 4th ring.
Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System. From a touch-tone telephone, you may dial an extension at any time.
Whoa. Well, Rachel. Hey, I'll reply back to you right now, Rachel, with my phone number. And you can call me. I don't know if you're from work or what. I just sent it to you. So we'll give you a couple minutes. Check your email. Oh, wait, we got a different number. Do we have a different number? Yeah. Hold on. I got a different number. I think you left one with like your headline to your business. Hold on. I'm going to call you. All right, Rachel, this should be it. Let's see. Left a couple numbers there.
Hello?
Hello, Rachel.
Hi, how are you? Hang on one second. Let me shut my door real quick.
Oh, you're at work. Maybe?
Thank you so much for calling, and I promise, chat, don't attack me. I won't be on here long.
All right. Yes.
Okay, I have a couple things I'd like to say.
Sure.
I know that everybody is saying that, you know, it's against Nancy, but what if there was something to do with Annie? And the reason I say that is when my mom was older, I would stay with my mother at times. I don't know why I'm nervous, but
you're fine.
Anyway, what if the perp had actually thought maybe Annie might be there, and the target wasn't Nancy. In fact, he thought maybe Annie would be there. And I know that's kind of probably far-fetched or whatever, but I feel like that maybe they should look into the fact that she may have had enemies, because I just saw something where the FBI had said that it was a crime, the way that they worded it in here is like a crime of passion, like something that was meant to hurt someone. But why would you want to hurt an 84-year-old woman? One more thing before I go.
Hold on. I want to respond to that. Can I respond to that?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
So we have said that in the chat. Numerous people were like, you know, we're all assuming this is because of Savannah and someone's targeting Nancy because of Savannah. But there has been some people are seeking revenge on them and taking it out on Nancy because of something they're involved with on their end, or some beef they got with somebody on their end.
Right. And I understand that 100%. And the reason I come to this conclusion is, if you'll go to, and everybody can do this, it's not something that is illegal to do, truepeoplesearch.com. You can type in anyone's name, which I've done this. You can type in your name or my name or You can type in Miss Nancy's name. You can type in Miss Annie's name, Savannah. It'll give you their phone number. It'll give you their house. I sent you screenshots. It tells you the size of the house that they live in, the day that they purchased their home, how much equity they have, exactly how much money that they still owe on the home. It's really kind of creepy how much information that the site gives out on a person. But I noticed that there was 2 years, not very long ago, that Annie had her address as Miss Nancy's address.
Oh.
So was she living with her mother for a few years? And if so, why? Do you see what I'm saying?
Or those database, maybe there was some sort of credit or something, like some sort of credit card or something going to each other's home or something in someone else's name, which registers, in the credit bureaus or something,
It could be, but if you look at Tommaso, and if you ever get a chance to read the attachments in the email I sent you, I know you're bombarded with these things, but you'll see, it goes over his work history, everything, and like I said, how much money was in the 300 and something thousand that people are talking about. That was actually an amount that was paid down on that house. Now, who paid it? It doesn't tell me that information, but you can definitely see the day the amount was paid. Well, it's I don't know how accurate it is. I know that I looked at it for myself, just to kind of see, is this thing way off or is it not? And it was very odd that it said exactly how many years I'd been at my job, which is I work at a university, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard of, like we call it the body farm, but that's not the technical name. Or people that donate bodies that can't afford funerals, and then we take them. We use the donation and set up different types of crime scenes, and put bodies in different situations to see what would happen if you did this to a person or
body farm.
A person. Well, that's not the technical name, but that's what we call it here. But so my theory on the reason that they actually took her was because there would have been some kind of DNA under her fingernails, or maybe she fought back, and otherwise they would have left her there. I don't think that they would have went through the trouble, or the fact that maybe she said, "Hey, my daughter has money, and you can get some money out of this." But I pray every night she's okay, but I really just don't feel that she's with us anymore. But I just thought that site would be really interesting for you to look at. It also would give you some addresses that you could kind of scope out, that they may be staying at, because it's very current.
Well, I appreciate your input, Rachel. Thank you for the analysis, and praying for Nancy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. I think one of Rachel's points was that any one of us, literally any database out there, there's so many databases, and I can get anything on anyone out there. There's zero privacy anymore when it comes to things, because each of these databases out there, there's different ones. There's so many that have a little information, and you can put the pieces together, and you can find out about anybody. You could literally be across the world, and you can know everything about somebody just based off going on the databases and whatnot. And, could this perp have utilized databases and all types of things to, find out who they want to target without even knowing them from a can of beans? I can find out anything about any of you people out there watching. Anybody, and you guys can do the same thing. There's so many different databases out there, and with cross-reference with court database, tax records, Google Earth. You can see people's homes. You know, even if your home was for sale before, you could see the inside of someone's home and their layout on some of these realtor sites, just all types of credit agencies and everything like that. You know about somebody. You literally can. It's wild. All right, so what do we got? What do we have? We have a realtor. Thank you. Thank you, Kimberly Parham. Anybody else want to talk? Anybody have some points? Anybody want to talk? Frank. Deborah from Oregon. All right, Deborah, I'm going to bring you in. There's so many people reaching out. I'm just going to go through newest to oldest. Deborah from Oregon, you're up. See what you have to say. Welcome aboard. 202 number calling you, Deborah.
Sorry, I was just driving halfway to Evansdale. That's where I had
I'd say the
camera
fourth
on.
ring you
I
pick up.
apologize for anyone that
one more ring
thinks I was unauthorized to stream or restream, but we cover a lot of court
All
cases.
right.
We do a lot of podcasts.
All
And
right,
this
thank
just
you for your
means it's
time.
in case that we're allowed to. So I apologize for any issues.
All right, keep it
I was
moving.
on at 4 a.m.
Next.
till 7 a.m., but I work during the day. So then I just let it stream, let people chat. It's a very small amount of viewers. Apologize for the confusion. It says Ted investigates. Ted investigates. We had JRL and a lot of the descriptions.
Sandra says, I would
Very
like
sorry.
to know why they don't have drivers out in the lakes looking, because I strongly feel that she is in the bottom of a lake. And yes, why don't they have drones looking for her pacemaker? They can go lower with video. I want to say thank you for everything. Well, thank you. There's not many lakes around here, but could Nancy be at a lake? Perspective of family's appearance, Becky says. Becky says she has a perspective of family's appearance. All right, Becky, you're up. I'm going to bring you in. Oh, well, we got Oregon. Oregon's back. All right, we got Oregon. Oh, got a call again. I don't know who this is from Oregon because I lost name track. Hello, Oregon.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, who's this?
This is Deborah.
Hi, Deborah. Thanks for reaching back.
Hi. Yeah, first of all, I wanted to mention Sheriff Lefty, Nanos.
What did you call him? Sheriff who?
Lefty.
Lefty?
Yeah, because he ain't right.
That's a good one. Sheriff Lefty, because he ain't right.
Yeah, he has botulism all over this cape. Anyways, he just seemed a little sketchy all the way through, all the way down to the DNA thing,
Uh-huh.
But I'm wondering if it was his DNA in there. He was scared. He was worried about.
You're worried about his DNA in there.
Okay, but
People are laughing. People think it's funny. You called him Sheriff Lefty because he ain't right.
Yep, for sure.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so you know how he asked all the neighbors for their camera footage?
Correct.
Okay, I'm wondering if they did a full investigation, did the same thing with Annie's neighborhood to see if even Nancy got back in the car, or supposedly Tommaso drove her home. And
well, I can answer that. One particular neighbor has 100% said they were asking him if he has any footage of that night, 31st and the 1st.
So what was founded on
Just
that?
nothing. I mean, he didn't have nothing.
Oh,
But they were just
bummer.
asking if you got any footage, from your street there,
of anything.
Yeah, 'cause
He
we
just
can't
said
leave no
anything.
stone unturned.
I actually I could go back and find out exactly what was said, but it was in reference to this case, and they were asking him about footage with the individuals, and he said no. I don't know what, exactly, like if they were looking for a car or a specific something, suspicious. It was about this case. We know that they were asking neighbors around there for footage on top of other things.
Yeah, because I mean, they've really pressed the issue in Nancy's neighborhood, but I'm wondering if they've really pressed the issue in Annie's.
So you're saying, like, for instance, footage asking if Nancy actually got in Tomaso's vehicle to go back to the house.
Yes, because I think it's all bogus.
Well, here's one thing I know about their home, Annie and Tomaso's, and when we were there Saturday night, it was the I believe it was the 8th, around the 8th, around there, Saturday night, the first week into it, they were at the home, authorities. They're taking pictures on that weekend. It was either Saturday night or Sunday night, taking pictures. Might be another night, but the fact that the night they were taking pictures inside the home and flashes and law enforcement, they were in their garage.
Oh.
On the right side of their house, if you're facing the house, in the garage area. So, how would you really know, even if you had footage of Nancy was in the car, if the garage door is closed and people exit and enter from the garage, you put somebody in the car, how would you really know?
Right, but like cameras catching, the car pulling out.
True.
And, I mean, anything.
True. I mean, you could look in and see how many heads are in the car.
Exactly, because they really pressed the issue in Nancy's neighborhood. I wonder if they gave the importance of Annie's neighborhood as well, or they just automatically rule them out.
Well, I would say that they would do that to rule them out.
That's mean.
Well, you say that's mean? You think that's mean?
No, I'm just I'm mocking Sheriff Lefty.
Oh, Sheriff Lefty. You seem like you're not a fan of Sheriff Lefty or Sheriff Nanos.
No, not from the beginning. I mean, from the beginning, he just has this darkness around him. Is like, and just how he botched this case over and over and over. I mean, there's just too many hiccups. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just kind of looked like like Hollywood. It was just like stupidity. Like he hadn't done it before.
So what do you think? Who do you think's involved with this?
I think at first I was starting to go towards Carlos because someone said that they went to do a follow-up and he was gone. So that I automatically went. I think it's a mixture of people, actually.
Okay, well, who's the mix?
I think it's Tommaso and Annie are connected, along with, I just have a feeling that Carlos is involved too.
You think Carlos is involved?
Yes. And the person in the camera, I think, is a woman.
You do?
Yes. Of course, going to wear gloves, but also they did a lot to cover up, like tattoos. I mean, they did, I'd have to say, a good job covering up. But it just seemed like to me, it's a woman's body, woman's eyes. And if you put those eyes next to Annie's, face, the masked mystery man or person next to Annie, I think the eyes resemble each other a lot.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate
I've been a profiler.
Gotcha. Anything else you want to say? Final words, 30 seconds. What do you got to say?
Let's get some peace for Nancy Guthrie.
Peace for Nancy Guthrie. That's a new one. Peace for Nancy Guthrie. Appreciate your call.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Tom Sanders, 9274 says, cameras have excellent audio. You can hear way down the street at night. I know, right? You can. If it's quiet, yes. No one has footage, but I guess no one has footage, I guess, but audio? Or one has to have recorded something. Sheriff botched it. You know, Tom Sanders, I just think it's crazy that footage is now coming out weeks later. And some parts of this mystery in some areas near the home, they haven't even attempted to even reach out to people, where these people could have had critical video evidence, particularly when you don't even have a vehicle that you're sharing. At this point, it's probably they rewrite over it or it's lost. And it was a missed opportunity, which you could say is botched. You don't have the perp's video. You don't have a video of the perp in a vehicle anywhere that we've seen or know about, unless they have something they're close, have it close to the vest. But then newly released videos going out in neighborhoods near Nancy's home where it's revealed that authorities they didn't even search or ask anybody around there for any video footage, which could have been crucial because these people could have had some, but they don't have it anymore. Some might not. Who wants to talk? All right, I was going to call you Becky. Perspective of a family's appearance. I was going to call you, and then we got the call. So stand by, Becky. I'm going to call you right now, Becky. Let's hear what you have to say, and welcome aboard, Becky. All right, Becky. This is another organ.
Hello.
Hi, Becky.
Hi. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Yellow Army.
Yellow Army. Hello.
I was just going to say, well, a couple things, but when I look at the photos of the family, like when they're on the video, and even the other things like with Annie, it somewhat reminds me, only because I've been in this situation, of somebody who is manipulated and controlled. Like she could just be uncomfortable being in the camera. But I think that whoever is involved, I do believe it's probably some of the family member. That's what I think. And I think they're either a psychopath, sociopath. Those people are very manipulative. They appear in very good standings in the community. They involve themselves a lot of times with law enforcement or people of government, just like the band members. And have a very dark side, but for other people looking, they appear to be this great individual, and they truly are not. And I say this because I was in a relationship, and it was 2 years into it that the FBI showed up at my doorstep asking if I knew this person, and he was wanted for murder.
Whoa.
And as soon as it was brought to my attention, I was aware and started digging in. My life changed on a dime. And I became scared, in fear for my life.
Who was this
and
person?
After years, I just did and conformed. And then I got to a point where I didn't care if I lived or died. And once he figured that out, he started manipulating, threatening my family, which then changed everything.
But with this person, what the perception was like a normal, nice guy, and he was wanted for murder.
Part of the Lions Club, a business owner. People just loved him.
And he was wanted for murder.
Hey, Stacks, it's just easier to say this. The car I thought that was a Kia that was driving really fast early in the morning around 2:30. I think it got cleared. So I was going around at 4 a.m. before I started work, and I was going around like Google Maps and checking out, to see if a car was parked on the side of the road or something from November of 2025. You can go back. But I think the car was cleared, and now they don't have a car.
You to get to Savannah.
Yes.
Who, though? That's the question. And
it could be somebody that Cosmos and Annie are involved with, or someone that knowing that there's money there to just try to.
But today, you've seen them all in a unified front at the front mailbox of Nancy's home together. Savannah putting her arms.
I know, but I don't know if I necessarily believe that. Because I will tell you that if I was in that situation and I was still with that person, I would have done the same thing just out of fear.
You know, one thing I've noticed that really no one has really called in and said, and I don't believe it whatsoever, but no one has ever said in the chat that Savannah's involved. No one in this chat. I mean, I don't believe it. Wouldn't believe it, but no one. I haven't heard anyone with the theory saying Savannah's in on this.
I think that people don't think that because she wouldn't. I mean, what would there be for her to gain from it?
Mm-hmm. I know. Think about it. You're right. Some people suggested, I've heard, that the whole family, not without name dropping Savannah, but like the whole family's involved on something. There's just something like people are feeling, and I'm reading the room, and you know, some people feel like, you know, everyone involved here, and you know, with the family knows more than they're saying.
No, I think so too.
Oh, I just want to say one other thing. Go back all the way to 4 a.m. because I streamed for about 3 hours before everyone hopped on, even though I am the armchair quarterback right now. And I had I had like 300 to 400 people in the chat. And usually when I restream, I get anywhere from 50 to 100. So I'm just saying, I work during the day, so I was allowed to restream. I put him in the description. I'm a member of his channel. I'm called Ted Investigates. You can look at all my videos. I'm doing a lot of cases on Delphi, Evansdale, everything. I don't appear or act like I'm JLR. I'm not asking for donations on his behalf. I want everyone to go to his channel and support him. Sometimes I see people coming to this channel because he's got a lot of people commenting all at once. So people like a slower maybe chat thread. I don't know why they come here. I just stream it because I'm interested too. But I followed JLR for a long time. Even when he was talking to like politicians before he gave it Gabby Petito, but way before.
Please call me, JLR. Annie is like my sister to AT. Desi. All right, Desi. Desi, you want to talk? I don't know what you mean by that, but we'll clarify. Desi. All right, Desi. Welcome aboard, Desi. 202 coming in.
Hello, JR.
Hi, Desi. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for calling me.
Thanks for reaching out. Go for it.
What that means is I have a sister that has been brainwashed and belittled so much from the first day she was married. She's older than me, but she doesn't even know her timetables or her ABCs. And she married this guy. They're still married, but he totally has brainwashed her and told her that you're ugly and nobody will ever want you.
Whoa.
Except me. And so he stays at home with his 3 kids when they were younger, all on disability, and made her go out to work. He had to drive her to work, pick her up. She never had any friends or anything. Nobody ever could get a hold of her or nothing. And then all of a sudden they just disappeared. And one day when my mom was in the hospital, they just showed up, and he was trying to make her go get my mom's wedding ring off her finger before she passed away.
Whoa.
And luckily we were there and stopped her at the elevator. So
yeah, this sounds like coercive control.
Absolutely. So when I look at Annie, I see my sister in that same predicament.
Why? Why?
It's just control. It's control, and it's like, you do as I say. Nobody's gonna love you you're ugly and you go out there and you're not going to make it without me.
But we don't know Annie, though. We're only going by what we see very closely, you know, with social media posts and the very few times we've seen her in the, you know, in the videos since this thing. But we don't really know if bad things are happening. You suspect bad things are happening behind the scene?
No, I'm just saying that the way her body language is, the way she sits there, the way she doesn't talk, you know, she just kind of has this face like, I'm lost. I don't know if I can say nothing or something or not, because I don't want to get in trouble, you know. It could be, couldn't be, but I mean, I see my sister and her, and it's just sad.
Well, thank you.
But I do think Tommaso has something to do with it.
You do. That was going to be my question. With that being said, you think Tommaso has something to do with it?
100%.
Why?
There was nothing. Nobody broke into the house. How did anybody get in the house? Nobody got in the house. No car was there. So he said he was going to take Annie home, and maybe Annie didn't even get home. And then he had somebody come up there, break the lights out and everything, make it look like, I mean, who got in the house? How did they get in the house? The only way they could get in the house is if Tommaso told them the back door was unlocked.
Or Nancy forgot to lock her door.
Or Nancy forgot to lock her door. I just think it all goes back to him. I mean, I've seen these where these people that are involved, they go out with the search party and they show up at the funeral and they're the ones that did it.
Scary.
I hope I'm wrong, but, you know.
If Tommaso went with an NBC or CNN exclusive and sat down and and actually proclaimed his innocence, would you feel otherwise, or would you have to watch his body language, or what?
No, because I don't like CNN, and I don't believe anything that CNN says.
Well, on any network.
Any network. I could, but I think it would be provoked by this time. He should have came out right off the bat. They all should have. I don't care how high on the totem pole you are, you know, as far as news lady or whatever. If you believe, if somebody was blaming me for something, you're darn right I'd be out there trying to clear myself, you know.
Maybe he's ready to fire off cease and desists to all the people that say he's involved.
Yeah, where's all that though? And then it's funny how all this happened today. You know, everything happened today. You know, it's really funny with the I'm trying to think. They show up all of a sudden, and then somebody comes out. That other guy, Luke, comes out and has that interview. It all happened today.
Timing. Well, maybe because no one's at the house anymore, the media can now, you know, focus on reports or past things that transpired with this case and do follow-ups and everything like that. I'm sure a bunch of media outlets have reached out to Luke and said, "Hey, this is so-and-so. Would you want to set the record straight?" And one of them was actually successful in getting him on.
You're too optimistic for me, JLR.
I don't know. I'm just thinking here. Maybe I'm not even thinking right. It's just mind-boggling.
I know.
That's
your eyes look tired. You look like you're drained.
No, you got plenty of energy. We're not tired.
You're doing a great job.
I'm not tired.
And I found you just through Dad's gone, whatever. I watch him in Bakersfield along with Joe and some other ones there. So, and that's how I found you.
Awesome.
So,
welcome aboard.
Great job.
You'll see the other places we go to eventually.
And by the way, Nebraska has cornfields too.
Do they? I'll probably be storm chasing out in Nebraska in a couple months, maybe tornado chasing.
Yep.
Maybe.
Well, come on through. It's beautiful here in the springtime.
You take care, Desi. Thanks for watching.
You too.
Nice meeting you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Another perspective. Who wants to talk? Just say, I want to talk. Julie Bug says, I want to talk about the Nancy Guthrie case, but not on air. Well, Julie, we're doing air stuff right now. I want to talk, Jennifer says, and specifically Jen says she's not a wackadoodle. Jen says, I want to talk, and I'm not a wackadoodle. All right, Jen. I'm going to bring you in, Jen. Jen says, I want to talk, and I'm not a wackadoodle. All right. Jen wants to talk. Welcome aboard, Jen. Come on in. 202's calling you.
Oh.
Hi, Jen.
Hi.
You're not a wackadoodle.
I'm not.
Welcome aboard.
I'm so excited to talk to you. Hi, Chat. Chat's been trying to help me get connected with you.
They're saying, prove you're not a wackadoodle.
Oh, I'm not going to take more than 5 minutes.
All right.
I'm not going to claim to be a professional in something and call in and go down some big old rabbit hole.
Nice. What you got?
Okay, here is what people are not talking about. Is so as someone who had an elderly mother, this is why she was taken from her bed.
Why?
Is because my mother would have not gotten up without her glasses.
Ooh, glasses.
And her cane or her walker. And we know that Nancy had glasses, and we know that she had a cane.
Mm-hmm.
And so if the cane is still there and the glasses are still there, then that tells me that she was home and that someone took her, kidnapped her. That's why Savannah believes that she was taken from her bed.
Because of the glasses and the cane.
Yes. If that is by her bedside and she had her routine, maybe she had her glass of water, like nobody's going to come home or come over there and stage that.
You don't think so?
No. If something happened to her at Annie and Tommaso's, I don't think someone's going to come back and stage that. I don't think the blood is staged. I think that is why Savannah in that video says she was taken directly from her bed in the dark of night. I don't think anybody was in the house. I think that her cane and her glasses, and maybe if she had hearing aids, were still on the bedside table.
But if somebody was going to be taken for ransom, long-term or ransom, wouldn't they take the cane and the glasses and her medications and whatever she needs?
No, people don't take people long-term for ransom.
So short time, just grab her real quickly.
Yes.
But they were in the house apparently for a while. Possibly.
Yeah, but I mean, nothing was taken. So I think that they probably just had to get her with her mobility issues out.
You don't think she's pleading with them? Let me get my glasses. Let me get my cane. Let me get my glasses.
No, I think she was scooped up. I think she was surprised in her bed. I think there was a couple people. They picked her up and they took her out.
Think about this, though. Taken from your own bed.
Yeah.
Whether it's gunpoint, gun in the holster, there and present in your eyes, startling you when you wake up, assuming she was asleep. I mean, that's terrifying.
That would be terrifying.
You live alone in a big house, female, and, somebody's hovering over you and telling you you're coming with me, masked.
Yeah, I still don't think that they would have been like, okay, let's get your glasses. Let's get your cane. I think that
not like accommodations, no accommodations here.
No.
You're coming with me now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some cussing.
Maybe, but I don't think she fought back. I think that's where some of the chat or some of the audience, some of your followers, have said, what if she fought back? Or, what if she ran? She had mobility issues. And anyone who has taken care of a mother or a father with mobility issues or an elderly person, they don't move very fast. I mean, you saw her arm in that picture.
Uh-huh.
It's very bruised. And, that's why the sheriff said
she did not walk away. She's not someone that would have wandered off, because she's not going to wander off without her cane. She can't get very far.
Yeah.
She was taken. And, people saying that they walked down the street to a parked car. No. I mean, she would have had been carried. You just look at her. She's 84. She's on blood thinner. She has a cane. She's just not an able-bodied person.
Yeah. A mystery. That's crazy. I appreciate your perspective. I don't think it was a wackadoodle perspective.
I don't either. And I think that's why Savannah was so adamant.
I mean, the sheriff said it too.
Sheriff said it too. So there was something in that crime scene that led them to believe that she was taken and she did not walk out on her own, or that she did not wander off on her own.
But without her cane, though, can one person get a 150-pound woman out by themselves?
I mean, I don't know. Could you lift a 150?
Well, if she has mobility issues, she's going to be staggering, right? Unless you just drag somebody. But and assuming the perp is male, some people think it's a female. I think the perp is a male. But the question is, perp or you do too?
I do too.
Perp or perps? I guess two people could come on, you're now, or even three. One person though, hitting a 150-pound person that has mobility issues is a struggle. You mean just imagine you're hiking with somebody, and somebody's 150 pounds or even more in that range, and they twist their ankle out on out on a trail, and you and the person's out there and they need help, and you got to get that person to safety. I mean, how are you going to get a 150-pound person? You just
I do think it was two people. So I think that one person grabs under the arms and one person grabs under the legs, and they take her out. They could have wrapped her in her bed sheets. They could have killed her in the house and wrapped her in something and carried her out to a car. And I think it's interesting that someone also mentions that there's not a blood trail that leads out to where a car would have been, whether that's in the garage or whether that's out front by the blood on the steps. If she's walking, as people have said, she's standing upright, she's got a nosebleed, she started coughing, then she would have had more of a blood trail, but it just stops.
Listen, this is what I'm going to do. I think 857 Tucson's about 150 pounds. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to drag him down the street. I'm going to drag Tucson. Tucson, if you're watching, we're going to do something tomorrow. No, seriously. In front of her house, I'm going to drag Tucson and see if I can do it. He's about 150 pounds. I weigh more. I weigh about 175. I'm gonna do Tucson, and I'm gonna see if I can, one single person, or even two people. We'll get two people. We'll get whoever else is out there, and I'll get John DePietro with me, and we'll drag Tucson, and try to see if it's, how far you can really without getting tired. Is it possible? Yeah, we're gonna do that. I think. Do you guys think that's a good idea?
That is a good idea. She wasn't dragged though, because if she was dragged, I think the blood would have been dragged. I think the flowers would have been dragged. I think you would have seen the mat turned over. I think you would have seen evidence of dragging. Yes. I think she was picked up, and I think she was carried into a vehicle.
But carried. That will obviously, if I can carry a 150-pound person.
Yes.
I mean, I consider myself kind of strong. I mean, I can, somebody's going to do that. It's got to carry somebody, see if it's possible. But you're right. If you drag someone, they're going to leave drag marks.
They're going to leave drag marks somehow. There's going to be tissue, skin. Her heels, the way that she bled, her heels are going to bleed if she,
But people are saying she could walk, though, without the cane. Even though she could still walk without the cane, just walk slower.
She could, but we need to know, I think she had that cane. My mom could walk around her apartment without her cane, but she couldn't walk far.
Yeah.
So if I found my mom was missing and her cane was there, I know that she did not leave on her own.